you can never do there.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No, but I got to know you, dear Google. Oh, quit that, I mean, my amiga, Pumu boy, a baby mo. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Asekwa na ife oji abụ anyị si akwụ na-enye ego bụ maka mbọsị ọzọ. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akwụ na mụta nwa akwụ na ka ọ ga-abụ.
Ẹni bàbá ilé, bọ́lábọ́lá, ọmọ ìṣúlú ojú, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dún, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dún, báyìí lábì lúbi, báwọn lábì lúbi, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dún, àtọ́jú lúbi, àtọ́jú méjì, àtọ́jú mẹ́ta, àtọ́jú mẹ́rin, àtọ́jú márùn, àtọ́jú mẹ́ta.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. So you don't even need a big reveal for the headline. You already know where we're going. So 24 hours is a long time in politics. 24 hours is a long time really in life. Something can turn 360 degrees just within 24 hours, just one day. So we started off, well, we didn't really start it off, but we spent a little bit of time with the narrative of how Obasanjo was ordering some Oyo Obas to stand up to greet him and Seyi Makinde. And we went back and forth on that a little bit, but we never really made much of it. But that storyline has taken a life of its own, and the whole of Nigeria are just agog by the behavior of Obasanjo and how royal fathers were treated. So a lot of that, hopefully in the course of this session, but let me put you in anticipation. It may well be a short session because Thomas is not available and I'm not going to take it the whole stretch. So we just carry it to as far as we can, but let's see how it goes. So good day, good to see you, and how are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day. I hope you've had a wonderful day. So another day, another session, and here we go again. So we do that thing that we usually do around about this time. So we kick it off again. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that continues to invite you to come and join us. And if you have not been on the screens before, then we would especially like to hear from you. We still want to hear from everybody, but if you've not been on the screen before, then we would especially like to hear from you. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned on the comment section. Nobody really pays attention to that. But nobody pays attention to that, but pay attention to this. Why? Right. Okay, let me start with this. Why Obasanjo's government was most successful in economic growth, job creation. So now, this is a headline coming from El Rufai. And El Rufai, of course, virtually every single administration that has straddled the Nigerian state, at least since since we went into the Fourth Republic, every single administration that has straddled the Nigerian state, El Rufai has been a senior participant in it. I'm not sure what role he had under the Goodluck Jonathan space, but certainly he was the FCT minister under Obasanjo. He was a two-term governor under Buhari, and now they're looking for positions to slot him into under Tinubu. So he knows the landscape and is giving us this assessment. Why Obasanjo's government was most successful in economic growth, job creation. So this is El Rufai making that headline there. So what quite led him to that, well, we'll find out shortly. So what led him to that, we'll find out shortly. But really, hopefully, the conversation wraps around this. He won't try it with emirs. Oluwo of Iwo blast Obasanjo for ordering Oyo monarchs to stand. So now, I think that is that line now that has finally now been crossed by Obasanjo, because there is, if there is one space that the Yoruba space does not joke with, it is the royal stool. Not especially that the Yorubas care about who sits on that stool, but the Yorubas care about tradition. And the custodian, of course, of tradition, whoever sits on that stool. So a disrespect of the person sitting on that stool is a disrespect of tradition. And there's one thing that holds the Yoruba space together. It is our tradition. So there it is, the inferno, the clap back. He won't try it with emirs. Oluwo of Iwo blast Obasanjo for ordering Oyo monarchs to stand. So yes, not often do I agree with Oluwo of Iwo, but in this instance, I cannot really. There's nothing in that sentence that I seek to remove from. Obasanjo would not even imagine. Imagine if the Sultan of Sokoto was sitting down and Obasanjo tells him to stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. They on the spot, you know, on site, as they say in contemporary language, on site, you know. So he wouldn't try that in the north. So the audacity of it is somewhat rankles with people. So the audacity of it are somewhat rankles with people. So that's the Oluwo of Iwo coming in with this 2 penny right there. Still a lot on the Obasanjo space. Obasanjo was angry at Oyo traditional rulers because he couldn't use them to make Peter Obi president. So now the APC now seeking to politicize it, of course, because everything and every single thing now transmutes into politics in this landscape that we're in. Everything and anything transmutes into politics in this landscape we're in. And I'm going to introduce this next headline, but I'm not quite sure if it's a headline for this space because it's not the sort of storylines that we usually contend with. But let me introduce it, see if anybody has anything to make of it. Lagos State Police Commissioner constitutes special investigation team to probe singer Mohbad's death. So now, I'm not going to pretend like I'm down with the kids and I know what is going on within that space. But what I do know is that this is a headline that has gripped the Nigerian media space for the past at least 2 days. So now the circumstances around this guy's death shrouded in mystery. A young upcoming popular musician caught short in his prime. So if anybody wants to have a conversation around that, we're happy to listen. So we'll just we take a punt on that, see what it brings. We take a punt on that, see what it brings, and then very quickly we move back to our bread. Very quickly we move back to our bread and butter. Tinubu appoints new special advisor on economic affairs. So ordinarily, this would not make the headline, but the person appointed is really what makes the news. President Bola Tinubu has appointed, President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Tope Kolade Fashua as the special advisor on economic affairs in the office of the vice president. So he actually goes to Kashim Shettima. Fashua, the Chief Executive Officer CEO of Global Analytics Consulting, made this known on Friday, September the 15th, via his social media handle on X, formerly known as Twitter. So yours truly has been appointed special advisor to the president on economic affairs in the vice president's office. Just what I wanted for national impact. We thank God Almighty and those who remembered me and insisted for God and country. So for God and country, so Tope Fashua, of course, he was a contender. Anyway, let's read this CV first. The 52-year-old economic expert is an alumnus of the Adekunle Ajasin University, formerly known as Ondo State University, where he studied economics and received the award for the best overall result in the department, faculty, and entire school in 1991. 5 years later, he became a qualified accountant and earned his master's degree in financial markets and derivatives at the London Metropolitan University, where he finished with distinction in 2006. Fashua has bagged executive and professional certificates at the Harvard Business School, the University of Groningen, and the Lone Star Academy in Texas. He is also a fellow academic with his PhD in public policy and administration, currently in view at Walden University. So he has had a stint as a banker at Citibank Limited, Standard Trust Bank Limited, and Equatorial Trust Bank Limited. So it's a funny one because this guy was a contender. You remember that crop? That guy that used to be a motivational. I've forgotten his name now. Duro Daye or Duro Toye or something. He was part of that mix, Showore and the rest of them. So it looks as though essentially Tinubu is now picking up one by one. Tinubu is now picking up one by one those people that contended with him for the elections. So we move on swiftly from there to this. Peter Obi truly lost 2023 presidential election. Arabambi backs Soyinka. So now, you said this was the topic of discussion yesterday, but it crosses over into today because, of course, Arabambi is a top functionary of the Labour Party, the party that Obi straddled into that election. Peter Obi truly lost 2023 presidential election. Arabambi backs Soyinka. The Lamidi Apapa-led faction of the Labour Party on Saturday owned up that the party truly lost the February 25th presidential election, saying the party's presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, and Mr. Julius Abure knew the truth about the performance of the party at the poll. This position was contained in a statement made available to newsmen in Abeokuta, Ogun State capital, by Abayomi Arabambi, spokesperson of the Apapa-led faction of the party, in support of the Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka's comment in South Africa on Nigeria's 2023 presidential election. According to Arabambi, it is condemnable and highly disturbing that rather than going back to the drawing board to meticulously examine where things have fallen apart and re-strategize for 2027 elections, some irredentists masquerading as members of the Labour Party have chosen to be attacking, some irredentists masquerading as members of the Labour Party have chosen to be attacking the highly revered scholar for only re-echoing the truth that is not hidden to discerning Nigerians. So it's unbelievable, actually. He reveals that the party sees the reaction of his factional chairman, Julius Abure, through his personal media aide, Mr. Obiora, to Soyinka's statement as nothing but affront and abuse from a rude boy to his grandfather. Arabambi said, even Professor Charles Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, where Obi hails from, has also said in the past that the probability of Obi clinching third position in the presidential race was very slim, not to talk of winning the elections. So yes, the anticipation was actually that Kwakwanso would come third. Nobody had the but then that anticipation was misplaced, of course, because if you look back now, there was never if you look You know, the anticipation that Kwakwanso would come third is that a lot of people anticipated that Kwakwanso will do well in the north. Not well enough to threaten anything, but well enough, you know, to affect the way things pan out. So that was the calculations then. But that election was so fervently fought, you know, it was fought so fiercely that even the votes that could have casually gone to Kwakwanso and people would not have minded, people canvassed for every vote and they did not leave that room for Kwakwanso. So, but in the build-up to that election, the anticipation was Kwakwanso will come third, Peter Obi will come round about fourth, because what everybody anticipated was that Peter Obi will get all of the votes in the southeast and get a little bit of votes here and there, but it got certainly more than people anticipated. So that was why Soludo was suggesting that he would have struggled to come third. Arabambi said, even Professor Charles Soludo, the governor of Anambra State where Obi hails from, had also said in the past that the probability of Obi clinching third position in the presidential race was very slim, not to talk of winning the elections. As a party, we knew that Professor Wole Soyinka was right in his submission, because how does anyone claim to have won an election based solely on pejoratives, assumption, vague rhetorics, and zero evidence pointing to such being the case, but on the expectation that the actual winner would be disqualified, and by some stroke of black magic, the candidate, you know, this is his own party, by the way. This is his own party. This is what makes it what they read. Arabambi is a senior functionary of the Labour Party. As a party, we knew that Professor Wole Soyinka was right in his submission, because how does anyone claim to have won an election based solely on pejoratives, assumption, vague rhetorics, and zero evidence pointing to such being the case, but on the expectation that the actual winner will be disqualified, and by some stroke of black magic, the candidate in the third place will suddenly be declared winner without any proof of having scored the majority vote, is absolute judicial madness on display by Peter Obi, Julius Abure, and their blind allies. We know we lost the election. It was true Obi and Abure wanted to do Gbajue, because ab initio, whatever that means, that's a Latin word. Even when the Presidential Campaign Council was formed in the north, Peter Obi used Igbos as state coordinators, whilst Northerners remained their deputies. So that was what was avoided, of course. That's why we failed woefully. Imagine somebody that has no polling unit result sheet, no agents in majority of the polling units are now turned around to claim election victory. So how then do we say we won? Labour Party has been reduced to a regional party under him, as he is only interested in national officers of Igbo extraction. He, amongst other things, alluded to the failure of the party to refuse to plan, saying that it was an open secret that the party, in its preparation towards 2023 elections, had poor logistics and suffered daily for it. Yes, I don't quite know what more to add to that. So I don't quite know what more to add to that. Let's go on to the Oluwo narrative. Let's go on to this. Oluwo tackles Obasanjo for ordering Oyo monarchs to stand up. So let's just do the readout quickly. The Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Abdulrasheed Akanbi, on Saturday said ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo ordering traditional rulers in Oyo State to stand and greet Governor Seyi Makinde at a project inauguration in Isheyin, Oyo State, was tantamount to desecration of Yoruba traditional stools. A short video of Obasanjo, who spoke in Yoruba language, had surfaced on the internet expressing displeasure to the monarchs for not rising to greet Makinde, describing the action of the royal fathers as disrespectful to the office of the governor. Reacting, Oba Akande, in a statement signed by his press secretary, Ali Ibrahim, condemned the former president's action and demanded a letter of apology from him, insisting that Yoruba monarchs could not be treated as uniform men who would be ordered around. The Oluwo blamed the royal fathers who responded to Obasanjo's order. I think they should have stayed sitting, and then seeing what would have happened. The statement partly reads, "I trust myself and my stool. In death, there is a certain thing my soul will not. I trust myself and my stool. In death, there are certain things my soul will not take, let alone when alive, active, and kicking. I only blame the monarchs who stood in obedience to such an ignoble and desecration of traditional institutions from the old man. Respect should be earned, not demanded. Traditional rulers respect their subjects too. There is a way respect is accorded to people of old age and position by the monarchs. Our kingship is an institution of God. As such, relating with kings requires a high sense of modesty, courtesy, and respect." The display by former General Obasanjo is condemnable. Yoruba traditional institutions demand an apology for the open desecration to molest and bring down the institution. He needs to prove himself as a core Yoruba man with an apology letter. Kings are not toddlers, we are fathers. He would never dare that against the northern emirs. So he would never dare that against the northern emirs was really where I was wanting to land. So he would never dare that against the northern emirs, and I think we can all concur with that. So now, this one, BUA intends to slash cement price to 3,500, says Rabiu after meeting with Tinubu. So it looks as though the news is circling around Dangote somewhat. This is how I'm reading this. Abdul Rabiu, chairman of BUA Group, says his company intends to reduce the price of cement in the country. The BUA founder said the planned reduction is part of efforts to support the federal government's quest to alleviate the suffering of Nigerians. I came to intimate His Excellency on the affairs of our cement business, he said on Friday, whilst addressing state correspondents after meeting with President Tinubu. We have 2 new lines of 1 million tons each that we will be coming. Let's do that again. We have 2 new lines of 3 million tons each that we will be commissioned by the end of the year. So I came to intimate His Excellency and also explain to him that efforts we are making in trying to support again the efforts of the government in bringing down the price of cement. With these 6 million tons that are commissioning by the end of the year, and by the way, His Excellency has agreed to come and commission the plans sometime in December or early January next year. So I explained to him, and we want to support the efforts of the government in bringing down the price of cement. Rabiu said the new plants will increase BUA's cement total capacity to 17 million metric tons. By the time these lines are commissioned, BUA cement will be producing about 17 million tons per annum. And with that, we intend to bring down the price of cement from its current level of 5,000 naira or 5,500 per bag to maybe 3,000 to 3,500. So that's somewhat good news, I wonder. That's somewhat good news, I wonder. So somewhat good news, I wonder why Obasanjo must apologize to our royal father's PDP chieftain. So everybody's circling around that Obasanjo space. So everybody's circling round that Obasanjo space. Still a couple of clips to play you on that space as well. But first, let's go to the K guides. So to the K guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Rufai Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koneriwa gweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there is Kaizo kicking it off with the super chat, and here is Kaizo right here, joined by Ajanle Koko. So plenty of space on the comment section if anybody wants to hop on. Kaizo, I'm surprised to see you here. I didn't know Nigerian politics was your diet. Okay.
Yeah, Nigerian politics may not be my diet, but Nigerian politics be my money. I must respect the people that have been sending the fast super chats.
Yes, no, the fat super tatas will come in and do as they usually do. So I thought you'd be in bed by now. What are you still doing hanging around?
Today,
what time is it where you are?
It's 2:19. My girlfriend is on my bed, and right now I'm just drinking a bit of gin. So I'm just trying to get ready for this show. A
bit of gin. Are you old enough to be drinking alcohol, Kaizo?
Or do I look young in my picture? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. I have just some questions for you. One man.
Carry on.
Yeah. So the question is this, right? I've always asked this same question here, right? What is the future of Nigeria, right? Who do you think is the best politician to take Nigeria to the next level? How can we fix the electricity problem? How can we then, after the electricity problem, fix the steel problem? For me, I believe that Nigeria has everything it takes.
All right, let's stagger that because you're rushing me somewhat. But the future for Nigeria, there's two futures for Nigeria. It either breaks up, which is highly unlikely, or it gets it right, which we're hopeful that this guy that is in charge now is able to do. Only because he is the most clued up person that we've had as president so far. So he's street smart, internationally educated, successful business-wise, has a sharp brain. So and the team that is assembling as well is an A-class team. It's an A-class team. So this seems to be the window for Nigeria to get it right. This might well be that moment that all of the anticipation about Nigeria comes to fruition. So a lot of people vest in that level of hope on this guy. So forget all of the screeching and squealing that you hear. So that's sore loser, that's sour grapes. But the best possibility to get it right, probably this guy.
I see. And thank you very much for answering that question because, as I mentioned earlier, I believe that if Nigeria can rise, Africa will rise because right now I've noticed, and I've been spending time with Nigerian spaces. Nigerians clearly as the superior Africans. If you guys can just get the basics together, electricity and steel technology and the oil refinery, that's it. Africa is done. The world is done.
You know, where you see everything is intertwined. All that you're saying, because these are everything. You're not. It's not breaking news, by the way. What you're saying, if all of these things come together, Nigeria gets it right, and because of the size of Nigeria and its influence, as soon as we get it right, it starts to cascade all the way through. So, but all of these things that you mentioned, it boils down to one word. Do you want to tell us what that word is, Kaizo?
Organization, lack of corruption, or
Leadership.
that's it.
We've had we've never had the fullness of one good leadership in Nigeria. We've had like a quarter sort of goodish leadership, and then maybe like a 10%. We've never had enough sufficient to make one whole good leader. We had the prospects of a good leader in Babangida, who then, because of the allure of that money and the luster for power, he went rogue, and then that fell apart. We had the prospects of good leadership under Obasanjo, but that went awry as well. So we've never had any real prospect and any real opportunity of good leadership in Nigeria. So we're hoping now that this guy gets it right. Is it the best that we can offer? No. But it's the best, a lot of people will argue, of the class of 2023. Because it was a rubbish. If look at the team, too old, too corrupt, or too stupid. So those were the options that we were given in 2023. Too old, too corrupt, or too stupid. So that was where we had to make the choice. So that too old and too corrupt is probably wrapped into the two with the most prospect of our getting there. So you say Tinubu too old and too corrupt, although no allegations of corruption has ever been proven against him. You say Atiku certainly too old because he's even older than Tinubu and vastly more corrupt. So, but there's been no allegations proved against him. But the rest of the field, Peter Obi, a lot of people will tell you it's just it's too slow of wit. It's just too base. You know, it just doesn't. It's not equipped for it. Both in terms of cranial functioning, in terms of expansiveness of thought, in terms of blue sky thinking, it doesn't have it. Do you know that thing? It doesn't have it. It's too dumb, you know. So that was the choice we were given, and the real people that could have actually transformed that country, they were distant outliers. People like Omoyele Sowore, who could have taken hold of our country and turned it into something. It was just too far behind, you know, because there was no faith vested in him. He doesn't have the money to play the politics and all of that. So it's just that's where we are as a country. It's just a real mess.
No, that makes sense. And for now, let me let the other panelists add the views. I'll be here for a while before I go. So guys,
before
you like. Guys, do you actually are you actually listening to one man's? I don't even know what to say.
One man's Agbado.
One man's Agbado speech. I beg you, guys, don't listen to this man. Listen to yourself. Listen to your deep down in you. You know what is right, and follow that ground. So that's just the advice I'm gonna give you. Don't listen to one man at all. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, shout out. For the rest of the guys, please like, share the video, and send some super chats and subscribe. I'll just be here with the other panelists.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you on board. So before we kick this session off, we're going to kick it off We may well kick it off with you, actually, Desmond, if your connection holds. Before we kick off that session, though, let me build up the first question with this. So it all started with what Obasanjo did in your state. What this?
Ibi tí gómìnà bá wà tàbí president bá wà kò sí ọba náà ó láti dìde fún gómìnà tàbí fún president ẹ dìde. Ẹ jókòó.
So that, of course, was Obasanjo ordering royal fathers around as though he was having like a military drill. And his excuse then was that because the constitution vests power on a governor higher than that places him above somewhat the royal fathers, as deference to that constitutional authority vested on a governor, royal fathers should stand up when the governor turns up. So that was what he said. But that was not always the case. Watch this.
Commissioner to do Kumulego. Alafiwa, Sepo to finish in and connect that away. Ẹ wo mi mo de dìde ke do bale ṣé torí ṣe te gba lọ́dọ̀ rẹ̀ ìwọ gómìnà yìí nígbà tèmi tí ń lọ ọkọ̀ tí mo ní insurance tí ń lọ ọkọ̀ ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jáde secondary school òun wáṣẹ́ tó ṣe 1948.
So that was how it used to be. That was the now late Alaafin of Oyo, who turned up at an event to find the governor of the state sitting down, and asked him then why he did not stand up to prostrate to acknowledge his presence. He caused his father. That's what he caused his father and lambasted him in the truest form of it. So that was what played out there. So that was what we knew. But now, what we now know is for a former head of state to be bossing royal fathers around. So a former head of state bossing royal fathers around. Let me give you one more example. This is even further back than the Alaafin of Oyo. This now is the Ooni of Ife. But watch this. Let me not give you the preambles. Watch this.
We continue to apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for all the inconveniences. But in spite of the glamour of today's program, is finding it difficult to contend with the barrage of photographers and pressmen. Mr. Jackson Adopa.
So now that's a throwback in time, but a lot of you of a certain vintage would have been able to make out the figures in play there. So that was Sijuade, the former Ooni of Ife, and the unmistakable frame and profile of Obafemi Awolowo. As soon as Sijuade turned up at whatever event that was, Obafemi Awolowo, then premier of the Western region, immediately hopped on his feet like a gazelle to acknowledge his majesty. But that was then, and this is now. So this is now, this is what we have now.
ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ nǹkan kan ibi tí gómìnà bá wà tàbí president bá wà kò sí ọba náà ó láti dìde fún gómìnà tàbí fún president ẹ dìde. Ẹ jókòó.
So there it is right there. So what are you making of that? I mean, you are a Lagos boy, even though you are not a Yoruba man. Not everybody has that good fortune. But what are you making of that? The audacity of Obasanjo to order it's almost like a military drill, isn't it? Stand up, sit down to royal fathers. And now Oluwo of Iwo coming out to say he could never dare do that in the north. all of that, Desmond?
Two things, one man. It's basically power and the mode of power. What we used to have, I mean, what Obasanjo did, I feel he was basically being showing an example of power, kinds of power. So what we used to have, before the British came and colonized us, was more or less monarchy. More or less, monarchy was the power at the time, and their mode of exhibiting their power was through their bodyguards, and which most of them, and through the sentiment of age and the seat of power that they can actually, because Nigeria is a spiritual or sort of a superstitious country. So with that mode of fear and power, they use it to actually, lead their subordinates. So when the king or the emir or the sultan or whatever is coming at that time, you are afraid, because one, he has the people, the bodyguards that is maybe with knives or whatever kind of weapon they had, and he has the spiritual nature in him, and he has the age in most of the time. So you see a lot of people seeing that power and bowing down to it. So what happened after the British colonized us is now changing the whole dimension of Nigeria, because when they now started like this is the best mode of government or whatever, democracy or whatever they were doing back then, they never went out to tell these people that had that power before they came in, and try to tell them, okay, this is what we're, those people never agreed. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Those emir, those sultan, they were, I feel like they were cowards back then, because what they actually didn't know is that they were going to lose their power, that their superiority in that contest. So now I don't see any. Let me tell you, one man. Even if the president Bola Tinubu goes there, I can tell you that he can tell the Sultan of Sokoto to stand up, sit down, and nothing will happen.
I don't think he would dare.
He won't dare it. No.
You know they hold their own monarchy in a bit more deference than we do ours.
True.
They have
They're
respect in the
more. They're
north.
more
Yes,
religious.
they have.
They're more religious.
Yeah, they have respect in the north.
True.
One
I'm
man you
saying.
forgot, but one man you forgot when Abacha wanted to dispose of the Dasukis. We in Nigeria we say it could not happen. It happened. And Ganduje and divided the emirate into 5. It could happen. And
That's true,
I don't want
actually.
to my time.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So one man, what my man said, Joel. I know it's Joel's voice. I know his voice every time. It's actually true. He Tinubu can't go there and do it because he has respect or whatever. But if he does it, nothing will happen because he has that power. And the mode of power right now is the military behind that president. He can actually order something to happen, and that thing will happen. So it's that power.
Could I interject for a minute?
Sure.
I believe that. Hello everybody. Thanks, Des, for letting me. I'm just gonna say a couple of things that I'm gonna leave. I'm going to a function. So we're a democracy.
Because you've made the effort to have your camera on and you're looking rather easy today. So let's highlight you. Carry on.
I'm actually going with 2 hats. I have my Yoruba hat. And
no, I saw you wearing the Yoruba hat, and then suddenly
right.
you flipped it. But then that's Pansat, of course. Ying and Yang.
Pastor, good to see you. This is the first time I'm seeing your face.
That's right. But anyway, I just wanted to say for like 1 second or two that we're democracy. You have traditional things, and every region has their own. So, but we are Democrats, right? These traditional rulers, they have to know their place. Obasanjo should do that in his region, and he has the oomph, the gravitas whatever you call it, to do that. He can't do that in the north, and he cannot do that in the southeast without criticism. He could do it, but he couldn't do it without criticism. So the way we're going to have to develop the country is exactly what he did there, reminding them that we're democracy. And then he would correct his section, and we should correct our section, and the North should correct their section. I believe that what Ganduje did there, even though he's a crook, was to bring that emirate to order over there with Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. So the Jewel.
I'm surprised you are saying this, Pansat, that the government should supersede monarchy.
Absolutely, democracy is the best form of government.
Yeah, but it's transient, isn't it? The powers are vested in this whatever it is. They are called these governors, head of states. Is transient, subjected to a time bar. But right. Monarchy, he's not only the custodian of the spirituality of his environment, it is a stool for life.
That's right, but you have to understand that the way they come into power is autocratic, it's bloody, it's by bloody monarchy, right? So their son will be a monarch, and it's in their family, like the British, what they have over there. The United States has demonstrated that that is rejected, right? We want representative democracy. So our government, our constitution, right, as shambolic as it is, supposed to emanate from the people, that is what we recognize. Now, there's been a hybrid. They try to live together, but it's largely ceremonial. Okay, it's in the other way. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the Constitution delegates powers. Whatever it doesn't delegate, it inures to the people. So the presidency is given some delineated powers. That's his power. That's their role. The House, the Senate, all those people are given their powers. The monarchy is ceremonial. It's traditional because we're a democracy. They have, Obasanjo could do that now. I do think it should be done with respect. It was done properly in this case. Obasanjo corrected his region. Ganduje reshuffled his region. It can still be, Obasanjo is like a statesman. If you attain that glory where you could talk to every region, that's what we're waiting for, a patriot who could talk to every region, but we don't have anybody like that. Obasanjo comes the closest, right? So we should have patriotic Nigerian who can tell the North something and tell the Southeast something and tell the Southwest something and the Jaws and everybody else. But we don't have anybody like that. So these monarchs should know that the state governor, who could remove them from office anyway, hire and remove. So I don't see it's no big deal. But when we discuss this, and I'll end with this, we should cement it. We should support it with respect, but don't go thinking what, for example, the Edos, they have all their thing in their monarch, or whatever it is they say, right?
Don't say that to what people say. He will come after you.
So what they do is like, well, that's not my king. I don't know who the hell he is. I mean,
oh God!
Pansat. You should respect your little age. Like if you have your face up there. Right. And you start talking. You're wearing a little scarf and
it was only.
No,
joking,
you don't joke with my thing. You don't make that joke.
All right, bye everybody.
Hold on, Passat. Why you all dressed up like Jack the Biscuit? What's the event?
I'm going to a wedding in what we call Orange County here, and it's about at least 45-minute drive. So I wanted to get a head start. Then after that, I'm going to an Igbo function. So when I leave you, I'm going to remove this hat and put on this Yoruba hat, which is the first thing I'm going to. And then...
Oh, you're going to a Yoruba event, and then from there to an Igbo event.
Igbo event. So
the hats will delineate. Right.
I didn't want to make Jewel mad that I'm wearing a Yoruba hat. So I took it off and put in the Igbo one. So
look. Are you allowed to wear that hat though? Because that's a chieftain hat, if I'm not mistaken. No, the one you have on now.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to wear that?
Even though I'm a Democrat, I respect the traditions. I'm a chief in that sense, but I'm a Democrat all to my bone, a Republican. So I'm entitled to wear this hat, yes. And but thank you for asking that question, which means you do know your stuff, right?
No, because I want to get one of those hats, the Igbo ones, but
Right.
and I want to wear it on stream, but I feel as though I'm not allowed.
Yeah, you are allowed. You're allowed. We don't have, you will be the arbiter of that. You be the judge. All of us we're all kings, right? We're Republican, right? So you if you wear this, that nobody's gonna query you or give you.
Nobody's gonna query you for what?
You're free to wear it as a Yoruba man and as a regular guy. Hoi polloi guy that you are, a peasant, right? That you can wear it.
No, you're stealing words from me. You didn't even know what a hoi polloi was until you heard it from
If
me.
you give me your address, next time I'm here, you give me address on your private session. I have your phone number. I'll send you a hat. All right.
Yeah, no, I feel I'm entitled to wear it if I'm gifted it. If I'm gifted it, but I don't feel I can go and buy it and just wear it.
Yeah, you
I
can.
feel somewhat. I feel the cultural appropriation, crossing the line and all of that. But if I was gifted it, then that opens that makes it.
If the Southwesterners understood the Igbos, they would love us because the way we view you guys is that
we love your women. We love your women. That's all.
I know you do, but if you understand the Igbos, you will know that we're brothers. We don't have any problem. You could go buy land in Igbo land. Sometimes they say you can't buy land and you have to afford it, buy it, live there, change your name, become an Igbo man, and they're gonna embrace you even the more. The more you say.
If I was an Igbo man, just looking at me now, if I was an Igbo man, what name would I bear?
Okay, first of all, let me say this: how does the Yoruba become an Igbo?
If I were an Igbo man,
I'm giving you. That would be good, but Buhari took that already. But here's what I'm saying to you, right? Do you know that? Do this test for me one day. Bring somebody who's a Yoruba, right? Let him kind of lose the accent a little bit, right? Maybe he speak like me or speak like anybody from anywhere, and all he has to do is to tell the truth, right? If he tells the truth, you cannot tell him apart from an Igbo man. Try, bring a Yoruba guy.
I think if I was an Igbo man, I would have been called a maker. I think I can carry off being an Emeka. Yes, yeah, I think so.
That would be a good name for you, but I'll take a fifth on that one. I'll tell you next time. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good show. I'm gonna be listening in my car.
All right, have fun. That's fans. That's fans.
If I could dial in, I'll dial in from the Yoruba event for you guys to see there.
All right, bring and have your camera on so we see what it looks like in Orange County.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Have fun. So that's Pansat.
Bye bye. Yeah.
That's Pansat double dipping into the boat culture. So that's Pansat double dipping. So back to you then, Des, and the flogging of the wayward man from Abeokuta.
I don't know for you. I deem you from today, Chinedu.
No, Maje. That one I rather be an aboki that they do.
You don't have that guy too much, so we can give you that name.
If the guy see me for street, if he deck me, because I go confront her for AY show one day. So that February, that election was a wild space. We'll look back on it and wonder what happened there.
What happened? But anyway, back to the conversation. I feel, like I said, Obasanjo was, keeping all those people straight and showing them, even actually a local government is more powerful than all these rulers, to be honest with you. In the Nigerian setting, right now, a local government chairman is has higher power than them, which is crazy. I mean, I don't subscribe to it as much because we had a better lifestyle back then. So I wouldn't say I'm much of a Democrat. That's why I said Nigeria's system, how Nigerian demography is, we should find something that works for us. Because I don't think that democracy, as is being done in America or every other places, is is gonna be okay or is better for us as a people, we have to find some sort of form of government to make things work. It's not working right now. It's that it has never worked for so many years, and I don't see it working in the nearest future. The power tussle is a lot. People are confused on who to follow. I don't know one man, but let's just hope things turn out. And what Obasanjo did, I don't criticize him. I feel like if he does it any other way, he would still be criticized. But I mean, it is what it is. One man.
All right, brilliant. Before I go on to someone else, what else caught your attention in the news today? What caught your attention?
I mean, nothing really. Just the whole still on showing Kasaga on on Dr. Damage's show. It was brutal today. I'm not gonna lie.
No, the red. Are you following this Mobad storyline? You are in that space.
Yeah,
Yeah, what happened there?
I'm not really following it. I mean, I'm not a musician. If Uptown was here, you should be
Yeah,
telling
but
us
you're
more.
within that age bracket, aren't you? The still
Now,
clubbing, partying sort of
one
people.
man, I'm old though. I mean, 32 not be 32. Don't they reach that side?
So
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 I'm
so
not
so,
still a
so
young man.
yeah, you're not following it.
No, I'm not following it at
Hmm.
all. But I heard it's something to do with what's this guy's name? This musician. I mean, I just said it's a cultist issue. I mean, Solomon should know more because I feel like he don't blend. So, um, one man, I don't know. Let me not just say what I don't know.
All right.
One man,
Woman, sorry, woman,
I will
please
talk
let me
about
just
it.
add
I will talk
something.
about it.
That's why
I
you
will talk
doing like
about it.
this now. I don't. What do you mean by blend? Why are
I'm
you
just
behaving like
joking,
this?
bro.
No, no, no.
Well,
I
I
understand,
did
but
joke.
please, people might just come and misunderstand what you just said. Please,
What does blend even mean? You know that went over
I mean
my
that is
head.
what I'm even asking him to know. Because why even intruded in this talk is because of the fact that he said his cultist issue, and he now said Solomon. Why Solomon? I don't know anything. Oh, please, bro. Please, sorry.
And one man, and the issue there is that let me allow Des to talk, then I'll talk on the mobile issue. It's a space, I'm a negotiator, and we'll talk about it. Just let Des finish. We'll talk about it.
All right. We do it in this order. That still has the floor. We go to Darati, who might be leaving us soon, and then we come to you after. So Des, still the spill over from that Tinubu space, not Tinubu, Shoyinka space, like you said on Rudolph's. It's just the level of abuse. I was there for a microsecond, but it was just the usual abuse, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was the usual abuse. At this point, I don't know. Nobody should take Chowinka's, literacy, what he has achieved away from him. But I feel like you can see the
I left that
sense
space
of
when they were starting to somewhat diminish that. What has he written? What is
no,
his
that is.
contribution to Nigeria? Well, I think he wrote enough to get a Nobel Prize, and that Nobel Prize added prestige. Anyway, it's I don't know.
I think it's quite wrong of anybody that is saying that he hasn't written something, good, or he hasn't contributed, some sort of thing in the Nigerian space. But when it comes to his moral, sense, that's where you have to argue that he's not saying the right things, and he should be neutral at this point of his life, because
If he had said something complimentary to Peter Obi, would you have still insisted that it should have been neutral?
no, one man, there is a way. If I was old and I don't want people to attack me in either way, I would, if I was as intelligent as him, I'm not even claiming to be half as intelligent as him. I would have found a kind of a
What
middle
about a
ground.
quarter? Are you a quarter as intelligent as him? A quarter?
I don't know.
Okay.
I would find a middle ground, in order to I don't know. I feel like me myself, I would find a middle ground to say something that wouldn't offend either side. That's just what I'm saying. You shouldn't always go outright attacking and somehow saying lying. I would say I would even go as far as lying in that statement, because when you make a statement such as a regional, I would say okay, now that is an outright lie, which everybody knows. So I don't know why
But
he's
no,
doing
but
that to himself.
the party agrees with him as well. This is Arabambi. Peter Obi truly lost presidential election. Arabambi backs Shoyinka, and in the readout, Arabambi goes on to confirm that Peter Obi effectively regionalized that party.
I mean, if you regionalized it, then the election proved all this thing wrong. I mean, it wasn't a regional. We have a lot of Yoruba and northern people in that party, so we can't say it's a regional. We know who is the campaign whatever manager is or DG they call it. So you can't say it's regional. So that's why I said if you have to be coming out to talk something, just try and be objective a little bit. Don't just come out and say whatever. I mean, people are smart. People are wiser now. So I'm just saying that yes, a lot of people are not. It's not being fair to him, but I feel like some of the things he said, he deserves it, and I don't think anybody should be attacking his writings and his literature. Yeah.
Yeah, are you anxious that this thing should come to an end so that we can just move on with our lives? This election took place in February, so March, April, May, June, July, August, September is what 6-7 months ago now, and it's still being fought as though we were still at the campaign phase. Is it
It's
starting to
not.
wear? It's starting to wear on me somewhat. Is it starting to wear on you? Is it wearing you down? This on the
And
P2B everywhere you go.
if
Just
I if I'm too in induced or in tune to it, then yeah. But I'm thinking of a lot of things now. But I don't think it's going anywhere, one man. As much as I hate to say it, because what I see happening is he's still gonna come out as long as Tinubu is doing the wrong things. There is always going to be.
yeah, but that is by your estimation, though. A lot of people will tell you that is getting it right, and a lot of people will tell you that is getting it wrong. So
I
that
mean,
assessment seems somewhat politicized. People
not
people
really,
people
one
agree or
man.
disagree with how it's governing based on their political leanings.
I don't see nobody will come out and say Buhari. I can tell you that 90% of Nigerians will categorically say that Buhari ruined their lives as of now, whether they have APC or whatever. So if Tinubu goes the same route, I don't think you or anybody that supported Tinubu will still keep saying, "Oh, he's the best." Or you have to find a way and like no, this is going, this is because coming
Yeah,
out
but
of hand.
there is nothing to suggest that is going the wrong route. As why are you even saying route? We say route in Nigeria. Have you turned American completely now? Is that American English? Route is
I
route,
think
isn't it? That's
it's
you,
route
you
we
you
call it here.
Americans. You've bastardized the English language completely. It's route, not route. But there's nothing to suggest that it's going the wrong route. You know, and there's
Um,
everything to suggest that it's going in the right direction.
you can't say that. Kolata, his favorite man, has come out and told you some places he doesn't like what he's doing. So you
Yeah,
can't
of
really
course,
say
he's not
that.
going to get it 100% right, but
Thank
broadly,
you.
largely, he is getting it right.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm saying. As long as he keeps getting something wrong, there is always going to be, oh, there should
Oh,
have been this
all right,
person that would
yes,
have got it better. That's what
yeah.
I'm saying. There's
No, no,
always
I
going
agree
to be
with you.
that
That's
topic.
the nature of opposition, actually. The nature of opposition is to try and diminish and play down whatever it is that's the government. So what is going on is exactly right, actually, because
Yeah,
that is the nature of opposition, yes.
it is normal. So
Yeah.
let's just hope Nigeria turns out to be great, one man. Let's hope Tinubu does better, better than Buhari. Because if it does worse,
Is that
maybe
not a low bar, though, to say better than Buhari is that where we are now, you know?
I mean, it's where we are, though. It's where we are, though.
Buhari is enough. Oh, God.
Better than Buhari is enough right now, to be honest. We're still hoping. I'm sure that everybody in Nigeria is praying to God that everything turns out right, one man. But let the intellectuals, try and be objective when they talk. That's just what I would say.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. Well said. Stay with us, Des. So stay with us, Des. Let's move the conversation to Darati, who may not be with us for that long. So Darati, you're up next. Speak to us. The conversation or whatever it is that is foremost in your thoughts.
Yes, thank you, Oman. Thank you, everybody on the platform. Good evening to everyone. Please like and share. It's good to be on the platform again, speaking to these loads of intellectuals on this platform. So, it is the issue of Obasanjo that was spoken about yesterday. I was around for some time, so I listened to Ogbeni. I listened to Baba and so many Baba Ajali Koko and many other people that spoke about it. But one thing I just felt that Baba Obasanjo shouldn't have done is that you should have used a word, look for a subtle way to do that. You see, that is an head that is aching. It's not about cutting it out that would solve that particular ailment. So Baba, I believe, is an elder statesman, an international man, and he should also know that he should be a custodian of our law, of our cultures and traditions. I saw a video. I think I sent a video like that to you, man, where Ambassador Yemi Farabi was saying that Baba was out of order. Baba is in a class of his own. He's in a class of his own, no doubt about that. But what he did yesterday did not go well with our culture. And I heard people talking about it yesterday when he specifically told us. And I with the little knowledge I know about chieftaincy affairs and stuff like that, I know that in the hierarchy of power, even local government. I serve in a local government. I was posted to a local government while I was serving before. Then I got another sub posting to another company. So I know that at the local government level, the harbors in that particular local government, they will domicile. They will come to the local government and they will have to come and have a meeting with the local government chairman. So I understand that. But do you also know that people should know that whatsoever level of westernization we might have gone through or democratize ourselves one way or the other, our culture is still our culture. And if you look at it, we're talking about Ganduje did this, did that. Nobody will tell you not to do it. Go and check those guys that did that thing. Look at what happened to their political career. They paid dearly for it. And you can see what piece. Anytime you talk about the Oba of Benin, you can see how he responds. That is how we are Africans. That's how it resonates with us. So they will punish you. The people will punish you for it. The law might specify it, but I can tell you the people will punish you. Look at what happened in Kano. Where is Ganduje? If not because Tinubu tried to help him out with this, and because of his loyalty to him, he was going up and down. He really did a lot of work for him, for this APC. You know that Ganduje is already almost out of the equation in the political calculations of Kano State. Though he did it. Nobody said he did not do it. I mean, he did it. He was successful. He dethroned the king. But there was a backlash. You can see NNP, not even PDP. NNPP came and swept him off. I can tell you almost a very good percentage of those guys that voted against him might be not saying some of these things because they don't play with their culture also and their traditions. The same thing happened in Oyo State. I don't know where one man really, you were following the news. The former governor of Oyo State, Ajimobi, divided the Ibadan throne, Olubadan throne, to the chiefs and insulted them on several occasions. Do you know what happened to him? He lost the senatorial ambition. Not only that, he lost all the. In fact, they lost. APC lost woefully. They lost in different areas. I mean, although they won some senatorial district, but he himself lost. He was the only one that lost among the senatorial APC senatorial candidates. He lost out.
Darate? Oh, okay. I think Darate dropped. So I think Darate dropped. So Darate, come back. You have the link. Joel, you're up next. After Joel, we come to you, Solomon. So Joel,
one man, before you go, we'll go ahead with Solomon. Then I'll maybe after Solomon, then I can come in, please.
All right, Dylan. Okay, so Solomon, you're up next then. So Solomon, kick it off with what caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. And those in the comment section. Yeah, please like, share, and subscribe. Yesterday, nothing really caught my attention. It's just this, like that news desk talked about that guy, and who else again? Nothing much, woman. Yeah. Then this people going back at coming back like the Oluwo Owu or something of one of the
Iwo?
lands.
Yeah, of Iwo. Oluwo of Iwo, yeah.
Well, yeah, getting back at OBJ and all that. Yeah, I don't really have much to say concerning this, but what I have to say is just that it's very bad that we are just this colonial stuff has just taken over us, and it's really really bad that we even though Ogbeni explained things to us yesterday, but it just shows that we've embraced the Western culture. To be honest with you, in the sense that if it's the way these colonial masters using colonizing us, the kind of way they did their rule over us, that is what they left behind, and we still stick to it. And it's really bad. It's just certain places, especially like the north, that are still conservative to an extent. They are still trying, and due to the fact that their religion they've already gotten exposed to their religion before the colonial master came, so they don't really they are not really stuck, or they are not really on this colonial things, on these rules and things the colonial masters introduced us to. So it's really bad. And like I will join Mr. Darati to comment what piece for the way he stands for the Oba. You see the way he just told Mr. Passat not to use those kind of words for the Oba. That is how it's supposed to be. This traditional, the way this tradition, even the traditional rulers are meant to, they were supposed to just be people that really would have respect for, as in they will have regard for. But it's very bad and unfortunate that because of the word, should I say, because of democracy or because of westernization, we just disrespect or just talk anyhow
Solomon,
towards this
let
people.
me ask you a
Yeah.
question, Solomon.
Yeah.
Do you think that Nigeria, even let me even go far out, say Africa is practicing democracy? Because I say all other countries that practice democracy, you can't see king like in America, where the king there be, where the queen be, or someone that is ruling within the state. You can't see such in most democratic countries. So that's why I say, do you think we are practicing democracy in Nigeria? Because you can see all these emir or whatever, they can even tell their subordinate to do something against the law, and they will do it. So I don't know what we are practicing in Nigeria, to be honest. Do you think
let me add on to that, and then you can answer it in one swoop. Do you think, in addition to what they said, do you think Nigeria and Africa is suited to Western style democracy?
Woman, to the answer to me, the way I would answer this question is that this the way America came about, the way the America is made, as in they formed America, or is not the same way Africa has already like most places like not everywhere in Africa, they've already had their own this thing way of life, and they've already had the way of doing things, even though they were archaic, or things that are not really they were very brutal on the people. But okay, the white man came with his own. There are certain things you are supposed to still reserve. There are still certain ways you are supposed to still be conservative in doing certain things. There are certain things you should still regard. Do you understand? And when we talk about independence, the white man, let me just assume that the independence is just like your eyes getting cleared, seeing okay, they've already introduced you to certain way of life, like into certain things like technology and all that. You see them, then you don't need you just take the ones that would innovate, you can use to innovate the way of your of living. And the other ones, we are human beings, we should be able to think for ourselves, know that certain things are meant to be, as some things are not meant to be practiced from these people. Why there are certain things like China now, you see, even Mr. Workplace that is in Japan, you see those people, they still, he comes here and he tells you that they go for certain Thanksgiving, certain things they do, traditional things they do there, and these people are still leading in technology, leading innovation.
So are you suggesting that we should have a hybrid, because that's where the narrative is now? Clearly, we're not suited to the Western style democracy. Clearly, we're not. But equally, the monarchical system that we had traditionally, where we deferred to a monarch like a godlike person, that's not suited to any form of living. So what we should have, would you suggest, is a hybrid, something that recognizes the right of individuals in determining who governs them, but not quite the full stretch of that Americanized democracy.
Exactly.
So, should we not really evolve a hybrid system of ourselves, paying homage to that, but not adopting it wholesale?
Exactly. Not adopting everything that the Western world is doing. They are doing, even in UK here. You saw how,
because I don't know where democracy has worked in Africa. Can you name one country that democracy has worked in Africa?
One man, those countries that we feel that democracy has worked is just countries that their leaders were just good. Their leaders were people that really cared about
Take Rwanda. He has changed
Exactly.
the constitution to be president for life. Take Uganda. He has changed the constitution to be president for life. Take Eritrea. He has changed the constitution to be president for life. A little bit Ghana, but a lot of rigging there. And look at Nigeria. We cannot even agree that this system works.
Yeah, woman, you see this thing, boy, you see that way now is they are trying to turn it to almost a monarchical system. That is a system like Monica, a way that they as one person is ruling. This Africa, we are the way we are different from these white people. So we can't use the same system or the way that they do things there to do our certain things, especially in this governance especially in governance. I don't think, because we are different people. So we are like for me, when we talk about self actualization, I feel like it's not just we don't need to adopt everything about these people 100%. We don't need to. If what we should even do is, what we should adopt from them is like I said earlier, their technology, the way their innovation. That is what we should copy from them. But in the system of ruling us, as in terms of the way we govern ourselves here, there should be another way. And I agree with you that it should be in a hybrid way or something like that. And you see in UK there, you see the way they still do things. They are still very conservative. They still regard certain things that they not certain things. Almost everything
You know that the king is the head of state in the UK, not with any powers, of course. He doesn't have any single power. But before a prime minister can take the full legal position of the country, he has to go to the king, previously the queen, to get his or her consent to govern.
You see, and these people are even they are even the ones practicing they just see. We till the day, let me tell you something. Till the day we Africans, we black people, really start to think for ourselves, I think Africa will be good, and we'll stop using what somebody introduced us to. Even though there are certain things somebody will introduce you to, you on your own should be able to evaluate them, know the one that is good, and know the one that will be good for you, and know the one that will be destructive to you. So that is what we need. And I like the way the northern Nigeria, like, see that in OBJ did in yesterday or day before yesterday. He can't do it. He can't do it in the north. And look at Wike the other time when he was governor, what he was embarrassing a traditional ruler, telling him that this is Madam Fodio Cap. It's embarrassing. Just humiliated that guy there. Even if you want to, as we know that there is this way that they do things, the traditional ruler and the people in government, the way they do things, you can do these things in private than humiliating these people outside. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. And I really like the way they do their own, how conservative, even the way they talk, the other day as I was talking here, I was, even though I was kind of I'm not really happy with him, the way he spoke about Southeast in a way. I know, but I got things in what he was saying. He said not to come and be speaking big grammar, and it's just common sense. So when we need to get ourselves, we need to realize ourselves as black people. And but to me, I feel it's getting late already. It's late already. We should just I don't know, but it's late already for us. That is just what I'm saying.
What is late for us? Late
because we've already gotten drawn into this Western way of life. To be honest with you, everybody that is majorly the southern Nigeria. The northern people in America, in the Western world, they are still conservative. They still as in maybe actually it's because of their religion anyway. It is because of their religion. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. So let me go on from you, Solomon. And with your permission, everyone else, let me go to Paddy, only because Paddy has not been here for months. Just to quickly catch up with him. Paddy, what happened? Did you go on holiday? Paddy? Rotimi?
Yeah. Hello, one man.
How are you? Not too bad.
Yeah, awesome. Holiday, no, just business, pretty much.
Yes, making that dollar, be.
Yeah, we're trying, and every now and then I try to catch up, but I try to catch up with the show after it is streamed, you know.
Oh, you sound like you're in motion. Are you going somewhere or are you coming back from somewhere?
No, I'm just trying to close the blind so that the kid noise won't affect my conversation with you. I'm trying to block myself away from them.
All right. So what's your entry point into the conversation? Is it the flogging of Wole Soyinka, the Obasanjo flogging the Yoruba heritage, or Peter Obi still claiming he has a mandate? Or what's foremost for you?
Okay, I think maybe I should start with the Obasanjo's piece. Personally, I think I would say, for me, I'm a bit conflicted. You know, a part of me is, for what happened. Another part of me is against. The part that's against is the sentiment that has currently been expressed by yourself, by Solomon, by a few people, even people who would think that what he did is not, he shouldn't have done it, blah, 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 because of our monarchy, our kings, honoring them, our traditional culture, all these 1648 principles, right? And I think one of the things that I'm not a fan of is progress. And I think one thing that I always say that I always
You're not a fan of progress. Did I hear that?
no. One thing that I'm a fan of is progress.
Is progress, all right?
Yeah. So because we are evolving, I think even our forebears understood this, even within the Yoruba pantheon or even our traditional pantheon, is that progress is something that we are allowed to evolve into our ways. I think it's because of the people who are living today wouldn't feel who for some reason or the other something doesn't go their way. They're the ones who always push back for us to revert to what they think was the style back then. Many of the people who are asking for us to go back to the monarchical days of yesteryears would wish for something else if we go back and live those days. And one thing I always say is that many of the people who lived at that time, they found it easier for them to transition. Not all of them, but quite a number of them found it easier for them to transition into something that they thought was better. Especially the fact that hierarchy was something that was very prevalent. So if you are not from the class, if you are not from that top class, either close to the king or if you're a chief or whatnot, if you're a commoner, very many sentiments were not easy for you. You either had to, you always have to play, common fiddle. And then so what democracy has done is to give the common man also a stay, or a say rather, to give them a say. And I think that's the part that I understand that people aren't looking at. So it's easy for people to support even the Northerners that we always reference. They were colonized. This style that they are using, the Arabization of them is what we are seeing. So we say, oh, look at them, they are holding on to their culture. So that's not their culture. The culture was forced.
A lot of people don't actually know that the northern culture that we have in the northern parts of Nigeria is not. It's actually an Arabian culture, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Because they were animist and atheist, just like the rest of us, which was the predominant Hausa culture.
Yeah.
Until they were subsumed by the Arabian culture, which is now their adaptation now. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, you're spot on, woman. So if in whatever we think that they're doing, it's just and if
in fact, so apologies, we don't even see any residues of their original culture within their now culture anymore. But sorry, Rotimi, carry on.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, I think it was just recently I was trying to even start consuming some of the northern history, of them, trying to see what used to happen in old Mali before Arab came, what used to happen in old Sokoto before Arab came, and there's almost no blueprint of it. Even their art and craft has almost been washed away. And I think maybe that's like where the Yoruba culture has somewhat been able to succeed to an extent. But I will say something, just a little bit, and then I'll go back to the topic, is that I think one thing that I found out in my research is that the likes of Nupe, Bogu, the old Malian Empire, all those places that kind of move further down, what we retain within the Yoruba culture is also somewhat a mix of everything within the Wolof. When Arab came, right, many of them indeed moved down south, and we were able to retain some of them. So if you look at even in our Tara culture, they also had those arts as well too. They had all the crafting and bronze making, and they had that craft of making figurines. But Arab cleansed everything away, and then some of them retained that. We in the south were able to retain it. So when you see all those figurines, our terracotta art, our bronze artworks, people in the north also did the same thing, but they've lost it. The only thing they're able to retain is just their fabric attire, the way they their facial scarification, maybe a little bit of their their nomadic nature. But even their name, many of them are almost wiping off their names and replacing them with Arabic names. But that's not the point. So I feel like, yes, there's that bit that it's losing, right? The part of me that is indifferent, or maybe more like for what Obasanjo did, is and this is arguable, is because these people are also, they are quasi civil servants. And one reason I'm saying so is they're low down the pecking order of government. Many of them are political. In fact, all of them are almost political appointees. Even if the local town selects them based off of every culture, maybe based on lineage or something, the government can fire them. So they're being paid by the government. The governor is paying them. The governor can fire them. They almost don't have any particular say. Their laws are not final. They are not in the constitution. They're just honorary titles. So why do we expect that they don't give honor to whom honor is due? If you get what I mean. Obasanjo is a grand patron of Nigeria, the former commander in chief. So they should give courtesy and stand up when he walks in and sit down. Also, he's also a Yoruba chief. Even within the Yoruba.
Hold on. Do you have a screen in front of you? They should give courtesy. They should give courtesy to Obasanjo by standing up.
Yeah. So you know the courtesy of when you walk into a podium, and because Obasanjo is also an elder.
The Obas should give courtesy.
So yes, woman.
To Obasanjo.
Yes.
All right. Before you say another word, watch this.
Gbogbo àwọn commissioner tó jókòó múlẹ̀ ẹ̀gọ́ aláàfin wa sépò tó fi ń sílẹ̀ kò ní dá fún owó yín. Ẹ wò mí tí mo dé dìde kẹ́ dọ̀bálẹ̀ ṣé torí sẹ́tẹ̀ gbà lọ́dọ̀ rẹ̀. Ìwọ gómìnà yìí nígbà tèmi ti ń lọ ọkọ̀ tí mo wà ní insurance tí mo ti ń lọ ọkọ̀. Ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jáde secondary school òun wáṣẹ́ tó ṣe. 1948.
So there it is. That's your response from the. That was how we used to be, and that is how we want it. We don't want some rascally governor that went to canvass for votes to supersede a monarch. Do we? Is that what we want?
Okay, so one man, yeah. If you look carefully into that particular clip you just shared, one of the things that the monarch was using isn't just his office, was also using his age, right? To say and also to the regard that because the position itself is also political, so they are all playing politics. A governor wants to run for office, or a senator or a congressman. They'll go to the same obas and solicit votes from them, ask them to speak to the youth, and those ones will sway the votes of the youth, and then the youth will vote them in. So it's almost as though when you need me, when you need us, will come to us and pander to us. Once you get into office, you almost don't acknowledge us anymore, right? And the reason why I said they should do that to Obasanjo it's not because of him just being an ordinary man. It's because Obasanjo, as mentioned, Obasanjo was, he's an elder statesman. In the ranking order of government, Obasanjo supersedes them. So I get the sentiment of, yes, we used to be a monarchical system, blah, blah, blah. But unfortunately, that's not what we have today. And these guys know it. They get their pay from the government. So the part where they're involved in the hierarchy of government, the grand scheme of governance, is probably maybe marriage, to settle land disputes and the likes. But nonetheless, no matter how much dispute they make, that dispute can be taken to a judiciary court based off of the judiciary arm, and whatever they say is not final. So these people also, too, like I said before, they can be fired by the governor. The governor will say, "Look, I fired this Oba," and that's it. Nothing happens. Point blank, simple. So if they themselves has already established that an office that is more supreme to them, then they should give honor to that office. Now, here's the counter argument to that. If the Obas still feel like they don't want that to be done anymore, all they need to now do is to fight for, or either a protest or fight maybe a bill within their local House of Assembly, such that governors will no longer be able to fire them. But in the grand scheme, they are just ceremonial. They're just ceremonial chiefs. They're ceremonial. They don't do anything. I mean, how many people even go to them to get married? The only time the most of them have any say is during land disputes. During communal clashes, they almost can't do anything. They can't summon the police. They can't summon the judiciary. Their testimonies don't even hold waters. What they use them for is just organized political thugs. During the election is when you see them panel to them. This same Obasanjo, if you remember, I've gone to prostrate before an Oni before, or is it Alake or Alafin? One of those.
We saw him prostrate to the even newly in the
Oni
new
said.
Oni, yes, the new Oni.
Exactly. So to that context, Obasanjo will go to prostrate to the Oni of it. Obasanjo is respecting the title, but the people that we saw there are just chiefs. Even though they call themselves Oba or whatever it is, they're ballers. They're not recognized. They're not constitutionally recognized like the Oba of Benin or Sultan of Sokoto or Emir or Onife or they're not those. They're not any of those bigs. These are
Rotimi, to what the Oluwo of Iwo said that he couldn't do that to the emirs. Can you imagine? Obasanjo telling the Sultan of Sokoto to stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. Can you imagine that?
Okay, so how many emirs do we have? And let me pronounce it like Ajale Koko. Emirs do we have?
You'll be monitoring Ajale
Koko. So I mean, we don't have those. That's number two. The emirs don't always find themselves going to public offices like this. So if you look at the way they stack themselves there, they came to an event. The event has a protocol, right? The emirs, because look, if Obasanjo should come to the palace of the emir, he will do it differently. If Obasanjo goes to the palace of the Oni, he will do it differently. But when you come to a function, you go by the protocols of that function. Again, like I said, the people that were there are not all kings. If you ask random Yoruba people to mention 3 people that they saw there, they won't be able to mention them. We don't even know their titles. Those are those people that usually put fancy plate tags on their cars, in driving one small Toyota Prius and put Oba of Ikate. Those are not the people that we revere. Even the commoners on the road, the people saying so. If those people don't go with convoys, or if they hit you on the car, you fight them on the road for hitting your cars. Those are the people who organize Oro Festival, organize masquerade, sell lands, call thugs to beat you for. Yeah, they will take your land and push you all the way back. We don't even regard them every day in normal street communities. They don't. So those are the people he asked. So again, remember I said that I have double conflict. So there's a part of me who understands the sentiment of it, right? But because I also understand that these guys that we saw there are not that's not the Oni, that's not the Alafin, that's not the Alake. So for those, as far as I'm concerned, even though they call themselves Obas, they are more often than not chiefs and ballers. And I mean, I don't know, maybe other people who are non-Yoruba who understand chiefs and ballers. They only call themselves Obas because it's fancy enough, so they can put it on their tag on their license plates. They don't even, but they don't. So, but again, like I said, they are under the office of the government. So if you fall under the salary of a civil servant, if your salary is pegged, then you are not, you can claim it, but it's not who you are. So I think that's the part of me that's like, look, these guys are just trying to be fancy. The real people that the Constitution ordains, Obasanjo would not have said so, because we've seen Obasanjo prostrate, go ground flat to the Oni. So, but to the chiefs, I think he's fine saying such. That's just the conflict that I have. Even though I get the sentiments that, yes, it felt a little bit on the extreme side because of the sentiment of we wanting to, revere what we call our monarchies. But then all of us that revere them, when we buy land and this same monarchy, these monarchs come to take our land and push us to the back or sell our land to somebody else, who do we call? We call police to come and arrest them, and the police arrest them and put them in jail. So even the commoners don't regard them. Then why are we expecting Obasanjo to regard them? I think that's my point to that.
All right. What else are you looking at? Let me actually play you a clip because, of course, matters still are not totally settled within the Nigerian presidential election. Watch this.
I shall not let down Nigerians because with the support of my brother justices.
We can't hear anything.
Can't hear the
okay,
video.
then.
One man.
I think it's actually more the reading out. But let me stop it. So that's essentially Justice Ariwola. Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello, one man. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No, I can't. I'm struggling to hear you.
I can hear myself in your background.
Hello, one man.
Yeah, I can hear you. But
there's a delay or something. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. How are you? Are you well? Look at that. We've lost Rotimi. This is it. All this American system is not fit for purpose at all. Let's try Rotimi one more time. All right. Let's move the conversation on and let's move it in the direction of. I think we've lost Joel. So let's move it in the direction of Adewale. See if he's ready. Adewale, are you there?
I'm right here. I've been with you right from the beginning.
Ogagba, how far?
I'm doing great. I'm heading from San Antonio to Houston.
To do what? Is it party time for you as well?
No, I went to visit someone and I'm heading back.
Right. All right. Rudolph doesn't approve of people, but we approve of it. If you are using wireless, then why not? That's the whole purpose of it. But yes, what are you looking at in the news today, Dewale?
Nothing really. I haven't really looked at the Nigerian daily, so I've not really have a grasp. I think I checked the social media, especially the X. And that actually sounds half. Twitter is the best. I don't know. The owner himself is also awful. Anyway, what I found most trending the most is that young man. I'm trying to call Mobad.
Mobad, yes. What's going on there? That Joel was meant to fill us in, but I think he dropped temporarily. What's going on there with Mobad?
I've been trying to get a grasp of everything, but it's just that the story itself is kind of like not straightforward. The young man happens to have been with a guy called Naira Marley, and by the way, I don't listen to their music, but I'm just curious the reason why his death brings so much, so much noise on the social media for the past 2 days now. Um, He was with the Naira Marleys. They were all friends. There was a time they were all arrested, for peddling uh, controlled substance, especially marijuana. They were arrested by the NDLA, paraded on the television. This young man was also involved. And since that time, it's been one trouble to another. And he left our record and went to be with another young man called Larry, something Larry or so. And there were a lot of reports about some of the activities of that young man called Larry that has been, involved in some sort of shady things. Some are saying that he's more of a occultic group or movement. Some are saying that they've been acting more or less like a thug and Obasanjo, came and dissociated himself from the young man called Larry. There were also reports that the young man that died is also, having a mental health issue. as a result of his, you know, his career not really picking up the way he expected to be. So, but when I listened to his father granted an interview to one of these online television uh, channel, and he was talking about some of the things that happened between the deceased and his friends. That I think there was an altercation before his demise, and he was rushed to the hospital, and he was called to the location. But before then, he was showing some form of, nausea and throwing up and all that. But there were also some online or some audios, that are also trending on online that the same man called Larry was speaking to somebody on the phone, you know, adjusting to the demise of this young man. That the case closed, no case to answer, or something like that. It was more or less like a conspiracy theory. But by and large, the some of his fans believe that he was killed, not by accident. They were even showing some pictures, in his where he was placed in the casket, the way his neck was positioned. Sort of conspiracy. Can't really authenticate, the truthfulness of some of those stories. But they wanted the authorities to investigate that young man called Larry, that he knows enough about the man and about his musical career as well, that he was actually killed. Also, there was also another video that surfaced online of Naira Mali, saying that people should appreciate him for the effort being put into him not becoming uh, a serial killer. You know, it was just too much of a mess, and I'm trying to have.
There's a video trending online of him being beaten up, hit on the head somewhat.
Mhm. As a matter of fact, there was another video, where he was having a video shoot of one of his music, and they said that Larry and his some of his thugs invaded the venue and beat them, and also, how they've been harassing those young people. I think the lesson to learn from all this is that entertainment industry is a very, very I don't know, slave master kind of, organizations kind of. And if someone's not careful, uh, some of these young upcoming artists will be taken for granted. And it's not just here; it happens even in America, even you know, in America. And people need to learn. If you are going for, you're a good artist, you sing well, and you know you have to go in when you are signing the contract with a very good lawyer that have your interest. But because of enthusiasm and exuberance, some of these young fellows, they told the line of just let me train. I'll find my path in the process. It doesn't work that way. Some of them learn quickly. They told the path of, yeah, I have to establish myself. I have to start doing things for myself. Alamide is one of those that fall into that category. He left the label that he was signed into and established his own and started signing out these young ones. I mean, look at Ashake. Today now, Ashake is trending, right?
Is
So
Ashake under Olamide stable?
I believe it's still on that YBN label. I believe so. Uh, but at the same time, he let him fly, right? So it's just what it is. But by and large, I think it should be a lesson, lesson learned for all these upcoming artists that now that they can make money, they can, music is more commercial and other than just a passion. They can make money, but at the same time, think about their future. Some of them will really go in with lawyers, and also some scrupulous lawyers too will be in connivance with some of these labels. And will sign the contract in perpetuity with them and exploit them. I mean, look at this young man called this troublesome called the Zazu Cronians. What is his name again?
Portable. Yes,
Yeah.
I like that guy, you know, not for his music. I don't know anything about his music. It's just his wild, you know, amiable ways, you know.
The young man called Portable, he's like a basketball. He's very, very loquacious. He won't keep quiet. And I also believe that he's the one of his producer then was almost taking advantage of him when he spoke up, and he broke the internet. Then he was training at that time, but the guy was learned that he needs to be in charge of his own money, in charge of his own destiny. And he's still trying, but he's a troubled young fellow, but he seems to have a grasp of what he's getting involved with. So, but this one this young man that died, I think the upcoming artists need to learn from the fact that they should be careful of who they are associating with, who is going to help them to train or to be there where they dreamt of being, because not everything is about trending. Sometimes they said success is like it's like a pregnancy. Nobody, not everybody know how many times you be fucked. Pardon my French. And success is always sweet because people will come around you. And like when you are, you're struggling and hustling, nobody will care about who you are. So that's what I know about him, and that's the only thing I've seen trending online. But I've not really read except the carousel of the thing that people are talking about the conspiracy, the propaganda about what happened during the alphabet and how it was instrumental in establishing alphabet in Lagos State when it was a commissioner of economic planning and budgeting and all that. I think it's a shame that we read so much into appointment of some of our best
Is that
in the land.
is that being spun as a negative because Alpha Beta is a success story in Lagos State? So
It
so
was Alphabeta was a success story. The fallout between the MD and the Lagos State, and also slash Tinubu, was what brought this unnecessary propaganda about what the Alpha Beta did. Before Alpha Beta was introduced or brought forward, Lagos State was like a hemorrhage. I'm a witness to what was going on in Lagos State. I knew how much, and like I said before, some of the general hospitals in Lagos State can be self-sustained. The money that they're generating on a daily and monthly basis can easily pay off salary of their workers and maintain those facilities. I'm saying that categorically because I witnessed it. But human being, human character, wherever you put human being, especially we in Nigeria, we kind of like, I think it's genetic. So they brought this alpha beta was incorporated and brought it forward. And what was their main missions? To help Lagos State grow economically. And they know that not every, corporate organization pay taxes. We all know, but the Lagos State inner revenue was the shadow of itself. It's just there for for just being there. Every time they audit, of course, they will go into deal with those companies and pay peanuts, pay into the account of those the big men, and little will go to the government cover. So Alpha Beta established that they have to audit. So every now and then that they make proposal to the Lagos State about who they've audited and how much they are going to pay. Of course, more or less like an consultancy, they pay them, right? Even with the federal income tax, sorry, corporate income tax and value added tax that some of the commercial banks were collecting on behalf of the federal government. People collect money. I make money from doing that when I was in banking. So for every manifest that we prepare and take to the CBN, get some little jara from it because we are the one more or less doing the marketing, right? So Alpha Beta was not left behind. They too were also getting paid because it was an agreement between the Lagos State and. But you see, where it becomes issue is when Tinubu was involved about money exchanging hand and how much has to money going from one company to another. And the likes of Body Judge today still believe that what is it called? Alpha Beta was incorporated to siphon money from Lagos State. I can't speak to that if money actually exchanged hand between them. and the former executive governor at that time. But it was successful because Lagos was able to at least realize a huge amount of revenue from that. So, but Cardoso now being invited to help him establish and grow the economy of the country. Um, the only qualms that I have about it is the fact that I was expecting that at least we have somebody from, let's say, from Cross River, some minority somewhere, maybe a thief man or Benue man.
Yeah, that's the criticism. The
Yeah,
quality of Cardoso is gold standard, is A
correct,
plus. But
correct.
just the amount of Yorubas and also then narrowing to his 1999 team from Lagos, there's just too many of them. Just too
Yeah.
many of them. We
But
had Yemi Oshibanjo, we've had Fashola, we have Alake, we have Cardoso, we have Ngige, who was also. Is it only Tinubu's team from 1999 that can rule the country?
yeah, well, maybe if I could play devil's advocate on this behalf, sometimes you want to establish a president, you have to bring in people that can help you establish, and to some extent, then others will now take over from because you've worked with them, they understand how you operate, right? But this is talking about the entire nation. This is not just Southwest. You can't continue to put in people from your region only to help you grow. There are some other competent hands from other minority, settled in the country. So they are not to be seen as being, marginalized in others part of the country. I think it should balance it. You in your read out earlier, you mentioned another politician. I think that was appointed to economic planning under vice president in office. So if am I correct with that? A Yoruba man.
Yes,
Yeah.
Tokpe Fashewu or something
Five,
like that.
five, three.
Yeah.
So, exactly. So, to me, I just believe that it shouldn't be sectionalized. It shouldn't be one way road. It should be spread across the country. I understand that the trust issue is a big deal when it comes to people helping because you never know there might be a saboteur you know in the cabinet or very close to you, and you don't want that at the inception of your administration. But not to give room to some of these propagandists and all that, you need to spread it across. But by and large, Cardoso's appointment is, I think, it's well suitable for that position, and hopefully he'll be able to operate and help him grow what he has called him to do. But that's the only thing I think I have going up. There's any other thing I can chip in and let the other.
All right, brilliant. I think Rotimi rejoins us. A better. He's now rejoined us twice, so I'm not quite sure which. Rotimi say something. Let's know which one is which. Rotimi. Paddy rather. All right. Let's take the conversation on, and then let's move in the direction of Baba, who is also with us. So Baba, you're up next. Everybody's connection a bit funky today, but Baba always trustworthy. Baba.
Yeah, one man. I can
Yes.
hear you loud and clear.
Brilliant. That's the one thing. We always have a good connection with Baba. You should all aspire to be as wealthy as Baba. Then you have good connection. A lot of these people that their connection are dropping. They're in America, not in Nigeria, but in America. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
I'm in the US too.
It's a device. Sometimes it's a device.
I'm in the corner in the US too.
So some of them are using their phone. That's the problem.
Can you hear me?
If you are using your computer with your Wi-Fi, it will be stable.
We
I'm
can
using
hear
Wi-Fi actually.
Okay, all right.
We can hear you now, Rotimi.
Okay, yeah. I just had to move to my computer. I came up I went to the basement on my computer now.
All right. Baba, let's continue to hear from Rotimi, and then I'll come to you straight after. But Baba, pick up from where you were. Yeah, pick up from where you were.
Did you say Baba or did you say Rotimi?
No, Rotimi rather. Yeah, you sound so similar. Every voice has a texture. You know that. Mine has somewhat of a quaky, shaky texture. But your voice, and especially Baba, it has a deep, rich texture. You know, that's why people enjoy listening to Baba. It's the depth. And Ajanle Koko too. It has a richness in the depth of it. And you have that too. So yes. That's meant to be complimentary. So there it is. So back to it. Back to it. Do you want me to run you through headlines, or do you want to free flow?
No, I think I'll just free flow. I'll probably speak to the. I'll speak to the Wole Soyinka's piece a little bit. I think one thing it's somewhat become a concern. I think we shouldn't narrow it down to Wole Soyinka alone. The obedience movement were all in awe of this, this enigma. When he was obedient, when he spoke to the when he came out and said, he wondered why Tinubu ran. In fact, that I had asked Tinubu not to run. I mean, they sang his praises. But I think one thing that people are missing is that he clearly said during the interview that he too has his own observatory team. Right. I mean, and that's not peculiar to him. So he had the same thing. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, also have, she also has something similar. A few of them have those monitoring companies where they run polls, they check pulse analyses because people pay them for that data. Something like the Cambridge Analytica that we had in England, for a little bit of a while. So many of those very vastly learned people, one of the ways they make money aside books and speeches is that they have this kind of tech companies where they give, maybe not necessarily tech, but they have companies where they do share opinions on certain things, and having an electoral monitoring team, and they sell that data and they sell the things that they get from it to maybe to the next person who wants to run for an election. That's how they make their money, and people are discarding that. So it's almost as though anyone who doesn't approve of Obi's victory, then the person must get chastised. I think it's just an obedient thing. Unfortunately, I think Wole Soyinka is just proving to them that, look, I have more thick skin than you guys think. Before you guys, I was, that kind of thing.
But Wole Soyinka used to be the bully.
Exactly.
That's because they don't teach history in school anymore. That's right. If they knew who your Wole Soyinka, who can bully Wole Soyinka on this planet? Wole Soyinka himself a bully. He's
a radical. And I think it also speaks to the generation of from which they came from. He's also a Saro. His grandfather is same grandfather as Fela. So so you can tell their lineage. They are all very strong activists. To his nephew or cousin to Fumula Ransome Kuti. So they're not people that you break easily. We know some of his exploits. When he held the radio station at to hostage. So
can you give us the backdrop to that? Because I wasn't familiar with that narrative until this cycle. What led to Wole Soyinka holding a radio station at gunpoint?
I think I might leave that to Baba. I know I do.
Yes, let's leave that to Baba. I'm sure Baba would know. Yes.
Yeah, because whatever it was that I read it, but I would like someone who would most likely live through it, a little bit too.
Have you been enjoying Baba on the platform?
This morning on my drive, because I took my daughter to play volleyball, and it was a long drive from where we currently are. So I listened to the entirety of the one-man show. Well, not the entire, the past that there's some parts that I skipped. Maybe when Pansad is talking, or when something I just skip, and then not because
probably when I'm talking.
Exactly, yeah. When there's a talking, I think yesterday there's questions to Tinubu, and Kulata gave him a very good response and asked him to. I'm sure you remember that.
Kulata was just they were just yabbing me. One man should have been here. They just finished me yesterday. They asked me, say I use my tutu I get from school. They compare.
And did you not tell them that you are a highly intelligent man? You did tell them that.
Oh man, I never said that. I was said that I'm smart enough to, nobody to Nobody can trick me.
You know this. We joke around with you, but you are probably one of the most financially successful persons on this platform at your tender age. So certainly you have something going for you. But back to you,
Paddy, yeah.
Paddy, yeah.
All right, yeah, sure. So, I mean, I think one thing that I know, I mean, not for fact, but something that I've observed, is that, and I apologize for making it a little bit of a tribal, but there's this sentiment between Cyprian Ekwensu and Wole Soyinka, and who each person feel, each tribe's kinsmen feel should have won the Nobel Oral Award, and there's that sentiment already, because Cyprian was also a very fantastic writer, even though he learned his writing from University of Ibadan, but but that's not the point. He was also a good writer, but Wole Soyinka was just a bit more, just probably slightly better. And I think that even Chimamanda will try to, I mean, come on, there's certain yardstick that people shouldn't cross. I think one thing that obedience as keeping is, you can speak to the issue, but when you start to not denigrate the achievement of such people, even the people who should be on your side will understand that, okay, you no longer have a cause. You are just being, a rabid, of opposition. You're no longer coming with purpose. So the purpose was supposed to be, or you saw that this was done wrongly and you're speaking, you're lying. But then once you have any sense of opposition at all, even when the voice is neutral. Remember the lady from Tell magazine, the Indian lady from Tell magazine, that they, she had to close our Twitter page. It's almost as though once you are not for us.
What about the governor of Illinois? He got his own Kobo. He got his Koboko too. Everybody has been Kobokoed by the obedience.
Exactly. So obviously you're trying to bully people into submission. So you're almost as though you're thinking that if we come at you. So I think the movement is no longer about the point. It's almost as though
even my humble self, they cost my mother.
I mean, yeah. So
they cost my mother. Yeah, my God.
Man, I mean, I don't know why people. I get bullied here every single time. Why do people keep making it? No, don't say nobody bullied. If you were here yesterday, you should have seen the bully. So don't say that nobody bullies me.
No, you don't get bullied there. You get teased.
It's more like I have thick skin, so that's it.
No, but this, if you hadn't said what you said about, if people saw a Tinubu and then why would anyone go choose him? Almost as though you were questioning the intellectual, the right of every other person to have to perform their own democracy. So they came for you based on that instance, not your choice. Nobody has ever questioned you that I've heard on this platform for being, for supporting to be nobody. But what they've always, where you always get the pushback or the resentment from is when you are either attack the candidate or their own choice. So you've chosen a candidate, fantastic, all well and good. We love that for you, right? But then when you say, oh, why would you make your own choice? Then it becomes like, are you saying I don't have the right to make my choice? Are you saying I don't have the right to make an informed decision? That is when you get pushbacks, but let's not deviate. I think one thing that obedience are failing. I think that's why they lost many votes. So for me, I think I've observed a little bit. Obedience there was a wider movement towards obedience at the very beginning, and it's somewhat diddling to almost the same voices now. And then people who were maybe silent voters are already a bit more vocal now. So you find more people who are now batified, quote unquote, or who are now choosing their own side and say, look, I'd rather be opposition. And Wole Soyinka is a very clear example. Up until the election, he didn't make his stance. In fact, he proved to them that I didn't even want this guy to run, right? But now that we've run and we've seen the results, we've seen this. I'm processing the results based on what I've seen. You are processing the results based on what you desire. So it's almost as though you want to wish for it to happen. Almost like how people will watch Timothy Claypole, what these old British sitcoms, and just do some abracadabra, and then I wish that this guy will win. And then because it wasn't declared the winner, every other person who wished or voted or made their own choices, I'm going to denigrate them. I think that's where Wole Soyinka is now speaking to. Like, look, okay, let's assume that you guys said he won. He himself hasn't proven that he won. Moving on, based on my own research that I did by myself, based on what I gathered in my own company, in my own organization, we found out that he did not win. So he's not.
Paddy, let's do a walkthrough of what the obedience actually want. So Peter Obi has not said he won the election. So there is nothing. So what they want, the first thing they want is to have Tinubu disqualified in some form based on anything and everything. So now, if once Tinubu has been disqualified, the presidency then defaults to Atiku Abubakar, who came second. But then, of course, if Tinubu is disqualified and his results are expunged, then it qualifies Peter Obi more, but it doesn't still make him the president. I'm not quite sure. What's the pathway in this narrative that makes Obi president? Because Arabambi, he was saying maybe they are looking to black magic. So what's the pathway? Where are they looking to land it?
Okay, so they are hoping for a rerun, and the reason they're hoping for a rerun is because there were three major candidates who had won the election, and that's why they're trying to emphasize the Abuja piece to say, look, we won FCT. So in fact, their goal is, let's discard Tinubu. If we're able to get Tinubu out of the way, because obviously he's had the major votes, he's had the major qualifications. We acknowledge that he won. That's why I want him. That's why we don't think it's fair that he runs again. So let's discard his candidacy, and then he now pairs us alongside with Atiku. If you're able to get a
and then how does that play out? If they discard Tinubu and then they can't declare Atiku president, so they then order a rerun. How does that make Obi president?
So they think that with a rerun they will stand a better chance, meaning that many of the people who they think do not vote Tinubu in will now come to their side now. So it's almost as though, look, let's now want a rerun, and then hopefully we can now do what we maybe galvanize it a little bit more, pump in more energy, get more voters. But here's what they keep thinking and keep forgetting, is that should there be a rerun, so Obi won about 3.9 million from his own region, right? And then the rest he won in the Southwest, he won in the North Central. The majority of the Southwest guys, the ones they got in Lagos, will most likely dwindle, except they are able to, get more people to have their voters card, and then, maybe pumping more energy and voting, because maybe they felt that many people did not come out during the last election. So they're hoping that they can do that. But then they keep forgetting that there's going to be budget. More people who didn't vote who will no longer be able to vote in the blue. If nothing else, will not go to Atiku. So
that was my question to you. If Tinubu was if a rerun was ordered and Tinubu was disqualified, where do you think Tinubu's vote will go?
They'll go to Atiku, because if for people who don't know, right? If you took out all the votes that Tinubu had from Southwest, everything. They 2.something million votes he got from Southwest, and he took everything out, Tinubu would still win. And because he won from the Northwest and the North Central, and the Northwest votes now will go to Atiku, because Atiku is now closer to them being a kinsman, much more than they will see and will be. That he doesn't qualify for it. That is extremely elitist. Extremely elitist to them.
What happened to Dati, by the way? It's suddenly gone quiet in this whole thing.
Dati is a state resource. So that is probably one of those senators who have found out how to make money from the government without anybody putting eye on you. So so for scheme, not schemes in terms of fraud, but for schemes in terms of government projects, like building universities, expanding education for less privileged. Dati and Atiku and the like are people who make money from such. So you hear maybe government wants to low key educate 100,000 people within the northern space. Dati is those people who will go and open a private university and have the government pay people school and then make money off it, irrespective of. So those are like private billionaires who are making money from sectors that people don't even put eye into. So that's why many of them vie for the office of senator. You run for office, you get those deals from within your office, and then boom, you're gone. So he's keyed into that space. He's not a populist, he's not a people person. He's making his money from the behind the scene, and he doesn't really care. You find from his utterance, even I mean, as much as people will think that Dati indeed reversed Obi, he doesn't send Obi. In fact, they did not know each other until this election cycle. They did not know each other.
Do you think he thinks he's superior to Obi? Dati?
Oh, yeah, oh, of course, no, without doubt. He feels he's vastly much educated. You know, I mean, so he feels like he's vastly much more educated. He feels he's much more privileged. He's coming. He's
A stronger pedigree. He feels
exactly
his pedigree. Yeah.
He's. I mean,
Sorry, where is this coming from? I mean, are you saying?
Just look at the body language now. Look at their backdrop
what do you
now.
mean body language?
He comes from an elite family, privileged education, very successful. And we will tell you that he's a trader.
I mean, Dati, in his own words, has debunked everything that you guys are even saying now. I can, nothing like politics. A man said the word, and you're reading meaning into. But if I start reading body language now you guys going to complain. Body language is stop that.
Okay, so Des, right? If there's one thing that many men, should learn as part of the life skill is how to have a good body language when you're in public. I think that's one of the skills Obi himself hasn't even learned. Obi doesn't have that power play whenever he's standing or whenever he doesn't have a dominating stance. For somebody who has his height, so he's not a very short person, but you see him slouching, you see him pulling back, you see him being a little bit shy, you see those things play a long way when you get to that. So you find someone like, okay, let me give you an example. If you look at if two presidents are standing, the first president to stretch his hand, and I'm just educating you, is usually the stronger president. The president whose hand is higher is usually the stronger president. The president who ends with the last tap is a power play. So if you look at the Emmanuel Macron and Tinubu greeting, right? If you check very well, when Emmanuel Macron shook Tinubu, did all the power handshaking, hugging and all that, when Tinubu was going, he still tapped him at the back. Those things are deliberate. They're not.
You know that space you are speaking to. There's a whole thesis around it. We saw a lot of it under the George Bush Jr. and Tony Blair era. That was when all of that body language leadership sort of thing, that was where he had his most fledgling. There was a time they were teaching George Bush Jr. to walk like a silverback gorilla.
Yes.
Because that's the dominant. That's in terms of okay. So you don't have yes. Because that's in terms of primates, that's the most alpha of a primate, and we're primates too.
Primates, from the feline category or from the wolf pack, you hear that the wolf is is an alpha male, and the primate is silverback gorilla. And even within the
and Tony Blair too. Then he used to hold his hand to his side and then sway from side to side because that was they called it a power walk.
Yeah, a power walk. Even Putin does it. CGP does it. You have to learn.
Yeah, Putin does it. Putin does it. Yes.
For you to say that.
How can you understand
someone like Dati is. For you to say that someone like Dati feels like he's higher than Obi, an ex-governor. I mean, what are you talking about, bro? We've seen videos of Dati. What do you guys call it? Tuaring? Is it what do you? Tuale for Obi. And you're here. I don't even know.
That's just for sure now. That's
Say for sure.
Anyways, one man. I think you're right. It's not something that bears. I think maybe when bears once you I said I keep bears. Once you understand that body power play, you get. There was a video that I saw of Tony Elumelu and Peter Obi on I think on the runway they had an interview. And every of Peter Obi's body language there was all submissive. Oh my goodness!
He's a better male, isn't he?
Yeah. It was so bad that even Tony Lumelu wasn't even looking in his eyes whilst he was granting interview, and Obi was at the back with his hand behind, slouching, smiling sheepishly. Those things count. And again, so for you, Des, and many obedience, you will not understand it. You are focused on the candidacy, maybe the tribal export that to come away from. But from an international standpoint, once you show that body language, right, it automatically makes you feel very inferior. Buhari is somebody who, because of his height and his military background, is able to exhibit that. Tinubu himself hasn't even keyed into it yet. And I will give an example. When we went to India, I saw him subtly bowing to the Prime Minister of India. And I was like, what's going on? You don't do that.
No, that's culture, though, isn't it? It was deferencing to
instinctive.
the depth.
Yeah. I think for me it was
not Yoruba culture,
instinct.
but it was deferencing to the richness of the depth of the Indian culture. They are very weird in India.
Yeah, I know they have this namaste, but if you remember one man, maybe you follow that space. I know you have a thing for Americans, and you're always coming at us. But there was something that Obama did when he went to Saudi Arabia, when he bowed to the Sultan of, I said to the Sultan, to the
king.
To the king, yeah. Americans came for him big time. And when Trump went and Trump stood, Trump was hailed because for that office, right, of the presidency of the United States of America, you should always come out towering, towering in terms of your stance. And those things have a way of negotiating. I mean, again, like I said, it's something that almost every man should learn. It's a surviving skill when you find yourself in the public space. If you don't want to, that's fine. But once you push yourself to the background, people would always trample over you during negotiations. And once you can't learn that bit, that's why you see that Dati would always feel within himself, even though he does the pandering, he does the my Oga, of course, it's a VP role. It's my Oga, you would do those things for the ops. But even within that bit itself, people around him will tell. So you can see him when his vocal is a bit more internal. I'm not even speaking to his voice, but he's a bit more domineering, he's a bit more stance. He will make stances and not care whether.
No, he has it's in the breeding, isn't it? Class is in the breeding.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Even if he tries to play it down, he cannot because it's innate to his being. So he has an automatic authority which Peter Obi does not have, and he tries to dial it back when he's with Obi, because Obi's whole shtick is about being man of the people,
humble.
Like that, like the RCCG pastor that will tell you that somebody gave him 10,000 naira, and they say, "Oh, I prayed for him," when we know he's a dollar billionaire. That sort of play. That's Obi's play now.
Yeah, I mean, so his family are from Mauritania. They're one of the very wealthiest Arab. So if for those who know history, right, Mauritania was like the Malian Empire. They were it's almost as though, imagine having somebody who were the original, coming from the lineage of the what's it called, the Oba Benin. When you come from the lineage of the Queen of England. So he's from a royal, wealthy class family. These are things that they've learned all through,
and a scholarly background as well.
Yeah.
Because his great grandfather, I think, was one of the Islamic scholars that first brought knowledge to the northern part.
To the northern part, yeah. So
man, the last time I checked, your last video debunks. I mean, your last video showing Obasanjo. And I mean, it shows that there is power and there is power. So I don't even see Obi where that is. It can be close or near to Obi except he does something significant like becoming a governor or whatever. Whether he's a prince or whatever.
No, you're not getting it.
Today's Nigeria is really.
Okay.
I'm getting where you're coming
Let's
from,
move
but
on.
I don't see whether he was breeded from being a prince or king. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Today's Nigeria.
Des. Now let me ask you this. Let me ask this of you, right? Sanwo-Olu, right, and Dangote. No, let me use Dangote. Let me use somebody. Maybe one man. Can you suggest somebody to me? Sanwo-Olu and Femi Otedola, yeah. Let me look for two people who have better male energy. Would do you think would have a stronger power play than Des?
I mean, I don't know. I would say Sowolu.
Why? Because he appears to you as a governor, right?
Yeah, he's a governor. He has the power right now. Otedola
Okay.
is just a rich man.
Okay. So, but do you know? So let me now put you into a scenario.
Money is not power. I don't know
Hold
if you
on.
get it.
Oh no, money is power, but but that's the difference. Hold on. Let me put you into two scenarios, right? Into one scenario. When they were breaking the building, when they were trying to demolish the building at Magodo, right? When Somolu had asked the police guy to call his boss and said, call the IG. And the guy said, I can't call the IG. Now, I generally want to put you into this scenario. Imagine if that had been a Femi Otedola that came in there and asked the the police guy who was there.
I think the
call the
response
IG.
I think the response will still have been the same. I get the point, but the example it doesn't quite fit it. Yes, but is it that something you understand? Or I don't think. There's what Rotimi is explaining is Dati Baba Ali. He comes from old stock, and he has maintained the standard of that stock up till now. And Peter Obi, he came from the streets and happened on an opportunity. So somebody that comes from old stock and has maintained standard, even expanded on it, even if that person from the street happens temporarily to have an oversight over him, he still comes from old stock, which pedigree. There's this thing. You cannot. Anyway, you cannot put a thoroughbred. You cannot put a walking horse
What you're talking about is personality. Excuse me, Joel.
You cannot match to a
is
thoroughbred
different.
now. It's
Let
in the
me give you
blood,
an example.
breeding.
One man, Wike and Wike. If Wike comes out and what's it called, Tati Ahmed, who do you think has the power play? Is you gonna say Wike, right?
No,
Wike
I'll
came from the street.
I'll probably still stay. I'll still stay dirty. But Wike will have a stronger play than Peter Obi. Yeah.
Thank you. Because it's character-wise. It's not because Obi can't play all those things you are talking about. Obi is just
no. We're talking about
character.
breeding. We're talking about breeding. Old stock. Do you understand? Old stock.
I don't know.
Old money.
Man.
Yeah.
One man. Are you talking about? Are you talking about how wealthy both of them are, or what is the comparison? What's the comparison? What's the comparison between Obi and Dati?
No. What has been? I think Paddy has been temporarily taken away, but and we move away from it because it looks as though it's not.
Let's move from it.
Yeah, what we're talking about is breeding. Breeding. BREEDIN.
Yeah. I understand.
So we're not talking about who has had the most highest level in governance. We're not talking about who is the presidential candidate or who is the vice. We're saying in terms of breeding. Let's use a prince, for instance. Let's say, for instance, somebody comes from royalty and then he comes into business. So he has to answer to somebody that is a supervisor, let's say, in the city of London, in the financial sector. So he has to answer to that supervisor. But that supervisor came from the estates, but worked his way through to become whatever he is that is supervising the prince. That prince, by stock of his breeding, will still feel a sense of superiority to that person that is supervising him. It will not play it out, of course, but it's implicit in that relationship because he has breeding and the guy from the estate does not. So that's the best analogy. Do you get what I mean? I come on board and come and explain it. You have the
One man. I want to just chip in on this. I think it's a little bit unnecessary, but let me just dive into it a little bit. Now, if you're talking about stock or the breeding of the person, the family history of the person, I can understand. But you see, Peter Obi on his own side, came from, you say from the street. I don't understand what you mean by that, but I mean, I get where you're coming from. Probably he doesn't have that long history. His parents does not have the long history into royalty. Those in royalty have a way of being guided, and they have a way of life and all that. We get all that. This is different. But the issue here is that what they went for, right, is a political office. And when you come in that sector, Obi has an upper hand, whether you like it or not.
No, Obi
Right?
has an upper hand there, but that he has a sense of superiority by
I don't
virtue
think
of
I don't
breeding.
No, I don't think I think you're mistaken. If he has any sense of that, then you know that he's not a good vice, and he will not be a good vice. You see, it is not you're not talking about the breed, you're not talking about the person now, you're talking about the office. That's the constitutional office, and you are his vice. And I have not seen anything that would suggest that Ahmed has any of such. He's a knowledgeable person. He is I think he knows what he knows what this whole movement is all about. And I think if he takes someone from Eritrea, like some of us would say, I know he's from there, he has a family history from there. If he takes someone from there to come in here and do something, why not? The where you are staying, one man, is being run by an Indian, from someone from Indian descent. My vice president here is from Indian descent. So I mean, the world is evolving. So Nigeria cannot be even coming to Nigeria. The only place that has evolved is Lagos. Every other place is still domiciled within their own people and all that. You see, and that is the reason why everything that we do have a cost. And that is why when you look at Lagos State today, it is not just the investment of negotiations. It's not just the investment of government. It's a collective effort because it allows for different people to come together and do their thing and just go, and just maintain the system, just like we do when we come to the United States. So I mean, it is what it is. So one man, I mean, that's how I'm going to explain. I don't want to take so much time.
Can I add to that if one man doesn't mind?
All right, come in, Ola, and then from there, Rotimi move us on. I don't think the point is either been understood or deliberately been avoided, but yeah, have that insertion, Ola, and then move us on. Paddy.
Position can be of something like time shift. Your influence of today can expire tomorrow. And what we are talking around Obidati is just a matter of perception. Is in reality it can be fallacious. There can be some kind of bias, something that is not real. So you see, one thing about power is this: when you are in power, when you're in position of power, people look at the value they can derive from you. Your network grows quickly, and you become so influential that, irrespective of your background, people want to associate with you. Because if we are applying this theory of, because Obidati came from a royal family, if we want to apply that, then we will just ignore the influence of the like of Obasanjo in Nigeria, because Obasanjo came from nobody's background. Whereas, look at the Kola Abiola of those days that his father used to wield influence everywhere. How many people talk of Kola Abiola today?
Exactly.
So now, when you look at Obi is still one of those personalities that is shaking the country to the foundation today. There's no way, I can't imagine any way that Obidati could have controlled that. So when you have someone that can command people, can command crowd, can have people behind him, that even if the person is saying, I don't want this, and if you cannot recognize the influence and the kind of reverent power that kind of person commands, then I don't get it. See, whatever, I don't know, except you are trying, now that people are trying to promote Obidati now, I don't see Obidati from that perspective, because we are exaggerating the influence that Obidati actually commands. Otherwise, he would not have been putted out of his Senate etiquette or whatever. So to me, we are just exaggerating in power ranking in Nigeria today. In fact, Obi is far lower, is far inferior. Yeah, in his own space, he may be feeling important, arrogantly important, but not realistically, not what the space and time is telling us. He may feel that important, but realistically, factually, he is not as important as Obi today. That's just my own humble opinion.
All right, brilliant. Paddy, move us on.
Sorry, one man, did you see this story? I saw one story of flood. I don't know if it's in Lagos. The very crazy flood.
Yeah, I heard there was flooding in Lagos. But
it was bad. You should find it and
that
employ
doesn't
it.
make the news anymore. When is there not flooding in Lagos?
No,
Lagos is always flooded.
this one is bad. You should find it and play. This one is really bad. I mean,
all
I
right.
lived in Lagos. I haven't seen that before.
All right, carry on. I'll look for it. Paddy.
All right, good. Yeah. So let me just round off on the Shoyinka piece. Right. I think people are they're denigrating him because it's expedient, and I think it's unfair on the man's achievements. I think morality will not always be overly emphasized. Right. Every opportunity that anyone has to try to realign our youth into the reason to not demean someone's achievement simply because of political gains or disagreements on opinions. I think it's something that I always speak to. Wole Soyinka clearly didn't just give his own opinion. He also has some data to back it up, and I think for that reason he's bold enough to say what he's saying. And I think where we were trying to go initially, one man, the fact that Obi himself didn't even claim that he won. He did not say I won this and this and the reason why I won. What Obi is claiming is discard this guy, let me rerun, and then hopefully I'll be able to try again and then win. And I think that defeats the purpose. So Wole Soyinka is saying, look, this guy didn't win. He came third. He's aware that he came third. In fact, all of us are aware that he came third. And I'll give an example that probably many people haven't heard. Because everybody had their situation rooms, supposedly at that night or the election, the only camp that we saw that released some sort of soft video of victory dance was the Tinubu's camp. Atiku didn't release theirs. In fact, we didn't even see Obi for
that's a point, actually. That's a point.
Yeah. So Obi himself we didn't even see him until 3 or 4 days after, when we saw him on the walkway, walking with some gentleman, and he was on the runway rather, expressing his opinion on this. And those things matter. Because obviously, if you had won, you would have seen your victory dance. Obedience will have shared plenty of tweets. There will have been a celebratory piece. They didn't get, and I think that's what the judge, one of the judges was inferring, that any serious party will not depend on INEC. And what she was meaning wasn't mean that we can't depend on INEC to give us good results. She's saying that any serious party would not wait until INEC has released the results and then come to disprove without you having your own pin copies of what had happened. You should also need to have your own physical copies. And I think let me land with this point. One man, I think this is probably to Des. I think I heard Des's argument this morning when I watched the playback, when he was talking about IRED being part of collating, and Kulata are trying to overly emphasize in the look. This isn't part of collating. Just for the sake of it, it's in the name, right? It's in the name. It is called IREV, INEC Result Viewer. IREV, INEC Result Viewer. It was made to view, it's an act, it's a gesture. Let me put it like that. Let me make it very simplistic. The INEC made for transparency, so that as you are done voting, you can see what you've done. So that should, in case anyone calls a separate result, right? We, the public, can count and say, oh, with my polling unit, what you are counting my polling unit is not what you declared at the ward level. That is just, and also to reduce the amount of people who will remain at the polling unit so that there's no destruction. So typically that is that once you're done voting, you can leave. Once you're done counting, you can leave and go and check it on, check anywhere. Likes of Noel of Joel of Nashville can check from Nashville and see what's going on in Abakaliki or in Milverton, Ikoyi, or anywhere he wants to check and see what happened at those polling units. That's what INEC made it for. The machine, the fact that people keep talking Beavers and IRF, it's mind blowing to me all the time. And then they speak of IQ. Beavers is just to accredit you and also snap. So it's like saying Beavers is not a voting machine. Beavers is not a collating machine. Beavers does not do 1 + 1, 2 + 2. It doesn't. Neither does IREV. It doesn't do 1 + 1, 2 + 2. It doesn't. It only shows you a picture of what I've done. And then we say, oh, somehow 18,000 are blurry. Of course they'll be blurry because they're not taken by the same person. They're not taken at the same time. They're not taken in the same place. There'll always be. I mean, there's some students we saw, even though they were NYC students, that did not even know how to face the camera. And I think INEC made it so secure that once you take one picture, you can't take it again to reduce fraud. So INEC indeed left many things on ground. I think another thing obedience should understand is whenever there is fight at the polling unit, it is not INEC's fault. It is the people on your street or your polling area that decided to fight. INEC is not a police. INEC is not a law enforcing agency in terms of disputes. INEC has no right, like zilch. They cannot control the fight there. The only power INEC has is either to cancel that polling unit or to make it a rerun. They can't do anything else. So if you guys fight, in fact, once you steal a ballot box, that polling unit gets cancelled. There's no rerun. If there's a fight or chaos, then the polling unit can get rerun. That's the most INEC can do. Those police officers that are there are not there to arrest anybody at all. That's why they don't come with guns, they don't come with baton, they don't come with handcuffs. The police that are there for civil witnesses to say, they're to say, look, these are the results. Was there dispute? Was there any chaos or fracas there? Yes or no? Was it peaceful? So it was peaceful. This is our own copy of the results. So the police will give a copy. The polling officers will give a copy. The party agents also have a copy. I mean, how much transparency do you guys want again? And by trying to demean IREV over and over and over again, INEC might say next time, I say, you know what, we will not even use IREV anymore. Because the Beavers machine has its own resolution. If you take a picture in the evening, and then people are also talking about, it wasn't uploaded real time, Let me just give the last example. I think I've said last twice. If I should send you a picture on WhatsApp, okay, let me give this analogy, and maybe it might help people to understand better, right? I'm a company. I send my staff to you, Joel of Nashville. Joel of Nashville, you are a supplier. Maybe you're a hotel, and I supply toiletries to hotels. Then I send my staff and say, go to one of Joel's hotel, or go to Joel's hotel and supply Joel this amount of toiletries, soaps, dishwasher, towels, whatever the case is. And my staff goes in there. Joel signs the invoice or the delivery notes, and then he tears the pin copy and gives the pink copy to my staff, right? But because I'm in America and Joel is in Nigeria, or maybe I'm in Nigeria, or Joel is in Nashville and I'm in South of America, Joel takes a picture, takes his phone and snaps that receipt that he has already signed and sends to me via WhatsApp, right? That is, so if I now say, oh, because the invoice you sent to me on WhatsApp is not clear, that means that the entirety of that transaction that we did not happen. Or because of that, you will not pay me, or I will not pay you. It doesn't work like that. Because you know why? Because you are expected to have had a physical copy. You have it that I did supply the goods. So there are evidences of me supplying the right amount of goods. You signed the copy. The only difference is that the ones you sent to me online the one you sent to me via WhatsApp had a lower resolution. All you need to do if you want to sue me is to come with a physical copy to show that this is the physical copy from your end that proves. Don't now download the online one and say, oh, the online one here is fake. No court will take you serious. And that's what they were saying. If I now go and print the one on WhatsApp that has a low resolution that I've sent amongst ourselves over and over and over again, and I now print it out and say because it's blurry. What the court say to you is, okay, so where is the physical copy so we can tally? And you don't have it. That is exactly what happened played in court. The obese team should have brought in their own pink copies alongside whatever they got on IRF and say, this is our pink copy. It says here we got 480 votes. On IRF, it says we got 11 votes. There was discrepancy. That did not happen. And again, you don't need INEC for that. because you should have a copy by yourself. You should have. And if you don't have, and you're depending on INEC to provide you those copies, then the judge said to you, no serious party. And again, if you're indeed a serious party, you should have gotten enough people to be on those polling units and send you those pin copies. And then for those who will say, oh, the voters, the agents got intimidated. If those agents indeed got intimidated, all they should have done was to report that those polling units, they got intimidated, and those polling units will have two things: will have either been cancelled or they'll have been a rerun. So I just
They
feel like
did.
that one.
My brother, thank you very much. They did, and some of them were, some of the witnesses wasn't admitted, or some of the case were really not attended to. There were no. There were evidences.
Obese team came with three witnesses.
There were video evidences. There were video evidences of violence, right? And they presented it in court. Right?
They didn't. They didn't present it in court. They did it.
That it wasn't enough.
See, brother, please
stop doing this to yourself.
Go to the petition. Go to their petition. So the election Act 2022 says, when you are bringing in a petition, right? It specifies it. You have a list of witnesses that you need to submit. Now, what they did, they listed only two, ITX and Loon. I think Ogbeni is it Ogbeni who is the lawyer here, right? Yeah. He said, yes, you can do abbreviation. But they submitted two witnesses, I kid you not. But the court accepted them to bring in more and said, despite the fact that these witnesses that you brought in were not properly accredited or subpoenaed, we still allowed you guys to bring in fraudulent witnesses and hear them out. Now, let's even take their own statements. On the basis of the premise of their statement, many of them are even ignorant. They don't even know what they are saying.
And can I ask?
No. See. Look, I don't want to talk about this. My brother, I don't want to talk about this.
Sorry, Joel, take that question from Ola and then make it part of your speech. And then once you land, we go on from you to Baba. I'm now very conscious of how long people are waiting. So take the question, give a brief response, and then we go on to Baba.
Okay.
Okay, Joel, when you talk of violence, when did this violence occur? And what was the impact on Obi's, the number of votes Obi got?
Okay.
I will give an example. So you continue with others. Okay, violence at different spots in Lagos were reported, right? But Obi still won in Lagos. Where are those other areas? Because if the violence didn't stop Obi from winning in Lagos, I want to know exactly where violence occurred again, and that he actually have some significant impact on Obi's number of votes that is significant enough to change the course to upturn or for the judiciary to nullify 2023 presidential election.
This is how I'm going to say this, because I did not come here today to discuss the PET judgment. It is there. That's the judgment. But what I want to just say on this matter, and I'm not going to stress on it, because I believe that there are more important issues to be discussed now, and I'll just go right into it. But just to answer your question, the issue about this election, there were pockets, or there were violence around the nation, properly covered, but was ignored by the tribunal judges. Whatever the case may be, I do not care. We are going to the Supreme Court. We see what the Supreme Court says about the 25% and all that. And let us see if Abuja becomes a state, because you cannot just take one thing from them and not give them the other side. So that is the way I'm going to look at it. I wait for the Supreme Court. I think they brought out the date, and that should be it. Please, good evening, everyone. One man, let me just hit it. I don't want to be so long on this show. Good evening, everybody, wherever you may be watching from. One man, I want to really start my evening by saying rest in peace to Imole, Mobat. You see, sometimes, we will come out here and, we talk about different places where we live. So, for some of us, like someone like me, I stayed in Lagos State. For every artist that you see, I spent my money in promoting them, either by going to their concerts, because it was what was amongst us in secondary school then, because I retook my WAEC in Lagos State, and I stayed in Lagos State. So if I come on holidays, the joy is to see one of us rise. Is someone in our hood doing it? That is the Lagos spirit. So it does not matter where you come from. Wherever area you are, you want to hear that whiskey is from your area. But again, too, we also have sympathy for other people that are living in places like Ikorodu, Ajegule. Those days when Lekki was still swamp, we used to go to all those shows on Lekki Beach, at Lekki Beach, where these guys come out to perform. Why am I saying this? Lagos State is a place where a lot of people are living below poverty line. And if you dare make it, you blow up. And if you're average, you will still look even rich if you go down to probably the north or the east or even the Port Harcourt. Lagos State is a place that will keep you ahead of every part of Nigeria when it comes to information. But what happened? This young man signed a record deal with Naira Marley. They had issues. He broke off from Naira Marley. One man, every time, this guy is being tormented. Whether it is shows, whether it's video shoots.
There was a clip of him being beaten up. I'm not sure if you've seen it.
It is not once, it is not twice, it is not three.
It's on the screen now. That's him being beaten up somewhere.
And that is one of the boys there. Is a guy, I love his music so much. Zuleski. One man, I started supporting Whiskey when Whiskey sang Hala to a Boy. We pay 20, we go beg money, 5 naira, 10 naira to go support Whiskey to buy his CD. It was never like this. We have never seen anything like this. The days of Daddy Shoki and Danfo drivers, where are they? Daddy Fresh. It was fighting. We didn't see anything like this. This boy had a problem with Naira Marley, and after he had a problem with Naira Marley, his life has not been the same. Everywhere he goes, it's either they're bullying him or they're beating him, everything. Now, when I listened to the father speak, I almost shed tears. The father was saying that he was being bullied right from secondary school. I now read a post from the wife, where the wife said that nothing seemed funny to him, like nothing matters to him again. He was at that state. One man, I want to tell you, when Nigeria fails you, it does not matter what tribe you come from. It does not matter. And so whenever we are talking about good governance, that is what we are hitting at. Nigeria failed that boy. The police failed him. He has written, even there was a clip where he was shooting, he was having a video shoot.
Joel, you are leaving out their drug use.
Hold on, Joel. Baba, are you familiar with that space? This Mobad?
Let Joel carry on.
Baba, you're still Baba.
Okay. And one man. If you die from drug use, we know that drug use killed you. It's not the first time. Whitney Houston died from drug use. Michael died from drug use. We have many of them. What about this lady from the UK? The one that what's her name? Very funny lady, skinny white lady. Drug use.
Amy Winehouse.
I so much that music. Yeah.
Back to black. Back to black. Yes.
Yeah.
I go back to black.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just not the first time. It's not going to be the last time.
No, Joel, I'm referring to dealership here. Dealership. They are just not taking it. The dealership of drug amongst them.
My brother, whether it is dealership, I will tell you one person that was a dealer. Jay-Z was a dealer. If Jay-Z died at that period due to drug issues, people will know that it was drug issue. Not where you have a situation where you left your label and the label feels like they have control over your life, they oppress you. Have you seen the video where his father was begging this fool, Naira Marley? Have you seen the video? Forget all these things about drug. Whatever people do, I don't know what you do. You don't know what I do. We don't know what each other do on this platform. But don't come take my life. I'm not coming to take yours. If we have an agreement and it did not work out, why would you come for my life? That is the real issue.
Sorry, I'm really apologizing. I've seen the news, but I've not really followed up on it. The reason why is it's not an interest for me anyway. But may his soul rest in peace. Are you saying that Naira Marley killed that boy? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is this, right? You see, I don't know if you've had depression. There was one time in 2012, one man, I don't know. One day, I just woke up, right? I was just feeling some type of way. My man, I don't know what was wrong with me, right? Nothing. If I drink water, it didn't matter to me. I didn't have the taste. If I look outside was like, I don't want to. If I look inside my house,
did you take the COVID vaccine?
Right?
Did you take the COVID vaccine?
You say?
Did you take the COVID vaccine?
No. This is in 2012. 2012.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I found out that it was depression. Look, let me tell you. If you want to know about how most people live their life, look at those people. Listen to those people that were close to them. Look at what God. Sometimes they will just say what they just know. They don't really know what is going on. When the wife made that statement that nothing really mattered to him because he goes to show they beat him up. He goes out normal. No, they're on him. Why? Why are you hounding him? Why? Go and listen. It's not like it's something that I'm making up. I followed his career. And he's a good singer. He got his own style. He has his own unique voice. There is nothing any artist in Nigeria is doing today that any artist abroad that we praise today, we pay money to go to their shows, we idolize, did not do. But the aspect of oppression in our society is becoming so alarming, where the poor can be so oppressed by the rich, and even if you take him to the police station, you will not get arrested for reporting a case against. Come on now. Look at the police reports he made to the police. Did they respond? Nothing. That is why I said the society failed him. And today, I know one of you said it's not an interest to you. Don't worry.
I do not pray for you. But let me tell you, when in a society where you feel like it's a jungle, where there is no law and order, where the rule of law is only favors the rich, it will surely come to one person that you know. That is how it is. We have to start talking about the empowerment of the South in Lagos State. One man.
Sorry, can I interject you for 1 minute?
Go ahead.
Can I interject? Yeah. Sorry, I've been quiet all this while, but you said something that struck me now. And so what I want to say is this. It is funny and it is quite alarming the way you are taking this issue. Because we all know what happens when you involve yourself with gangsters, when you
I'm
involve
happy, Jide, you come on board. I forgot you live in that territory.
yes,
Carry on,
yes.
please.
When you involve yourself with gangsters and cultists, okay? See, most of what you see in our music industry, these guys have factions. They have factions. Like Burna Boy belongs to the same cult with Davido and and Kiss Daniel. Whiskey belongs to a different cult.
These are our founded story. These are the you see that's
No.
well.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
not a founded story. I tell you, I can send you a YouTube video of where Burna Boy, where the Davido is rocking with all his buccaneers, wearing outfits with them and doing this thing. See, we are in Nigeria. We know what is going on. Okay, so these guys are not just they are not just normal guys, and we just don't take their matter like it's a normal thing. These are gangsters and cultists. So when you break the law amongst them, they have their own kind of punishment they give themselves. So this thing to me does not make it that we are even discussing it well. Yeah, life matters here. But one thing I know is how do Yoruba say it? Ẹni tí ò bá rìn nípasẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ wọn ò ní parọ́ mọ́. If you don't toe the line, nobody would call you and say, yeah, you passed this pace or you were in this pace at a point in time. So this guy got himself involved in something that is bigger than him, and he wanted to break free from it, but couldn't, because when he was going into it, he never
My brother.
calculated the repercussions.
My brother, I feel so disappointed though. I feel so disappointed. I mean, I understand your opinion is respected, but for the fact that it's a human life should make you be concerned. And it's not just a human life, how it happened. And it is just so easy for you to just tag people cultists. You know, when it comes to these cultists too, many of us did it, right? But it's okay.
We did.
You know, for you. You say?
No, you said many of us did it. I don't remember being a cultist.
Yeah. One man. I mean, it's not for me to come out here. I mean, it's not something I will have to hide. Probably if I write a book and can write about it, right? It's still it's not like is that if you're a member of a cult that you're gonna die or you're a killer or all of that. There are extremists in every facet of our society. Whether you are Yoruba, whether you're Igbo, whether you're cultist, there are extremists. The extremists will always do what extremists do. What I am saying is a pure business case. Not about the cult you belong to or not the cult that you don't belong to. I'm talking about a pure business case that we saw. We saw people, we saw their faces with sticks and knife. And you're telling me the person belonged to cult. If you try it here, are there people that all these things you are saying, these people that are here, I am just trying to make you understand. The Jay-Z's, all of them, they have gangs. They have gangs. They belong to one gang or the other, 50 Cent, all of them. What I am saying, but if you try something and the police get to see you, you get punished. It doesn't matter what gang you're in. This one, we saw their faces. And you're telling me that he belongs to a gang and we should just forget about it. Come on now.
I'm sorry, but we tend
Something
to.
that was discussed on national TV,
Sorry.
Look, and for me personally, it is personal because I can say personally that the Nigerian music industry, where it is today, my money was part of it. It was a dream we all had in Lagos State at that time. And when I'm talking about 94, 95, 96. When that is when all this nonsense, all these razzmatazz that happened. It was a dream we all had as young folks. So if you are seeing what it is today, it doesn't matter if I make 1 naira or 2 naira. It doesn't matter. Seeing it for the fact that I'm seeing it where it is today, that is the dream we all had as young Lagosians at that time. We cannot introduce this kind of attitude into our system. We cannot introduce this kind of Tupac, Biggie kind of situation inside our music industry. We are still a budding music industry. We're not yet established. So it's bigger than what you're saying. Thank you.
Well, one man, let me just say something. I don't know. The Wole Soyinka has practiced cultism in school, but you would agree with me that the kind of cultist we have nowadays is different from what the Wole Soyinka has funded.
Exactly, it's true.
Of dropping, killing people. You understand? So this thing is not a new thing, and let's just not plug it too much.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. One man, I think there was a topic today about you were talking about Obasanjo and the way he addressed the traditional rulers. I watched the video. For me, it was a mixed feeling. Obasanjo is a man I love so much. But I will be truthful with what I saw. I think he was a little bit brash, right? He could have done it, but I think with Obasanjo, everybody knows his disposition, everybody knows how he talks, and at the end of the day, he made a humor out of it. Now, many of us are talking about the respect that we have for the traditional leaders. The traditional leaders today, are they really traditional leaders? They have sold their conscience. They have no more dignity. I think one man. I don't know. It didn't look nice to me. If I may put it that way, it didn't look nice to me, right? But at the same time, these are the people that pay you. Can we make it in such a way that the traditional rulers are paid directly from the federation accounts or maintained from the federation accounts, and reduce the number of kings and that we have?
How can you reduce the number of kings?
No, you can't, because most of these kings sometimes are a creation of just the community. I have one in my own village. He just woke up and said his lineage is a king and beam, and he said he brought out 3, 4, 5 people. One man, I'm telling you the truth, but 4, 5 people, and they say he's a king, and they'll go about to him. Yeah, it happens. Reduce the amount of these kings that we have, right? Put in more money. Let them be custodians of the traditional society. Ban the politicians from visiting them, since they'll be paid from the federation account. There's no need for the politicians to go meet them. Their business should be pure traditional. But you see, he who pays the piper, they takes the tone. So the government pay them. And sometimes during election, we have seen some of them being used. So we have no trust in them either. So their stool are not really. We just respect the position, but the people occupying it, they don't have much respect no more. One man, and I'm telling you, A to Z. most of them don't.
All right, brilliant. So let me do this, Joel, because I'm conscious of just how long people have been waiting. So I'm going to do this. Yes, I'm going to do like a 10-minute monologue round, and then we'll open up the conversation after that. Just so that people don't just feel pressed. So I'll do a 10-minute monologue for everybody, and then we open up the conversation. We kick it off with Baba, of course, who I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting to hear from. So Baba, speak to us.
Yes, one man, thank you. What do you want me to speak on exactly, please?
Can you start it off with what Rotimi was actually saying about do you have any recollection of what led to Soyinka holding a radio station up at gunpoint?
That was a long time ago. I think 1965 or so, during the election. It was, typically the West then. Oluwo was in jail, and then the election was to take place for the premiership of Western region. And Akitola was there already, created his own party after breaking away from Action Group AG then. And then the election was conducted. I think Akitola's party was Demo. I think UPP they call it then, UPP or so. And he declared himself. Let me put it. I'll be a little bit biased though. He declared himself winner of that election, and Soyinka, where he will belong naturally. Felt that he has a result in his pocket, in his hand, which spoke otherwise then. And then Akitola already, I think, was to make a broadcast, I think, at NBC studio. Then Wole Soyinka stormed the place and wanted the presenters to read his own results, make a broadcast and read his own results. He went, I think, with a pistol and putting it to their head. That was when the police came in, actually, and he was charged to court. In the courts, I think the prosecutors, these are why I remember a bit of that story is because of all the lawyers then, the prosecutor, the defense counsel, they all became heavyweights. Even then, they were heavyweights in their own rights. Most of them became justices of the Supreme Court, Appeal Court, High Court. I think for the prosecutor, they had Tajuddin Oki, prominent lawyer. And I think Sir Alexander's uncle or father, Thomas Gomez, prosecuted him. And for defense, they voluntarily actually went to court too for him. I will be calling them justice because they all later became justices. Justice Odesonya, Alata Wura, Onolaja, Bola Ige, which one again? Olakunrin or so. Only Bola Ige amongst them didn't become a Supreme Court judge. But these are the people who really defended Wole Soyinka. And the judge in charge of that case was Kayode Shaw, the famous Justice Kayode Shaw. And lo and behold, Wole Soyinka puts this handkerchief as a mask to his face. Baba is tall. I think must be 6 something. Baba is about 6 something. You understand? So they didn't capture his face well. So the defense was Wole Soyinka lied. He said he was in Enugu that day. He kind of created an alibi for himself. And then the head of the studio, I can't remember his name, Oda Oshin or so. cannot say for real if this man standing in the dock is the height is okay, but then when Wole Soyinka appeared, he was wearing a beard, but he says, I think there was confusion about the person, and it's on the basis of that actually that he was acquitted. So that was that incident, which has become so famous to this day, according to my own recollection.
Yeah, all right, brilliant. They've regurgitated it somewhat in this particular cycle where Soyinka is in play. But Baba, somebody sent in a clip that they want you to react to. I've not seen it. I just downloaded it and uploaded it. I've not seen it. Or if it's a nonsense, I'll stop it. But Baba, watch this. Somebody especially wants you to react to this.
I am feeding my children, and I don't like to show my family on top of social media. I keep my family apart from that.
That is perfectly understandable. What would you like to talk about?
Okay, I just wanted to come up here and just say, first off, some people might feel like I shouldn't have an opinion because I'm white, but I've been with my husband for going on 10 years since I was 18. I'm now 28 years old. He's a Nigerian. He's a Akwa Ibom and Igbo man. We have two small children together. I care about Nigeria so much. I didn't have a purpose in life. I felt like I didn't know my purpose in life. Sorry, I had a purpose in life, but I didn't know what it was. I was confused about what I wanted to do, and I was confused about where my life is going to go. Until I went to Nigeria, I stayed more than 6 months in Nigeria, and that is the first place that I found peace in my life, happiness in my life, understanding my life, and I found what I wanted to do with my life. I found my purpose in Nigeria. Nigeria has so much potential, and it can be better than EU. It can be better than Dubai. It can be better than America. It can be the place where white people are wanting to come to live instead of Nigerians and Africans coming abroad thinking that it's better here. It's nothing better here. I loved my stay in Nigeria, and I love Nigeria so much. I believe that changes need to be made. Me, for example, I'm relocating to Nigeria in less than 2 years. My children are going to grow up there, and I already have a place where they will bury me once I die. I am dying for that in that country. You understand? So I pray that I just came in and I seen some people saying some negative things like Nigeria doesn't have this, Nigeria doesn't do that. Please don't come on this platform and say bad things about Nigeria. Do you know how much white people put on TV what is bad about Africa, and how white people think that they're better than Africa when it is not true, when it is a lie? They are not. So please stop spreading all the bad things. There's bad things in every country, in every continent. You don't need to just come on here and start saying all the bad thing about Nigeria, because there's still good in Nigeria. When I entered Lekki, when I went to Lekki, my head bust. I was like, is this the same Africa that they're showing to us on TV? It was beautiful.
Oh, all right. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I'd not seen that beforehand, but do you make anything of that, Baba?
Well, I relate to it, and people like us, I would say, for example, I have a daughter-in-law who is a surgeon, a Danish. Her view about Nigeria is almost the same thing like this woman, though this woman sounds like an Asian to me. Not
no,
Asian,
she sounds Dutch or German.
Dutch or German.
Yeah.
I think they are good people, and this is what I've always been saying. Our country could be better, far, far better. But as of today, what we have is not bad. We can always do a repair job. It's not about all darkness. It's not about doom.
Do you think other people see us as a bigger deal than we see ourselves?
That is the point. That is the point. I think around 2002, Bob D, Ovation, Bob D, Dele Momodu did a poll across some African countries, interviewing their women that if they have to marry an African, who do they prefer? Over 90% chose to marry a Nigerian. You won't believe it. They said they would rather marry a Nigerian. Even in the States here, I don't know, maybe we don't see ourselves the way they see us, even professionally. Look at the people on this platform who stays in the US. I mean, they can tell me in their place of work, they are not on the front line of people they will choose first to do those heavy lift. When I mean heavy lift, I don't mean carrying iron or this thing. That is a brain task, skin task. Yeah, you understand. I mean, we are well respected. I don't know why we choose to diminish. I know we like comedy. We are self-deprecating. When you watch our comedians, you will think, I don't know what to say. But then we are taking it to a different level. We are taking it to a different level that I do not understand. And I ask myself at times, is it because of politics? I don't have answer to that, but we need to stop what we are doing in that respect. People who respect us a lot. For instance, for myself, I've been few places. I know there is discrimination, right from airports, in cities and everything. But for me, I've not experienced it. Maybe because the way I carry myself, I will not do too no or see me kind of thing. I will respect myself. I comport myself. So maybe that is why I've not experienced that kind of thing. The nearest I can say I did was somewhere I think still in the mid-90s. I followed a friend to his village in Poland. I can't remember the way they spell and pronounce in Poland is different. Deep village in Poland. I followed a friend down there who works in Cairo, the Polish, and the old people there, they call me Kunta Kinte because they've seen the Roots documentary.
That might not necessarily be a bad thing. It's the intent always, isn't it? It's the intent. I was watching this clip of some guy that lives in China, some black guy, and then when he goes to some rural area, they'll call him Chocolate Man. Which you could take offense to, but if it's done out of naivety and admiration, then that's just their level of perception, isn't it?
Yeah, so when I see, I get very hot when I see us like deprecating ourselves and we're useless, we are this, we are that, when other people are seeing us in a better light. You understand? And I think we should just do a rethink. We are valuable. I mean, we are amongst the best in the world in the field of surgery, in the field of ICT. All the unicorns in Africa predominantly are Nigerian startups. And we are counted out of the 15 billionaires, black billionaires, we have about 5 or 6 of them rated by Forbes. What do we want exactly? I don't know. Maybe we set too high a standard for ourselves. But if it's not enough right now, we will get there. Let's all just work towards it. We will make our first baby steps, or we fall, we rise. Life is a cycle, as far as I'm concerned. It's not all doom. We shouldn't have a tunnel kind of vision. You understand? We shouldn't have a tunnel vision. We should look at life from a very wide lens. We will get there. I believe in Nigeria. I trust the ability of Nigerians, and in diversity, we will always find that spot where we unite.
Do you think Nigerians are the most patriotic people there are? Do you think Nigerians are more patriotic than Americans?
No, we are not patriotic at all.
You don't think we are?
I mean, look at the
okay. Let me rephrase that. Do you think Nigerians take greater pride in being Nigerian than anyone else?
I think most of us do, because I walk to places, I see Nigerian parties like the one Pansat is going to attend now. If he shows you the clip, you see that we are in our regalia. We are very proud of it. And we form communities all over the places. But there is this thing, maybe it's an internet thing, because I don't know. I don't know what at times you are taken aback when you read stuff or people talking and things like that, and start to wonder, is it, but particularly in this political times we are living right now, I think it's high time we stopped. It's high time we stopped. We are demarketing our country and we are doing damage. We think it's for ourselves alone. We are doing it for our children.
One man, my brother, can I just ask you a question, please? I think
yes,
I think this is the issue. Is Nigeria working? It's not working. You cannot sell a bad product. Hold on, please. You cannot sell a bad product. If it is not working, it didn't there. Do you have pipe-borne water? No. Do you have power? No. What is your dollar? What is the inflation rate? How many people are living under poverty? There are things that you cannot lie about. Nigeria is not a poor nation. We have leaders with a weak mindset. So that is the issue.
Brother, we're poor country.
It is so
poor country. Let's be honest.
I know we're a poor country. Many people just come out and just make rich. I understand. In terms of human resources, I can tell you yes. But I mean, what is the budget of Imo State? Well, it's not even up to the budget of Harvard University. Come on, please. See, my brother, Nigeria is not working. Let us not stop. Let's stop. This is so that lady that made that. I love it. Many of them love us. The other day we were talking about it here on this show about foreign women and Nigerian men. They love us. Why? Because we put in the work. We are still one of those breeds of men that are still traditional and still live it. That think traditional and still live it. Nigerian men are still one of those breeds.
Okay, let me
what I'm saying.
So Nigeria is Andrew Tate.
No, let me tell you why
one man, I'm telling you what it is, and for the lady too, right? Apart from the fact that the husband might be a hardworking person, but you see, it's so easy to make a statement if you're living in Ikoyi or you're living in Lekki, and you're making that kind of statement. It's so easy for you. We all know that many of us stay in the rural areas. And it's not easy. Even those living in the town, it's not easy for them. Talk about people living in the
But
village.
that's the story of everywhere, though. There are privileged places in every country, and there are less privileged places.
This is the point. Joel, look, let me tell you something. Today, we all focus on Abuja, which is big mistake we've always been making. We are practicing democracy. Do you know the local government chairman of your local government area? You don't know. That is where government starts.
But there's no money there now. There's no money there.
No, that
what
is
are you talking about?
Listen, let me finish, please. Let me finish. That is where governance stands. All our focus, all our concentration is Abuja. And until we win ourselves away, our focus from Abuja and start politics right from our local government, Nigeria can never get it right. The opposition in the parliament, they are not. Yes, sir.
But I'm
yes, sir.
Okay.
But Baba,
yes,
the political the political power. The political actors, the power that be, does not make it work like that.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't make it work. The governor does not allow local government to function. Did they allow it to function?
Okay,
Wait.
I don't know anywhere, but I know Lagos State.
It doesn't
I know.
function.
Let me finish. Let me just educate you about Lagos State. I know, which is my own state. There are hardly any street, whether in Lekki, Ikoyi, or Ajegunle, or Agbara, that there is no landlord association.
That does not constitute local government administration.
Let me continue. I'm going somewhere with it.
Okay.
This association, they interact with the local government. There is this security outfit, Neighborhood Watch. There is a cooperation between landlord association of a certain area, and I wish Ekene is here. I think he will bear me witness. They interact thoroughly, and they collect money.
I know what you're saying.
It is within your purview as somebody, a tenant in that area, a landlord, to make sure those money they give them from the local government, that they use it judiciously for the street, for the area, for the ward. Corruption, we are the problem. We are corrupt ourselves.
Hold on,
Baba.
Baba, excuse me. Which money comes from local government to the
landlord association?
Money comes from local government.
They go, they have meeting, they write, I'm talking of Lagos State. I don't know any other state, actually.
My brother, I stayed in Ebutemeta before I moved to Lekki. I stayed in Ebutemeta for 20 years.
Yeah.
We contribute for our security. Those nice security
we buy
guys
transformer, we buy everything, yes.
We contribute to buy transformer.
Yes.
What are you talking about? Even the road that they build, the road that they build, 6
do you pay tax? Do you pay tax? Appropriate tax, do you pay?
What do you mean appropriate tax? Lagos is one of the highest.
I'm asking you a question. Answer honestly. Answer honestly. Because this is where the problem lies.
Look, we own a shop. Hold on. We own a shop in Balogu. So if you cannot pay your taxes in Balogu, what are you talking about? You pay your taxes. What I'm telling you is this, that we provide our own security. Like you alluded to, we buy, if our transformer blow up 3, 4, 5 times, we go and contribute and buy a transformer.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about exactly. Because I said, look, I examine myself before I examine. After all, the government, the man who is local government chairman, the man who is the governor, did he come from heaven? He didn't fall from heaven. We voted for him. He came from our body. When I mean body, the land mass, terra firma terra, or what they call it. So what do we expect if we don't behave appropriately? So it starts from all of us individually. I'm as guilty as anybody. I mean, the guy who fixed my prepaid meter, only him came. We paid a couple of years ago. He fixed it and he said, this major card I bought that day, I think for 15,000. He said he can rig it if I give him so amount that I don't have to pay anything again. I did. Am I a good citizen? Let's examine ourselves. Can I do it right here? I can do it right here where I am right now.
Baba.
I pay my bills.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to say something. What you are talking about the local government, it's not as if they're not there. It's just that even the local government themselves, I don't know how they function. Most of the times, I don't know their problem.
Now, let me ask you, in your area, there is no landlord or landlord-tenant association?
We have.
Good.
We have,
carry on.
We have. My point is, after all those landlord meeting and all that, and the meeting, nothing is being done. Like there are some roads in my area that are being carried out by local governments for many years. Nothing is good. They just dig some gutters and put some interlocking.
and they'll just abandon it. It's almost in every state in Ojo.
Why can't we hold them responsible? Why can't we challenge them?
So,
But
just like just say, when you see all these things and they continue to do it that way, you don't need to go to them. You just need to make sure you provide your security. You do some maybe some patch road project that you can do. Like in my street, all the culvert there, we contribute money in our street to do it.
Very good. Thank you.
When trailer match it maybe 2 or 3 times, the thing will spoil again. They even mount maybe roadblock. What happens is that after the community have done those culverts, they will now mount a roadblock. That whenever a trailer want to pass there, you either pay 1,000 naira or 2,000, and the money goes into the community purse. So that anytime they want to carry out some culvert renovation and all that, they go straight to that money and do some culvert renovation. That is how we do it here.
I know. That's what takes place in almost everywhere in Lagos State. What I'm trying to say, you've spoken exactly what I know goes on. But then we have to take it a step further. Write a letter to the governor. Write a letter to the commissioner. We have to be active as citizens. We are too dormant. That's why they treat us with like flop mat.
Baba, we do all these things, so they do all these things because even that's why I said that the only government that worked, and I know that worked, especially in my area, was only Fashola, because the only government that really touched, especially all this local government space and all that. All the road that was built in Ojo was built by Fashola during the Fashola government.
I know.
Any other government,
drainage, everything.
Yeah, all the drainage, all the things that happened there, all the road that was created in that area was done during Fashola.
Are you not surprised? I know that area fairly well.
Yes, I don't know. I'm surprised. So, but after his government, all those things died off, and those roads are getting so terrible now. I don't know what is happening here, but I pray we still get another person that will still consider those.
We can't be tired, my brothers. We cannot be governance where we are today. We are enjoying over 200 years. If we go back and read the biography or autobiography of those who brought this country thus far, we will know they've come a long, long way. We have to be very active. We have to be very active. We should ask the question, take people who voted to task, right and right and right. Go to look. My street formerly, where main place now I stay. The whole street after one rainy season, like you said, it became very, very bad. And we appointed at the meeting for people to go to Secretariat in Alausa. They went there. One of these APC chief now that is pontificating on TV, I see once in a while, was the contractor of that road. And he has collected money for even rehabilitation of the road. And he didn't rehabilitate the road. He was living in Shomolu then. We went to his place in Shomolu and Hasole. We dragged his neck. We forced him. He did the resurfacing. He didn't do it well, but we got the satisfaction that at least we brought him down to do it.
But there is another problem. There is another problem, Baba. I don't know the reason why that problem always occurs. There is most of those roads in my area. Like there is a place called one man that opened a very big hotel along that Okoko road, or that you use it to join Ojo road. There was a hotel built in that area. The road was very good before, but about 2 or 3 years ago, the road began to deteriorate to a very bad shape. So it become a bad market to that that man that built that hotel there. So he needs to approach the either local government to do some maintenance work by himself on that road.
Yeah, I think fairly, though I've not been in that area now for like 7-8 years, but I think I know fairly well the road we are talking about, and the proprietor of the Igbo is an Igbo guy, right?
Yeah,
Who owns the
yeah, it's
hotel.
an Igbo guy. So
he has a foam factory.
Yeah.
He has a foam factory. I know, you know.
So the request was declined. Even that, the request was declined. Up to today, the road is still there.
It's
the
all
guy
politics.
was begging them.
Don't be tired.
Don't give me money. Don't give me money. You just allow me. This thing is causing a bad market to me. Let me just put some maintenance. It's not that I will do all the work there, but at least some filling, some concrete filling, put some maintenance so that the people that are coming to my hotel will be able to have it easy. So it's just like the hotel is becoming abandoned.
All right. I'm not quite sure if the audience are gripped by road repairs in Okokomaiko, but Baba, move us to a different space. I know it's riveting stuff, road repairs in Okokomaiko, but I'm not sure our American audience know what that is all about. But Baba, take us to a different place.
Yes, you tell me where we want to go.
It's this thing by the Olu. I've never really often instances agreed with anything that Oluwo of Iwo has to say. But in this instance, I find myself somewhat aligning with his commentaries. Where back with Obasanjo, he won't try such with emirs. Oluwo of Iwo demands apology from Obasanjo for ordering Oyo monarchs to stand up and greet him. So, of course, we spent quite a bit of time on this particular storyline yesterday, but it looks as though this storyline has especially gripped the Nigerian state. So now, just for refresher, let me play you three clips in sequence, and then off the back of that, go to the commentary by Oluwo. So the narrative starts from here, as we well know.
Ibi tí gómìnà bá wà tàbí president bá wà kò sí ọba náà ó láti dìde fún gómìnà tàbí fún president ẹ dìde. Ẹ jókòó.
So that was where the story started, Baba, with Obasanjo making Obas do frog jump in public. So Obasanjo making Obas do frog jump in public. And we discussed that endlessly yesterday, and we were somewhat divided. I was quite surprised, actually, by the response. We were somewhat divided in opinions. But what the argument was that the constitution vests so much powers in the hands of politicians that power has to be deferred to by the stool. So that was the argument, but that was not always the case. Certainly not the case for Alaafin or for you, of course, as you would imagine. Watch this, Baba.
Gbogbo àwọn commissioner tó jókòó múlẹ̀ ẹ̀gọ́ Aláàfin wa sépò tó fi ń sílẹ̀ kò ní dà fún owó yìí. Ẹ wò mí tí mo dé dìde kẹ́ dọ̀bálẹ̀ ṣé torí sẹ́tẹ̀ gbà lọ́dọ̀ rẹ̀. Ìwọ gómìnà yìí nígbà tèmi ti ń lọ ọkọ̀ tí mo wà ní insurance tí mo ti ń lọ ọkọ̀ ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jáde secondary school òun wáṣẹ́ tó ṣe. 1948.
So that was somewhat of a role reversal. So in the first clip, Obasanjo rebuking the Obas for not standing up to greet the governor as he came in. And in the second clip, that was the Alaafin for you're now late, rebuking both the commissioners and the governor of that state at that time, not only for not standing up to greet him, for not prostrating to greet him. But then, of course, the story and tradition, it really aligns with the position that adopted by the Alaafin there. Baba, watch this.
We continue to apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for all the inconveniences. But in spite of the glamour of today's program, you're finding it difficult to contend with the barrage of photographers and pressmen. Mr. Jackson Adopa.
So, Baba, that was the now deceased former Ooni of Ife, Obasanjo, they arriving at an event, and as soon as he turned up popped Awolowo, who was a senior functionary of government at the time. So the tradition had always been the other way round, that when an Oba arrives, as Alaafin excellently explains there, that it is the government functionaries, it is the peasants that stand up in greeting, not royalty that stands to bow. So the Oluwo of Iwo now comes into the narrative. And by the way, of course, we have to, with some trepidation, Oluwo of Iwo, who in his leisure smokes Colorado in his palace. But nevertheless, he comes out to say that Tinubu, Obasanjo rather, would not dare try this on in the north. So as this narrative continues to escalate, have you reflected more on your position since yesterday? The invitation now, a public apology from Baba Iyabo. Are you demanding that as well?
I'm still bristling from this thing when it happened since yesterday. Really hopping mad. I will add to the Shijuade thing and the Alaafin thing with recent history. During Buhari Diagmo time, if we remember very well, those on the platform and the comment section, it was this same Olubushe Obashijuade with Adu Bayero, the emir of Kano. They travel out because they were good friends. They travel out to London. I think the practice even up to today is that as an Oba, before you leave your domain, you have to take permission from your state governor. They did not take permission. When they came back, I think Diagmo was after them, particularly Ooni of Ife. And the governor then was is it Oladayo, Ekundayo, Pupola, a colonel, actually. He called the meeting of Oyo State Council of Obas. And they were all there. He wanted to rebook the talk about the incident because he had directive from Supreme Headquarters. Ashanike was an Oba, the Olubadan of Ibadan. He's not very lettered. So it's always, when he's going to that kind of meeting, he goes with an interpreter. So when the governor started ranting away, talking about the issue, so Ashanike, Olubadan of Ibadan, turned to his interpreter, like, what's he saying? So the interpreter told him that he's querying the Ooni for leaving his domain and traveling out. And you know what Ashanike said, Olubadan of Ibadan? He said, because, hey, governor, you are rebooking him for traveling. He's your child now. You are holding a staff of office. You know, the military men hold these small, tiny pieces of thing they hold for their office. He said, start beating him now. Beat him, because he's your mate. He should take permission before he travels out of his domain. And he walked out of the meeting. Those are Obas. Now, let's talk about the moment. You see, these people, it's like the Supreme Court judges, or the judges, Pepsi, all these things. All the politicians, all the lawyers are berating them today. Why? Because they've all bribed those lawyers, those judges before. they've done it before, so they know what they have done. They know what they can make these lawyers do. So it's like the fastest person to get to these judges will get the judgment. So they are angry now. That's the same thing with these Obas. They know how they came to sit on the throne. So they don't have respect for these Obas. Even most of these are upgraded Obas. They were just mere ballets, most of them. We Yorubas, we know the real Obas. That I think in Yoruba land, there are about only 16 that has the crown, ancient crown. And most of them don't wear those ancient crowns. Those who even got there dubiously as of today, they don't wear, if they wear that ancient crown.
Is Oluwo amongst them?
No, Oluwo is not, he's not wearing an ancient crown. He's not wearing an ancient crown. So this is the thing.
Oluwo is one of those kings that have ancient crown too.
Okay. Thanks for the correction. But what I deduce from Obasanjo's action, I think there is a political slant to it a little bit. I see politics in his action. He's a bitter man, but it's not in my place actually he's an elder. I mean, if my father were to be alive, even at my age, I think if he's older than Obasanjo, maybe just 2-3 years. So it's not in my space to start to rebuke him or anything. No, but I know he is playing politics. But let us just pray. Let these people pass away. Because the Nigeria we enjoyed, even me, I will not deny I didn't enjoy Nigeria. But what we are bestowing today to our grandchildren, I mean, it's not nice. It's not nice. I feel guilty because as small as I am, I enjoyed Nigeria. I will not lie.
Baba, please, can I interject because I might be going out now?
Yeah.
Actually, what I want to just say to that aspect is, well, Obasanjo was first a Yoruba man before he became president. It's like this. I'm first a child of my father before I became a man. Most of those tools that he has disrespected there are older than Obasanjo himself. So let's call it spade.
Did the people say that he's from Anambra State?
No. I see. Let's not divert. If he is actually from Anambra,
I want to believe that Obasanjo is older than all of them.
What I'm trying to say is this: if he's older than them, these two, the title they are holding, some of those titles,
I agree with you,
older than Obasanjo himself.
I agree with you on that.
So that it is a great disrespect. I don't want to know what they call it.
Big.
It is a big disrespect. I can't say because now I'm a man, then my father, I should respect that he is my father. When you say somebody is a king in Yoruba land, it does not matter. Even if he's a boy, you give him his respect. Obasanjo is full of himself, and this is what I used to say. It's just that when we want to talk about him now, Babajide Koko will say we should respect him because of his old age. But he went there and did not respect a tradition that is older than him.
Jide is not, he did not, or he does not respect the Yoruba race. That's what he did yesterday.
That is exactly. And that is why what Ekene just said now, that he might be, we said, some people said he's from Anambra State. And that is why
don't believe that story, please.
No. That is why I want to say he has just behaved like somebody that is from Anambra State.
He has tribal marks.
No, it doesn't matter. During the war, they were getting tribal marks here and there. So let's forget about that. What he has done is complete disrespect to the Yoruba race, and he should not be appreciated for anything. It should not be coined. It should not be pampered. That man should be lashed everywhere he goes in Yoruba land. That's rubbish.
Slow down, please.
No. It is rubbish because if Buhari did that to our kings, everybody will be talking.
I understand.
Not even somebody that is a chief in his own land. Can he do that to the Alaki of Egbaland, or can he do that to the Oni of Ife? Okay, but because they are
Secure Daytona.
But the Alake to one he has there was sometimes ago, maybe like 2 or 2 years ago, he told this thing, the Alake of Egbaland, that his senior
in the military
cannot talk to him like that. That he should keep quiet. Wherever he's talking, the Alake must not raise his voice.
I think he was drunk on that day because he even pulled a gun on them.
You remember, Baba?
Yeah, he pulled a gun on them that day.
Yeah.
So Baba Janle Koko, whatever, I don't know whoever is trying to cover him by law. For me, our traditions come before the law. We're first Yorubas before we started speaking English. So we should understand these things, and these are the things that kill our traditions. So, but I've been waiting to have my turn, but since it's not coming quick, I want to bounce out.
You can carry on. Use my space. No problem.
Sorry. One man, what was going on in the news today? I just wanted to drop it. The government has given 42 companies the license to commercialize the gases that we are flaring, flared gases. So that is in motion now. And
are they indigenous companies?
Well, I don't have the details yet, but I know that it will be a mixed situation. Well, that is one thing, because I'm always looking for the good side of the news. The other one is that Enugu State the state governor has taken the initiative and has signed into law that they want to go into commercial electricity generation, distribution, and everything. So they have their own electricity bill now in Enugu State. So the space is gradually opening.
I saw that. That was one of the raft of bills that Buhari signed in the last 2 weeks of his administration. When he unbundled that electricity space and said the states could sign themselves into. We'll see how that works out. I'm surprised that Anambra State wants to take it on, because I thought they would do it regionally, because it's too big a spend for one state to take on. Except Lagos State.
No, the way they did it, maybe they are going to get loans to do it. But the way the government signed it, even an individual can have up to, I think, 100 megawatts generating station. So it's not only states, even an individual can own up to 100 megawatts. That's what they signed as law. So if anybody has the money now as an individual, you can go into it and start selling power to people. So those are the two things.
Did Otedola not buy the license for Lagos under that dispensation? I think he bought the license to electricity for Lagos, didn't he?
Well, woman, what I'm just trying to say is that that those are the positives, and the space is opening gradually. I hope Nigeria will be a good place. And somebody made a comment the other time. I want to quickly touch on that. That when they go to court, the 25%, 25% in the Supreme Court is still going to be nullified, and the reason is this. That space is called Federal Capital Territory. It is a territory that belongs to the federal government. And when that place was being situated, the government paid the indigenous people for the lands, and they acquired the land. In fact, a large percentage of it. So if you say you want to have a state now in that territory, the government will simply say, pay us back the money. and own your land, then you can have your government. That state, that space.
You know, off the back of that judgment by the presidential something, the Abuja indigents, they are now asking for 3 senators and a governor.
And they are joking because it's a federal capital territory. If you read the law that established that space, you will know it cannot be a state. And that was why even in the constitution, they did not say it is a state, but it will be treated as if it was a state. So that space is owned by the federal government. They paid for it. So you cannot claim governorship in a territory that does not belong to you anymore. Most of those people there are just tenants, and they are no longer the owner of the land. So government have, if we remember, that space was just carved out, and the government paid for it, and before they started whatever they are doing there. So that thing will still be strike out. If anybody is still hanging hope on 25%, please just throw it in the.
Is that argument taking any shape in Nigeria? Are people talking about it?
Well, maybe in the obedience space, but everybody believes that nothing will come out of it because we already know that there is. First thing is people have the argument is are they in any way superior to us? Or everybody that are there, they are also from different parts of the country. So the point is that space belongs to the federal government, and that 25% is going to go into the dustbin. So one man, I want to bounce now. I want to sleep. I have a flight for tomorrow, so going back to Lagos.
What of the flood in Lagos? What of the flood in Lagos? You didn't tell us anything about that.
Yes. Well, there is flood in Lagos, but it's a usual
that
thing.
That photograph they show may not be Lagos.
No. The one.
No, even in Alaba today, many goods were spoiled.
The one man showed is Lagos, but the one I really felt for the people is the one that happened is in Libya. In fact, that one is the whole almost like a whole city submerged completely.
Don't even talk that of Libya. You know, concern us.
No, but the one for Lagos is a normal thing. They know now.
No,
so
people heading towards that. Why we shouldn't?
It's like what happened in Mississippi every year now.
Baba Jale Koko. Let me tell you the beautiful thing about Lagos. Okay. You know, we are into supplying development, cement and concrete. You know, people. That All Milan Bridge that you pass on, you will see inside the water. You see that they have marked it with bamboo like pegs and marked it. Do you know some people have bought that water space already in Lagos? So what they want
to do what with?
To do what?
Very good. That water space now. Later on, they will now start the drenching. They will now start taking sand from the inner part of and pumping. If you go to Lekki, every corner of Lekki, you see those boats that and pumps that pump sand and pump it. They keep pumping it. So obviously, when you drive the water that way, by the time the rain comes, you have choked the space. The water will also come back in.
But who should we blame for that?
No, it is the government. It is our people. You understand? I don't know what is so fascinating
because
about
we have Department of Environment and physical planning and all the rest. Why must government allow such thing to happen?
Well, that one is complete laxity from the space of the government. Complete laxity. But even in Lekki, Babajan Lekoko, 50%, or let me even say 60% of the houses in Lekki are not yet, they don't have people inhabiting it. There are a lot of estates that are still empty. You can't believe it. And I start asking myself, why did you build all these things when nobody is
I saw it last time that I traveled. went
So,
around. So I was saying, what is going on?
it's just funny. It's just funny. What's this man?
You know a lot of those Lekki estates, they are money laundering something. All
Yes,
this
no.
money laundering.
You see, what's the man? This man now, this past CBN governor,
Emefiele.
Emefiele. If you see, that his brother that was shouting in courts. The guy is not shouting because they are arresting his brother. He's shouting because that's the source of his money, and the man is going. That man, if you see his estate in Lekki, brother to the CBN governor, if you see his estate there, in fact, some of my colleagues that attend the same church with him said, "Is he not the same person they knew?" Imagine. But if you see his estate in Lekki, the funny thing is they just built it, and just few people. It's only multinationals that maybe takes those space, use it for guest house for their staffs. Very few people can even afford to acquire this space.
And there are so many abandoned, buildings. Like
yes,
big.
there are a lot of abandoned projects there.
Solid. You'll be solid building. Like, you'll be shocked that what is going? Why is this abandoned?
So
I went to so many of those places. I was just saying, what is going on?
Because probably the person building it, the government in place was no longer favoring them, and you notice that it will stop until they get a government that will
People cannot afford it now. Their money is too high now. Just like you said, it's just few people that can afford
it. I mean the abandoned projects. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about
the abandoned one. Okay.
All right, Babati, you can have your space back. Let me go and rest.
Sorry
for the long wait. Paddy.
Yeah, I just wanted to just add a little bit of words to the flood issue in Lagos. So, I mean, whilst the Lekki case is very valid, but some of the clips that we are seeing, including Alaba International and some part of the mainland, are not solely because of the Lekki construction. It's also a drainage issue. There was a clip that's also out there in Lagos that you see that on the one lane the flood is so much. On the other side of the lane there was no flood there, and the reason being that when they made those dividing slabs, they didn't make spaces in between to allow water from one side, flush into the drainage or on the other side. So they had water stamped up on one half of the lane, and on the other side was, so I think those are some of the very flawed constructions that, so they made a very strong barrier with concrete in between. So what they need to do is to probably drain some sort of piping in between, or some sort of gutter to pass through so that water can flood easily. Then the one for like Alaba International, those are like canals that are already flooding that they need to. But this kind of things usually happen whenever there's a new construction. So maybe like the train they're building, whenever there are those heavy constructions in between those periods, it because people don't use their drainages properly. So you find like lagoons and small gutters and small canals also being blocked. And that's why you see it affecting places like Alaba International, the Godo, Alimosho areas, aside
for a water dense area like Lagos, you'd have thought that the drainage would have been the one thing that the government is most hot on.
No, it's we the people.
They build road, but even when they build the roads, they don't build.
Solved it before. Fashola solved it by breaking a lot of houses and brought in equipment. It was a major operation many years ago when Fashola was there. They break houses, they expand drainages, they did a lot of work, and I think for 3 years thereafter, no flood. We the people, we started blocking the whole thing, rebuilding the houses back, and here we are again. And I don't think this Sanwo-Olu has that kind of money to do that kind of project again. It looks light than Fashola, so I don't think so, because that was major project then.
Can I also say, like, like for property developers, right? I think the government is also lax with its rules. let's say, for instance, we all stay, many of us stay in the West. When property developers want to build properties, they have set of rules that they go through. You must build a proper drainage system for the estates, not just for the houses, for the estate alone. You must build specific lots, property style. You must not increase the house to this height. Those property developers know the rule. And for each stage of the development, you have government officials coming in to come inspect um, these developments. Like here, I don't know about, I don't own a property in the UK, but if you want to build a basement, you must apply to the government, to the council, who will come and inspect your basement. That's you want to do your basement out. You want to let out your basement. They'll come and inspect the basement. And for every stage, they have 3 stages. They will come to the inspection and they will mark them. These are rules that should be in place. How can property developers build properties without a drainage system? What do you think will go on? That is what the government should be looking at. If you are doing that, they should break everything. Break your house. Huh?
I mean, the speaker is Fajui. Am I correct?
No. This is Emeka. Break your house so that you will lose your investment, right? If you don't do the right thing. So not only that, even penalize you. We've seen in Lagos State, people are building properties and it's collapsing. And nothing is being done. It's because the government or the commission in that state is in cahoots with these property developers. How can you go ahead to build properties without going through the due process, or you are in connivance with government agency? Definitely you are going to create problems. Why would
You've mentioned, you just hit the nail on the head. It is both ways. We all know the rules. Even in the US here, 20 feet in front of 10 feet by the side and everything. It's there also in our country. It's there. The laws are very stringent. But then when they come around, all we do is give them an envelope and they go. But at the end of the day, say again.
We saw what happened in Ikoyi, and that was not the first time. That was not the second time. That was actually not the
even that one was worse. The guy
You
boasted
understand?
on TV. The developer of that say he did the same thing in England. Though I can't dispute it because I think the pastor was also Ashimolo backed him then that he got approval for I think 5-story building somewhere in England and he increased it to 8-story. So all
That
those are the
cannot
things
happen.
that
It cannot happen in a well-developed country. It
that's
cannot
the
happen.
interview. That's what he said.
It
Ashimolo
can,
even
you know,
repeated it.
it cannot happen. We know. You can say that anywhere, but it cannot happen in a well-developed country. That you have permission to build a specific story buildings, and then at the back end you now go out. You can't do that in a developed country. They will take you to jail.
It's
They'll
not
penalize you. It's
where
not
you have
possible.
the civil engineers and all of them. How
They
would
would not. You understand? They won't even want to take it from
Maybe
you.
one man can research it and show that where he said it. So that about
He
the
can say what. No, I'm not
I didn't
disputing
believe
that
him
it wasn't said.
though, but he said it.
I'm not disputing it wasn't said, but it's not possible. You can't try it in a well-developed country. You know, the contractors. Yes, he is the one who has the development country, but the contractors will not agree. They will want to see your permit first. Let's say you want to do electrical, they will want to see your permit before they engage because they don't want to lose their license. So no contractor will want to contravene the law. It's not about let's contravene the
I
law.
agree with you. That's how it is.
So what
Because the
we
contractor will not even dare it.
like Joel said, Nigeria is yet to be a serious country. And Lagos State, which is the most progressive state in that country, is still not proper. It's not doing the right thing in place. Every year we know we are still in the rainy season, right? We know the rains will come and there will be flood in specific areas. Yet we do not do the right thing. Yet we allow property developers to keep contravening the law. Yet we have not taught people a lesson. Yet we have not punished these people for the acts they do. When there is no punishment, what do you think will happen? People will contravene the law.
They should break it. And I say, is it because I'm black? You know what it entails? I mean,
but the government official, like the civil servant, I think we can blame them as well because there's no house there's no property that they want to develop in Lagos that will not get an approval plan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And did they go later on to go
Oh yes.
inspect?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
No,
But
once you get the go
I'm
ahead, you can make adjustment anytime.
you see, before approval, I mean, they give approval, they go back to check to see if they are complying with the what is approved for them and stuff like that. But it's all about envelope. Once they are given envelope, they go. It's just, I mean,
That is now. You see, that is where we will also criticize the governor, right? Now, I know there is an internal audit commission in Lagos State. Do this commission actually go around to do sample checks for these uh, building commissions, right? Like, okay, you say you do inspection. Let's go around to do a sample check of the inspections you have done and see if they actually comply with the property plan that you say they do. Now, if these auditors go around and do a sample check and see that there's a variation to the plan that was being assigned and approved for them, it means that the property developers are not doing their job very well. So the recommendation would be that they should be sanctioned. Are these people being sanctioned when you don't hold people responsible for their jobs?
let me tell you, Emeka, what we are saying, or somebody like me have been saying on this platform, is that we can't have a good governance in Nigeria. You can't have anything work right as expected when you don't have local government administration working well without the control of the state. All those things we are talking about now, this planning approval and this thing, these are supposed to be in the hand of the local government.
I agree with you.
Local government are the closest. They know everywhere within their locality, their local government area rather.
They go out
And
every morning.
They can
I agree with you
reach
completely.
out. They can easily get there. They can easily do everything. They can easily monitor. They can easily do correction. They can easily do everything. Make sure everything work right. But
No,
when
they will just paint your house with cross and you go to
when
them.
you don't let them function, only the
Stop
state
work.
have to do everything. How many civils? How many civils? I mean, how many civil servants do they have to cover the whole state? They don't have the staff strength to do everything. So that's why you can see. So the few civil servants that are available to travel here and there, they will just say, "Why am I killing myself?" They are stealing their money.
I agree with you. I agree with you, sir, on that.
It's
It's the same
unfortunate.
thing. I think it's a fear of loss of control and power. It's the same thing applicable to the federal government too. Like now, we have policemen that are not adequately well funded and well staffed and well resourced to right? And then they don't want to amend the constitution for state policing, where the states themselves can be able to address their specific security challenges. I think it's the same thing. That fear, the loss of control and power, or probably I would term it change. People are scared of change. Maybe when they've benefited from something so much, they are scared to change it because that benefit would erode them. I stop at this point.
Can I make this point? Sorry. Can I go ahead?
Okay, Ola, go ahead. Go ahead.
You see, Ajalekoko made critical point about the workforce of Lagos State. You see, one thing is that you'll be surprised that the entire Lagos State, with population of over 20 million, has about 100,000 workers. That's just about the size of the workforce for even the workforce for our Bata government. I mean, the province I am is still like some thousands more than the workforce for Lagos State. You see, and what's our population here? We are less than 5 million. Just look at discrepancies. You see, one thing, my experience while working while with NEPA was that, some of those government workers, they make use of touts to go and do things for them. and those touts will not come back. So, and when you send tout out, what do you expect? You expect sharp practices because touts too, they are unemployed and they must eat. So, how would they make money for themselves from all those sharp practices? Bribery, just trying to outsmart the government and cut corners. So that's just a crisis. And this is the reason when people say, "Oh, the civil servants in Nigeria, they are too many. They should cut them into sizes." Because I laugh sometimes because because when you see in a country that is not even up to 1/6 population of Nigeria can still boast of more workers or more civil servants than Nigeria. So that's the kind of thing we are facing in that country. So I will yield to Simba. I would like to talk about that traditional rulers and Obasanjo, but maybe after Simba makes a statement.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, Simba make that statement, and then we go to Emeka first, if you don't mind, Ola, and then we come to you, and then after you, we go to Ajanle Koko.
Okay. Thank you, Wama. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My own submission on this is, yes, I agree with Ola that we don't have enough workforce. But at the same time, even the little workforce that we have are not properly deployed. And maybe by omission or commission, they are also, maybe because they are not well supervised, they do nothing. They didn't do anything. An average civil servant in Nigeria, all you know, what they are after is what they can gain from their position. It's not as if they have that patriotic mind to actually work for the government. Everybody is just looking for what they will gain from their position. So the basis of our major problem in Nigeria is still corruption. Let me give, for example, I bought a land very close to Assad Dam in Ilorin that I was using for farming. So, and it was an individual that sold this land to me. So I did the survey. I went to the Ministry of Survey to actually put the final approval to the survey. And they told me that that land belongs to the government. And after I left, because immediately they told me that that land belongs to the government, I just gave up. Whenever the government comes and say they want to take their land, I'm ready to give it back to them. But some of my colleagues still went ahead, look for some touts or some useless workers in that same ministry, get their own signed. You understand? But these same people, at the end of the day, when government comes, will be the ones shouting, saying that the government has taken their land. You know, to me, I still maintain my stand that both the leaders and the citizens of Nigeria are not serious. Look at the so-called flood in Lagos. The last time they were doing demolition and the Kenneth came here and was telling us that most of the building in that Alaba market that is complaining that there was flood were built on the canals. And these same people are the one now shouting that their goods are being destroyed. So to me, I don't know, why should you as a citizen, yes, I know that the government has to make sure that people do what is right. But at the same time, I can't see any iota of discipline in the way we Nigerians behave when we get to our country. People will put refuse in the drainage because they don't want to pay for the local authority that are in charge of the refuse. So those are the things that contributed to the problem that we're having. And in as much as we always blame government, because I don't know who we call the government. We all have people that work in this same government that are not doing what they're supposed to do, but we still be talking about they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our children. They work in these ministries. They are not doing what they're supposed to do. And they are the ones that are supposed to represent government to supervise all these things. They will not do it. But we still be shouting about government as if the government is spirit. Someone who cannot be everywhere. The PAMSEC cannot be everywhere. They have people that are supposed to monitor this thing, but instead of them to do their job, they will collect money and go and sleep. And then when the repercussion comes, everybody will be shouting. And I don't know when we want to take responsibility for our action.
Simba, I want to put this to you, then you reply. I want to put this to you. In terms of that refuge disposal, because it's one of the most concerning in Lagos State. The system is there. There are people that are meant to be disposing those refuse and all that, and the houses in Lagos are paying for that. At least in my compound, each flat is about 350. I think in a month. Then the shops are 150.
350 naira.
Yeah, the shops are 150, 150 naira. And this money is a must. You must pay it. If you don't pay it, your house they will come and. My problem is this: they are too active when maybe after 2 months or 3 months they recognize that your compound are not paying. They are very active to come and lock your compound. Maybe they take you to Alausa, then you pay penalties and all that before they give you back your keys to get to lock your compound. But in terms of maybe those motors to be coming, because I think it's every 2 times in a week, you hardly see them once in a month. So who is to be blamed? And what happens is that after you even pay that,
I said that you can't keep refuse in your house.
You can't keep refuse in your house now. So what happens is that maybe 2 or 3 days, if your refuse is filled up, you still do all these aboki people that is passing by. You still have to give them 100 naira, maybe 2 days or 3 days to pack your refuse. And that is the problem. Once aboki people carry all those full truck of refuse, they can go and dump it anywhere. And they'll still come back again.
Confusion break bone in the year now. That's the confusion break bone.
What you just mentioned, I cannot say it's not happening, but I have seen it physically. Whenever it rains, you see people on their own, not even their bookie, and they know the implications. So don't try and play the first one I say is you know.
Ìyẹn làwọn Yorùbá ń pè ní èṣù má ṣe mí ọmọ ẹlòmíì ni kò ṣe. So they don't care.
So don't use that one to just say that people exactly. So that's my own submission on that. Okay, one man, you can go to Emeka to make his own. One man.
No, sorry, I was speaking.
Is it not Baba that was speaking that we interjected?
Yeah, it was Baba, but I have to acknowledge that this has been somewhat of an awkward sort of conversation. But people have been hanging around. It's a free-flowing one. Ajanle Koko knows, but for the benefit of others, when there is not that much in the news cycle, we just speak around because we like hanging around. So we just find things to talk about. That's just really it. One man. Yeah.
I didn't really listen to what people were saying about this Obasanjo, this one that it was chastising the Yoruba Obas yesterday. But I don't think there's any Yoruba man that should be supporting this our old man that is not ready to repent. Obasanjo is a chief. He has a chieftaincy title in Owu, and he's supposed to be one of the custodians of our tradition.
Is it for him?
So and for that, exactly. You see, we have been saying it. That man is one of the problem of Nigeria, whether we like it or not.
Some people will tell you it's the biggest problem we have.
Exactly. It's even behind this OB problem that we are having. The man is a destroyer. And to me, I have not seen, it's just like a devil incarnate. He be so much believe in himself that he does not see any other person apart from himself. And such a man should not be respected. At his age, he's supposed to be a nation builder, not a nation destroyer. How can you, somebody that is close to 90 years, that's supposed to be a custodian of Yoruba tradition, and in the public you are destroying our tradition? So what can we now? What legacy is he leaving for the young ones? And I don't think anybody should be supporting this. I don't want. I'm a Yoruba man, but if I want to say what I want to say, people would. It's not. It's to me. I'm very angry.
Don't worry. Yes, I want to hear more. I want to hear more. In fact, I've been saving you for that space, but I want to hear more from you on that space, Simba. But let Emeka have the floor, because he's been around. So Emeka, just free flow at it. I could set up the headlines for you, or you can just speak to us.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. But I would like to jump in with the Lagos that flooding issue. Then I can go over with the Obasanjo concern. See, I think what we do mostly, when we, as individuals, I will start with the individuals, we like control and power. In Lagos State, I find the state doing more and overbiting and overkilling itself. They don't need to do so much, right? Like, I don't know if it's who was speaking, if it's I can't pronounce his name very. I'm so sorry.
Ajale Koko.
Ajanile Koko. Ajanile Koko.
You want us to withdraw your green passport?
I'm sorry, sir, for not pronouncing your name very well. My sincere apology.
Emeka, do you know what they call Ikoko? You know what they call Ikoko?
Ikoko, wind.
It's a wolf.
No. Wolf.
Wolf.
Aja is dog. So it's just like a dog that is pursuing a wolf. What is going to happen to the dog? What is going to happen to the dog that is pursuing wolf?
That is a very brave dog, bro.
Courageous dog.
That's a very brave. That's a very brave dog.
As we have in New York, you see rat chasing cat.
Chasing human being.
That's a very brave dog. Okay, I'm sorry, sir, if I didn't. I hope I'm getting it right. Ajani Koko.
Ajanle Koko.
Ajanle Koko. Okay. All right. Thank you. So like what he was. Like what he was saying, they don't want to allow local government to function. It is sad, and it's across all the 36 states in the country. Governors just don't want their local government to work. And the reason why, it's a selfish reason. You understand? We in that state, in that situation, you are not having the denial of service to the people. You can't be everywhere. I don't know if it's applicable in the UK or in the US, but I think in the US, many people do not use public bus transportation, mainly in the US. I think people like to use their vehicles. But here in Canada, right, the public transportation is being provided by the local government. They go ahead to provide all regions. So they do it by region. They provide public transportation to the residents, right? And most of the things are being done by local government. Like this property inspection and the rest is done by the local government, who would come around and check to ensure everything is proper. Property tax is paid to the local government. What is again? The refuse is being done by the local government. So why would states be good? How many local governments does local state want to provide services to? Give that power to the local government councils and let them go ahead to do it. In that respect, I would suggest that Lagos, being the frontier of democracy and the delivery of services or the delivery of dividends of democracy in Nigeria, show other states how it can be
No,
done.
Emeka, it's local government that collects tenement rates in Lagos State. Too.
Okay.
Tenement rates, Lagos State, the local government collects it.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
you
awesome.
are right, Baba.
That's awesome. But the refuse dump and the other things, it's still the state government that is going ahead doing it. It shouldn't be that way. So if the local government in some form or manner can raise revenue for themselves, plus the share that they get from the monthly allocation, they can go ahead to provide services. And if the governor is afraid that his power will be taken away from him in terms of politics, why don't you appoint this council chairman yourself? Because most governors, including Peter Obi in his own time too, him being talking about the purveyor of democracy and the rule of law in the country, refuses to conduct election during his own time, local government election. So if the governors are so scared of conducting local government elections because of politics, they want to control the politics of the state, then appoint this council chairman and then charge them on their own tax on what to do and ensure they are properly monitored with specific performance measurement indicators. And the same should be applicable to all civil servants in every state. Why am I picking Lagos State? Lagos State is the most progressive state in the country. It should be the frontier in doing things right that other states can copy from. At least our president started this journey himself, that other people started copying what his model was like. So I would want Lagos State to do stuff like that. That people will say, look at what Lagos State is doing, and let's exemplify those kind of good things. You know, we can't be having flood in Lagos every year. When I was in Lagos, I was staying in Lekki, and it was a recurrent situation. This period, you would see flood, people with their Benzes packed, and it's a wrap for them. You understand? We were swimming in floods. We were driving our cars in floods, and it was a terrible menace. It was a terrible mess. Just a small rain, everywhere is flooded. You said?
I said that's no good lie. That's not life.
That's not. It's horrible. And then even within that Lagos State, you find that's where the middle class is. I can't say everybody there is wealthy, but at least the middle class. Not when I mean the middle class, the high middle class. That's where they stay, and then they are not benefiting from proper governance, proper deliveries of government services. It's horrible. It's terrible, and the problem starts from little things, the breakdown of doing things right. I don't know why we fear to correct problems and we still allow this problem to foster.
Will you allow me to interject a little?
Oh yeah, I can.
Because if you remember during Obasanjo regime, when Tinubu was having problem with Obasanjo, this same man that stopped the allocation to Lagos State, that was when Tinubu created, because he saw the need to have more local government in Lagos State. He created LCDA, Local Government Development Authorities, to increase the number of local government. In fact, it was
since they created it since then. Why has the situation not changed? Why is it
exactly right?
It's still brought to what I'm talking about Jale Kuku. If you like in Nigeria, create 100 local government in Lagos. If the people that will be given that responsibility did not decide to do what is right, I've told you, an average person in Nigeria will look for a job. When they get the job, they will just be looking for what they will get from that job.
But the problem still lies with the leadership.
So
the problem lies with the leadership.
It's not average Nigeria, no. It's all of us.
I agree. Exactly. So it's a human nature. It's a typical human nature. If you are not properly supervised, even where you work, you try to take advantage of it. But when you know there's tight supervisory control, you would want to do what is proper because you see that as your livelihood. So it is a lack of control, and that lack of control.
Emeka, sorry. You know, Nigeria, that's why, you know, even on this platform on so many occasions, we have debated the kind of democracy that we are practicing. Let me tell you, because we don't have our institution in place, even the people in charge of those institutions are not doing what they're supposed to do. Where things work, there is deterrent, there is punishment. But in Nigeria, we just want to have everything on a platter of gold. Whenever the deterrent comes, every one of us will be shouting, hey, they are demolishing our house. So, hey, they are doing this. So, and we tend to tribalize to religion. We put religion sentiment, we put so much sentiment.
Use it.
You understand? And so, to me, the problem of Nigeria is that if we don't look at all those things that eliminate all those useless things that we do, we have nowhere to go. We have nowhere to go. Because when we talk about leader, let me tell you, a school principal is a leader. A teacher in a class is a leader. You understand? Every one of
Okay, so you say it still boils down.
This is what I want to say concerning that leader of a team. You see, a leader, if you appoint people and there is no room for supervision and discipline, the people will continue to misbehave. That's how human nature. Even an animal, if you keep an animal and you don't control it, the animal, all those flocks will flee away. I just noticed something few in this school resumption. A lot of in this Lagos state, it's all about private school. So most of the private school we have in this area, some are doing fine, some are not doing fine. Most are not doing fine. But what I found out is this: there are some schools, the owners, they just open it. They are living abroad. They put a principal, and they just my wife is a teacher in some of those schools. So she will just come and say, most of these those school owners, they will just be there. They will not be monitoring the school. Nothing. They're just maybe at the end of the month they try to pay the teachers and all that. When they come to school, the teachers are sleeping. This and that. If they manage to give you notes, the rest is just there. But there was a particular school that she recommended, and she was praising that school. But what was the reason? The school is doing fine. The reason is that the owner of the school is on ground. Those teachers, they dare not misbehave. The owner of the school is living in that school, so she's not moving. What happened is that once you come, you are seeing the owner of the school. So if you are a teacher in that school, there is no way you will not teach. You must teach, and you must come early, because the owner of the school is living in that school. So before I don't know
if it's a Canada is speaking, but I agree with you. In that situation, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that the owner needs to be around. There must be some supervisory function and controls in place, and it's applicable everywhere in life, right? Even if you don't supervise your wife too, she will go ahead and misbehave. If you let her do whatever she wants to do, she will go ahead and misbehave. Same thing with your children. It's a human nature, normal, typical human nature.
You know why I said that. You know why I said that. Even if you Emeka, if you own a business now, nobody will manage your business more than you, unless if you're not interested in that business anymore. It's a fact.
I'm not disputing what you're saying, but with multinationals, right? With multinationals and big or large corporates, you still find this supervisory control everywhere. The owner does not need to be around. Dangote does not need to be in a sugar or cement factory, but that factory must still produce and people must do their job. That's what I'm saying, that the governor must not always be on ground. The governor should not be chasing his commissioners left, right, and center. The commissioner should know what they are supposed to do. Likewise, the commissioner should not be chasing the permanent secretary left, right, and center. The permanent secretary should know what to do, and that is where it comes to putting specific performance standards in place.
That is what I'm telling you now. It is supposed to cascade down, and everybody's doing their responsibility, then everything will work and we will fall in place.
But how do you get people to do what they are supposed to do? That is that function. There must be
Emeka, let me
specific
tell you the popular
performance
thing in Nigeria.
measurement indicators that you
Let me tell
measure
you
people
this
on.
for free. Let me tell you this for free. Before I left Nigeria, I was in charge of a whole hospital. I was the second in command in that hospital. You know what they used? Sometimes you have doctors on duty, and in fact, there was a day we have a doctor that's supposed to be in charge of emergency, and he went to a party. Can you imagine that? To a party. When I disciplined that doctor, before I got home that day, I met my wife crying. I asked her what happened. They've already reported me to my wife. They reported me to my brother. That why am I taking government job as if it's my job? You can see that.
Yeah, it's a strange behavior, but it's your job.
So it's my job, but let me tell you, Nigerians, the way we behave, people put a lot of things. In fact, if I was not actually careful, they can even endanger my life.
No, the problem is, you keep stressing Nigerians. I don't think it's a Nigerian problem. It's a human problem. If you do it here, people will want to break the law. But because people can break the law and they know the consequences for it is high, they will not want to do it. It's applicable everywhere in life. And, so...
Emeka, do you know why? Because you automate the processes. That's just the problem.
That is what I am talking about now, right? Put in place specific performance measurement indicators and hold it to the people who are responsible for the roles and the job and the functions that they need to perform. So when you hold that indicators before them and they are not scoring in line with the objectives of those indicators, it shows they are failing. Now, what is the consequences for such failure? Is it that you're going to lose your job? Or is it there's a penalty for that? It must be commensurate to those failures so that people can look at it and say, no, I'll be punished for not doing what I'm supposed to do. And they will do it. They have to do their job. That's the only way you get people to do what they are expected to do. Like for instance, are those the people who pick up the refuse, the refuse dump, are they doing it on the right time and on the day they are supposed to do that? That indicator must be there. When you check and they are not doing that, if it's done by a contractor, they lose their contract on the third complaint. Why would somebody who has a contract to be picking refuse dump want to lose their contract on the third complaint? They will want to do it and overdo it much better. So those indicators are lacking behind, and those who should be monitoring the indicators are not doing what they are doing. That is the failure for the services that we are not getting even in line up to the federal government. Let's be very honest, right? We can't say it's a Nigerian. It's not a Nigerian thing.
If we don't mind, let me quickly add to that. You see that performance metric you mentioned, it happened to us when we're in a bank. So there's a particular threshold. Okay, they say, okay, bring deposit, for example. It doesn't matter whether you are in IT or wherever you are. So we used to call it operation just cause.
Oh, you worked in Access Bank.
Oh my goodness, you caught me. Okay. You remember that they say you bring deposit. They will say, okay, the money must sit for a period. That if the customer is withdrawing the money, you'll be going to negative, right? Once you read that negative, no story. Once it is the cutoff time, it's the time to lay off. It doesn't matter whether you have distinction, you score 70% or 80%, because they've already told you ahead. Once you fall below that line, you are going. It doesn't matter whosoever you are, then don't send you. So those kind of things, and the kind of thing happens here too. We're out here with the Walmart logistics.
That's one thing I give it to them here. They have clear objectives and measurement or performance metrics indicators that they measure people on from in any service sector or in any sector at all, right down to the government. It is clear and you know it. And if you are falling behind, you know you are falling behind and you know the consequences that comes with it. So you are not if those consequences are being meted, you just know, okay, I know, and you take the blame accordingly. But in Nigeria, we keep saying it's a Nigerian. It's not a Nigerian thing. It is when people are not being held accountable, and that will make me pivot to my next topic before I go to the Obasanjo point. I know somebody. I don't know if it was a Kene or Joel that was speaking about Mohbad's case and the police. You understand? I saw it on Twitter. I didn't follow the news, right, on that situation because I'm not interested in the social life of entertainers because I know they all live a facade. So I don't get carried away or swayed. But I know it was all over. Anywhere you look at, if you are interested in Nigerian news, you will see that you cannot escape the boy's demise, which is quite very, very unfortunate. And I think Joel, I don't know if it's Joel, he's right. Nigeria didn't treat that situation very right. How can the police be saying the way our police behave? They behave as if they do family resolution, like their family resolution centers, right? Instead of investigating and ensuring that the laws are being abided to, that the laws that we have all agreed, the social contracts and the social constructs that we are as a people in Nigeria have agreed to comply with are being followed to the letter. They are looking at it like it's a family resolution center. They are expecting you to come to the police station to come and make a petition, and then they will not be inviting the other person to come and explain his or her own part of the case. That's not what the police is meant for. If somebody has complained, yes, I hear one of I think the Lagos State Police Command PRO, what's that his name, was talking about, yes, there must be a petition so that it can be accepted in court if they want to charge. I agree, but then again, you should not come. There was a petition, but you should not be inviting the other person to come and say what is your own concern in this matter. You should be investigating that issue and then looking at a way. Okay, is there any room for us to address this anomaly? Do we need to arrest this individual, or do we need to warn him to stop his practices, or else we are going to arrest you? Most of the I have a case of someone who defrauded me, right? Someone defrauded me in Nigeria, right? And I am the one still paying the police to go and be looking for the person. They were busy inviting this fraudster to come to the station. The fraudster is saying, I will not come. They are still asking me to pay for tracking.
Hold on.
Emeka, if you can hear me, I think you answer your own question.
You and Frost are going to compete for whoever that pay more is
you can imagine, right? You can imagine. So
Emeka, let Prince come in for a moment. We've not heard Prince's voice today. Prince, yeah.
Oh yeah, thanks, Roma. If you can hear me, I was going to interject real quickly that he answered his own question. I was going to mention that. Look, you're talking about resources and manpower when it comes to the police and many other agencies. So that's the answer to the question. The police, with their limited resources, are going to go around trying to investigate a case that they don't have the money and the resources to go after. So that's our system. Apart from the policies in place, we don't have the resources to be doing that, especially something that is deemed to be cultist. Yeah.
No, I Prince, I'm not saying you're wrong on this, right? But in I don't know if I think I know that in case management, right? You have to, and then I think it's also applicable to many other aspects of different organizations. You prioritize things. If someone is complaining threat to life, which means his life is endangered, or her life is endangered, you must prioritize that above any other case you have. Yes, the resources are limited, it's scarce, but you prioritize it and see if you can address that as quick as possible and close the case. Like here we have, okay, take for instance, we live in the Western world. I know, yes, we can't do the comparison, it's unfair. But once you complain or you call 911, the first thing they do is if you complain, they might not come to your house, right? They might call the other individual to find out what's going on and find out, okay, if this person is endangering this life, and put a restraining order instantly and give that individual a warning. that you can't do that. So a case is already open in the case management software or application that they have. And what that happens, they are recording the situation. And if that aggravates or escalates, they can pick up the case from the case management application system and read through and see if there is any room or reasonable grounds to arrest this individual instantly. That was not done, right? Anywhere in the world, policing resources is very scarce. In Nigeria, yes, it's a peculiar problem, but they didn't do the right thing. And Nigerian police do not do the right thing. They have refused to move and progress with time. They have refused to do what is appropriate for the people that they are policing. Go to a regular police station within the community. You see how indisciplined they themselves are. You see how improperly dressed they themselves are. You see how I just don't want to call them so much names.
Emeka, would you call the police if you saw a dog trying to jump over the Third Mainland Bridge in Nigeria?
Would I call the police if I see who?
A dog trying to jump over the Third Mainland Bridge.
A dog?
What kind of method is that? I don't show Ghana, Nigeria. This guy, man. This guy is too Americanized. Prince Daddy, you are too Americanized. Nigeria.
No, I have a question because to show the level of resource scarcity we're talking about. I saw a dog, roaming like really on the freeway. Of course, I called 911 to come pick the dog up.
No, say Prince, right? We've not gotten up to. We have not even finished policing human beings. We are not talking about animals. So we have not provided adequate services for humans alone. So but I get the joke. It's very
a street hustler like their owner. What are you talking about, Prince Daddy? They go around hustling in the street.
I got what Prince Daddy is trying to talk about. It's just showing how organized and caring and a society is. You see one thing, that if we manage our society very well, if we are not wasting resources on some kind of people that are not adding value to us, it should be approaching something similar, even as poor as the country is. So I got the overall gist of what Prince Daddy is driving at, because
thanks a lot. You got it. Yep.
Yeah.
So what I would say with the police in respect to Modbad's case and in respect to Nigerian police, they need to move ahead of time, right? They keep complaining about resources, and also the police chief, that's the IG, he needs to be more innovative in such a way to carry his people along, because I don't know what's happening. You go to a DPO, and I took my case for example. Now I am left with no choice than to pay for the tracking. Why should I be paying for tracking to track a scammer? Why? That is the corruption that is going on. And when you escalate on social media, they will say, oh, you are the one that wants to pay. But why should that be in place? Why should that be the norm with police, that you must be the one to pay? And I'll be very honest with you guys. I have actually paid 250,000 naira just for them to sign my petition, just to get it approved. And now I'll be paying another 200,000 naira for tracking. And they've not arrested this guy. Why should it be that way? It is a policeman that is communicating this to me. Not that and then if you want service from police people and you are being asked to pay, it is improper. So in this course, I want, that's why people do not want to go to the police, because they can't afford their demands. Why would somebody whose life is under threat would not be paying money for approval for either the AIG or IG or whoever, the commissioner of police, to approve for the case to be investigated? Someone is threatening your life and your life is being under threat. You will not pay for that. Why do you want to go to the police? So what I would say is,
those days armed robbers will be operating in the neighborhood. You will call the police and they will be asking you for money to fuel their car.
No, they've asked me already. That's part of the tracking now. That's part of the tracking, that they will buy fuel. They will track the person's telephone, then they will buy fuel to go and carry the person. So why is that? And guess what? They budget for this money in their own allocation, and yet you are paid. If you are not getting, why should the citizens be the one to do that? It's quite unfortunate. And that's why I said Nigeria.
Let me give you this example. It's not as if the money is not there. They are the police. They are embezzling the money. Okay, who could believe that the so-called lack of booklet in Nigerian immigration? You know, because when you go to Nigerian immigration for your passport, they say, "No, you don't have booklet. If you want it like this, this is the amount you are going to pay." So look at what happened now. The booklets are there.
Look at
our people.
Look at how
that
long
is what I'm saying.
Simba and Emeka, look at how long they've been running that racket. I think they said they've cleared about 70% of the outstanding. You know. So
yeah, I saw the news. Yes, I saw the news.
That is to tell you that there was never any scarcity. They were just running a scam to squeeze people of money.
Exactly.
So now what would
police?
So that's the problem we're having in the country. That's the problem we're having in the country. For those people now running that racket, what is the consequences for them? If there was proper measurement indicators that if you apply for a passport, like now in Canada, if you are due to be a citizen, if you apply in 6 months, you should get a decision on your citizenship. Likewise with PR. So that's a standard, that performance measurement indicator or metrics or standard or timeline is already communicated to the public itself. So the public know that within 6 months, I must get a decision. If it's more than 6 months, I must query what is going on. So who in the Nigerian Immigration Service or Nigeria Immigration Service, where is the timeline? There is no timeline. So it's a rocket science. Now when this, and I know they just changed the head of Nigeria Immigration Service, and she was busy going around the news station and talking nonsense till the new minister Bumi Tunde Ojo, which I know personally, came in and charged them to do their job, and that is when they are now clearing the bottle. Like the woman is not up to a year in that position. The woman is not even up to 6 months in that position. But this racket was still going on, and she was busy saying she's going to change a lot of things and telling us the beautiful stories that we have not had before. But it took a minister who is new to go in and look at things and say this nonsense cannot happen. Why is the head of Nigeria Immigration Services not holding our people to specific performance metrics or measurements, that anybody who applies for a passport must get that passport within 2 weeks or within 1 month or within 6 months or even within 12 years, so that we know that it's 12 years. If you apply for it, let's start go waiting. Let's start giving birth to children. Then after 12 years, give me my passport and let me go. Or give,
I
you
told
understand?
you guys about 10 days ago, actually, that I went to the consulate and I saw a Korean actually working hard there. I think that's why the whole thing is working right now. I was there. I told you guys.
Emeka, do you know my recommendation around all those things? And why I'm saying this recommendation is if it is working around the transcript. You know, people like us, when we go to Canada and we needed transcript for us to go back to school, you know what it means for your school to even make you miss like 2 years if you are not on ground just to make sure you follow your passport, your transcript. When I tried to evaluate with Wes, World Educational Services.
I know World Educational Services, yes.
You know, they will send back to school for them to authenticate, to make sure that you were submitting the right document. And you know, funny enough, some of these schools, some of them are still using Yahoo Mail, all those generic mail. And you know, when you do something like that, nobody wants to take you seriously. So basically, they will use DHL. And I don't know, on several occasions, whenever the school send my transcripts, they will just tear it from the immigration. That's not even the issue. You know, one funny thing is this: they will send to school. They will just look at your transcript, they will look at that letter, they will just set it aside. You'll be calling the school that we've not seen it. We've not seen it. You've not seen it, okay? You will have to send someone,
To
just
go.
imagine
Yeah.
talking to one of the academic staff, your former HOD, just to help you to go to the registrar to check the thing for you, just to find out that these people, they just dump this thing somewhere.
They want you to pay money.
They did that even to me when I was in Nigeria, when I was supposed to get confirmation for my employment with Intercontinental Bank. They sent to school on several occasions. Those people, they will just put that inside. They will tell you that they've not received anything from your bank. That's the type of people we have. But do you know why things are now somehow resolved? They now have some people, private people, that once you engage them, you pay their fee. They will go to the school, they will run around and make sure they put the right infrastructure in place. I think they gave some incentive to those schools anyway. That the school to follow. That's also the problem. But now,
Ola,
where
you
am
know
I
that some
saying?
people are making millions from that, though.
Yes.
Those guys are making millions from that.
Which is not bad. It's not as if you are not even spending money before. When those people even put your document, they chew away your document, right? It's just as you were not spending money.
But
Now,
why are we so wicked to ourselves? That is my question. Why are we so wicked?
no, it's
Is
human nature.
It's human nature.
Human
It's not about
nature.
wickedness. It's human nature. It's just
So
human nature.
that is why university, you see, when some university put management in place, they know exactly what they are doing. When institution put control in place, they know exactly what they are doing. If there's no
Agree.
problem, you won't have control, you won't have inspectorate, and you won't have management. So the thing now is this: I'm just looking at that area of that passport. Is it possible for us to look at a third party that, okay, once you pay the government money, there should be some third party that will be managing the services for the government? Because when you depend too much on the government, nothing will be done very quick. But if you give this to the third party that are stakeholders, that they must make money out of it, they will find the right way around this situation and they will solve the problem for us.
But like when we were talking about privatizing some of government parastatals and agents, you still see Nigerian, you see Nigerian Labour Congress, TUC. Hey, they want to privatize. Hey, they want to cause unemployment. They want to but all these people see government work in Nigeria as a loafing work. It's just like a free money. Free money. So people don't, once you take government employment, they see as an event that at least something will be coming every month. And they will now go and be doing whatever thing. Some of them will be pastors, some will be imams, some will be somewhere, working somewhere else, leaving the work that they're supposed to do.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying, right? My late mom, before she died, she was a federal government civil servant up to a director. And there are days when I was still a student that will be gisting and she will not go to work. You understand? I say, mommy, are you not going to work? He said, I'm tired today. And they get paid for not turning up. Yeah, they
I know
get paid for not
Nigerians
turning up.
that
So,
are abroad, Emeka, Nigerians that are abroad today, they are still collecting government salary in Nigeria.
yeah, I know someone who just recently resigned, and he just recently resigned because Asiwaju is not the president, and the head of the commission was like, oh, she didn't know what's going to happen. And I said, please, you have to go. I don't know if they're going to do an audit of workers, right? So, and I think Asiwaju is coming up with
And this
doing
same
an audit
person, this same person will be complaining about Nigeria, that Nigeria is not working. No. This
yes,
same
now,
person that you are talking
definitely,
about.
Simba, that
definitely.
thing you just said happened in the private sector too. For example, many people they're working in a bank, they will come to Canada and they will never resign and they will still be collecting salary. Some of them may be lucky to collect that salary for like 6 months or more than that. But do you know why those private firms are different from the government firm? Is that at a particular point in time, there will be periodic audit where they will
Exactly.
discover that Lagbaja is not here and is still collecting money.
Mm.
So you will see that a human being will want to undermine a system. The system will be the thing to put control in place. If you think, like I keep saying, if you think human being will do the right thing, No, don't.
Yeah, you can't expect. Nobody wants to do the right thing.
Nobody wants
But
to do the right
there must be something in place to help you do the right thing, and you have to. That's why I want to just stress it on the police. They need to change their operational manual, right? The way they provide service, because they should see themselves first that they are providing services to the public. It's because they don't see that they are providing service. I think the same thing with civil servants. All civil servants, whether federal or state, they should see themselves that they are service provider, and they are being measured by this quality and quantity of services that they provide, and based on that, that provision of services is tied to their remuneration or salary and performance bonuses. That is when this attitude will change, that they are not doing Nigerians a favor, but they are actually doing themselves a favor by providing that services. That not only are they should provide the minimum provision of that service, but they should provide that service on time and in the best quality that they know how to do best, so that they can be rewarded properly. Till then, and until then, nothing will work.
Emeka, not only that, if you look at police service, I don't know where you are in Canada. If you look at the police service in Canada, you see the monitoring agency itself is not the police. Like now, so now the thing is this: when you even give incentive, when you give performance metrics in place, you still have to give these people tools. Look at in Canada now, like we keep saying, no human being want to do the right thing. Whenever there's no police on the road in Canada, all of us will blow past it. You will see the road map for 100. People will be
you blow 140.
You blow 140, 150. But once you just get it on your GPS that police is like 200 meters away, you slow down automatically.
I agree.
Two things. Sometimes police will pull you over. Once police pull you over, it's demerit point, no story. But in some cases, it's just the radar. They don't have to argue with you. They will send the money they will send your ticket to your address. If you don't pay, no problem. They will keep increasing interest. If you don't pay,
in Saudi Arabia, they have camera everywhere. In fact, even you still be on that journey and you see the message will just appear on your phone that 3,000 riyal has been you have been charged for 3,000 riyal.
What am I saying? Simba is this: even when you are punishing people, don't let the human being in those offices interact with money. Just because their civil servant interact with money, it encourages them to be corrupt.
So yes, that's true.
Allow individuals to interact with that money. Allow some agency to do the collection of that money, because when you
correct, you are hitting the nail on the head. Like we paying the Nigeria Immigration Service for money to get our passport. No, they should be paying it. We should be paying that money directly to somewhere else and let them provide the service.
Let me tell you one thing. Nigeria will know how to frustrate the system. You can actually apply online for your passport and you pay online. But by the time you get, unless the whole system is automated, that you can apply online and they just call you to come and collect your passport. But in as much as you still have an incline, maybe a little opportunity to interact with the staff of Nigerian immigration, they will still exploit you. You know the reason?
That is what the new minister should do. That there should be no interaction. The people doing the officers.
You still go for capturing. You still go for capturing.
No. You provide the specification. Like now here, maybe your PR ID card is expired. You go to I don't know if it's Ajani Nico, but the person who was speaking, he stays in Canada. He will know better. You go to Staples.
Ola. His name is Ola.
Yeah, Ola, you go to Staples. Staples has the specification of your passports, that the passport photograph they will take to you. You take it and send it to them. You mail it to them. You provide your mailing address. They will mail the stuff to you. It can be done in Nigeria. No.
We go
Yes,
to the
no.
the right registry.
Same thing with driver's license. Okay, with driver's license, you go to the services outside. I stay in Ontario. You go to Service Ontario and you take your pictures, and you go. But no interaction. So the way to stop it is civil servants should not interact with humans at all. So
Exactly.
everything should be online, and there should be specification. Go and take the specification. If you do the wrong thing, you just put it tracker. They will just send you the email. Your this thing is wrong.
Sorry, Emeka, what you're talking about is not. One second. What you're talking about is not.
Let Prince come in, Prince. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what you're talking about, it's not that complicated. Even countries like Ghana and some other countries, they did the same thing. You don't go to Ghanaian embassy to go apply for a visa or passport. You just do everything online or by mail. So the question is, and I know you guys know that. It's not like the Nigerians are dumb to not know that this is the proper way to do it or the most efficient ways to do it. They know. But when things are manual, it's much easier to circumvent the system. It's not magical. And to you and a last point, why do Nigerians leave Nigeria and go to places maybe US or Canada, even England, and they are law abiding literally the next day?
It's because the place works.
It's a real wonder, It's a real what you just said. Sorry, there was this clip of actually. Carry on. I'll get the clip. Carry on.
Because the place works, right? The place works. If it doesn't work, you definitely will contravene the law. There are already systems in place. Already,
I think my argument always be it's because there are consequences.
I agree.
People don't want to get deported, right?
And they have
in places where no one is watching,
in place
they still
capture you.
some
That's exactly what
Nigerians
we are
will still
saying.
go ahead.
Like I said now, with speed, when we know there's no police.
Is someone talking? I think it's just like a feedback.
Someone else is talking. Yes.
Oh, okay. I just want to talk a little.
No, that was Ola. Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, if you remember how Nigerians, some Nigerians also commit crime in Dubai, fight in cutlass. You see them in Cyprus, in Malaysia, Indonesia. So those places where the consequences are a bit minuscule, we still do that extremity. So, but when in places like England, Canada, UK, China, or where there are like more severe laws, you realize that we tend to compose because of consequences. You don't want to go back home. So it doesn't mean that we've changed who we are. Once someone is looking, we still do that attitude. We still do those things. South Africa, you see how Nigerians misbehave over there. I just wanted to just chime that in because
that's true. I agree. Thank you for bringing that up. I completely agree with you. So let me round up this space and move over to the Obasanjo so that I can drop and for someone else to come in. So I think we can be a better society if we choose to want to do the right thing. We've cited examples, the Nigerian Immigration Services, the police and everything. There should be a way where we can do this and minimize that contact with human beings and things can flow in. There are lots of technology tools that we can use and even progress in that light so that we can get these services done. So civil servants, including the police, should see that they are service providers in the first place and they are not doing anybody a favor. And the only way they can do that is to put those metrics that they are being measured on and they would be able to comply. If you can't, I think it's Ola who has worked in the bank before, he knows the threshold. They will weave out the weak ones and keep the strong ones who are doing the strong performers. So I will wrap that up. It's a way to change the mindsets of the civil servants and things would begin to flow properly and we would enjoy the dividends of democracy. Even though we are still a poor country, we will still be getting that service based on the amount of funds and that is allocated in the budget. So over to Obasanjo. Let's be honest. Obasanjo is the god of Nigeria. That's the way he sees himself. He's the only one that is right. Every other person is wrong. Nobody can do anything better than Obasanjo. He's the only one who understands how Nigeria will move. So he's our God. Whenever he speaks, we must answer him. If we don't answer, he will write us a letter. He will choose the kind of hell you will go to. Like he has said that there are some pastors that have a special place destination. There's only one pastor that can go to heaven. Obasanjo is the God. He knows the heaven that pastors will go, and the hellfire the rest will go. And the kind of
did he name that pastor? I think he actually said.
Yeah, he named the pastor. He said it's that pastor. I've forgotten the name, but you can maybe just check. I'm not close to my system.
But
He
it
named the
wasn't
pastor.
Adeboye. It wasn't Adeboye though. I think
No.
that's
That's why I said he named the pastor, so the rest will go to hellfire according to him. But he's the God of Nigeria. He knows the hellfire they will go, and the only person that will go to heaven. So he also likewise the leaders and politicians that are doing well and those that are not doing well, even though he contravened the law. So it's strange that an Obasanjo would be doing this kind of things when during his time, though we can say so far so good, he seems to be the best president Nigeria has ever had, but there were things he could have done more. He could have actually done more, but if we hold him to proper measurement standard, Obasanjo is not a saint. And then coming down to the recent remarks that he is an attention seeker anyway. The recent remark that he made, I find that very strange. First and foremost, he's no longer in power. And power, we know, is in politics is transient. But these are royal fathers that, I'm not a Yoruba man, but it's the same. We share that same ideology in terms of traditional rites and rituals and customs and culture. Once you are a king or an Oba or an Eze or you are a royal father, it comes from God. It means you are a representation of God on earth. You understand? I know, like the Oni of Ife, he's like a representation of God on earth here. So when you see him, it's like you are talking to a God. It's just now that I believe it's colonialism that created the problem, and that belittled our obas or our royal fathers, that we do not acknowledge them. But in the past, you cannot talk to a royal father anyhow. You know the consequences. Maybe somebody in your family will start to die, or one kind of illness or whatever will start to happen to you, to somebody, if it's not you directly. So for him to speak to royal fathers that way is disrespectful and is sacrilege. You don't do that. And I know during politics, because I watch him, he goes and he prostrates to the Oni. I've seen that on live TV or recorded tapes. When they want power, you see these politicians going to prostrate to royal fathers because they want votes. And after they've gotten the votes, they begin to now tell who and who will not be royal fathers and who should not be royal fathers and who they need to respect and disrespect. Same thing with the Sultan of, with the Kano State Governor. When he was Ganduje, previous Kano State Governor, when he was looking for votes, he went to the Emir of Kano, he prostrated and he solicited for his support. And after he got the support, because the Emir of Kano was attacking him on some of his policies, he had to dethrone the Emir of Kano, which is very wrong. I consider that to be extremely wrong, because these people are power drunk. And the power is transient. Let's be very honest. And in line with what Obasanjo did, it is really, really wrong. And I'm happy that the Owu called him to that. And I think more royal fathers should call him to that statement and say what you did is wrong. And
so they're asking for a public apology. What do you think the chances are Obasanjo taking? He likes to write letters anyway. What chances do you think Oluwo and a lot of people asking for a public apology?
Obasanjo is that's why I started with my first statement that Obasanjo is the God of Nigeria. Right? You are asking the God of Nigeria to apologize to you. I don't know if that is going to come, but more royal fathers should speak up and apply more pressure on him. So he should feel the heat. The same way he's writing on all his letters, left, right, and say, he does that quarterly or annually. When things are not going for, he begins to write letters. Instead of addressing the letters to the people, he writes it to Nigeria as the God of Nigeria. So that
can I interject you?
Yeah.
See, yeah, I got the point, I got the sentiment, but the thing is that we are not solving the problem. And this thing might just get worse in the future if we don't solve the problem. Now, when you look at this Oba we are talking about, Are they the real Oba they used to be those days? And how did Obas, how did they derive their power? They were authority to themselves, they were conquering territory, and they were the laws that whatever they said, because that's why they used to obey them. When they say Igbakeji Orisha, Kabiosi, that you dare not question, then it simply means that whatever they pronounced, if they pronounce capital punishment, nobody will try to even change. If they look at someone's wife and say they want this wife, they know you can never try them. But today, things has changed. Now, you know, those days they were with the authority. They were just occupying the position that the president of the country is occupying today. They control the military. So now they don't have all those. They don't have all those power. They don't have all those institutions to control and to enforce. So the thing has shifted. So now, whether we like it or not, we must face the reality. People in their position today are the politicians, and unfortunately for them, so these people, they are back with the law. A king cannot just give order to his wife. Sometimes the wife will say, "What do you mean?" A king cannot even just order anybody on the street. Nobody will obey. So the thing has changed. That is exactly, we have to face the reality. So if our sentiments are not even helping all these Obas in any way. Now that we've seen what has happened now, if you really want these Obas to be powerful, those people that really love this thing, they should be calling all the reps, all the senators, and should be telling them that, okay, you need now to present a bill to give all these Oba the kind of position that will make them be able to uphold our culture and promote it. But if you are saying all this thing now, honestly, I'm sorry to say, we may even be acting illegally by demanding some power that is not recognized under the 1999 Constitution for the kings. Whereas we should be trying to make them relevant.
Ola, I hope you are not missing the point. We are not talking that we all know that they have lost their power. But the way they chastise them in the public, that's what we are talking about.
Agreed. I got your point, and I'm telling you that the same Oba we used to know before the colonial master, before they conquered us. Yeah, they've lost. Yeah,
before the colonial masters, they were very powerful, right? Because then we were not even a country yet. We were still.
An individual can take Oba to court now. Who dare take Oba to court? They when Oba himself was a court in those days.
Agreed. But then,
they can even sentence Oba. They can set Oba, they can give capital punishment to Oba, they can say they should go and hang Oba, and nothing will happen.
But again, right? Times have changed. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're not wrong. But then, if these Obas are not important, why are they still using them?
They are using them for selfish political purposes.
Exactly. These Obas still play. These Obas or royal fathers, they still play a role. They still play a function in the society.
You don't get me. Instead of local government chairman, why can't we just put Oba there? Like, this is my town now. Give Oba the power and give his council of that Oba the power to manage the city. And you make them so important that no one person somewhere, because we are talking of Obasanjo today now. One person from foreign land, they come and mess them up tomorrow. It's just because it's Obasanjo. What I see from what Obasanjo did, Obasanjo is actually opening our eyes to the wrong things we are doing. That, okay, Obasanjo has given us some kind of hint now. Okay, this thing, we don't like it. We shouldn't be the raising. We should do more than social all those media, this thing. We should be acting. As a matter of fact, by now, some people, some Yoruba senators by now should be writing some kind of bills, and they should be presenting that at the National Assembly to make sure we give all these Obas some roles. See,
I think correct me if I'm wrong. I think the Constitution of Nigeria recognizes them.
Ola, if he sees that our Obas are weak and is a chief, is that the way to go about it? You know, whatever. Don't try and justify the guy. Is just he has good.
I'm not justifying Simba. I've seen a medical doctor. I've seen a medical doctor just like yourself, who is not even a chief, that didn't prostrate to an Oba, that was saying, because it's a Muslim, that is the religion doesn't allow that. You understand?
And so then you should not go to Oba's palace.
And this Oba is a Yoruba man. You understand? So look at this. So we are even talking of Obasanjo now, that even happened to be the former head of state, the former president of the country. You understand? What Obasanjo was doing there was that he was just saying that, okay, Makinde is the representative, he's just representing the state authority. Don't look at Makinde himself as Makinde, this is our child. Makinde is actually representing your state. When you even say Ijoba, that you are talking of the Ijoba you are talking about, you say Agbajopo Awoba. That's what they call it. What they call the government is a congregation of Obas. You understand? But unfortunately, the thing has changed. I'm not justifying. I'm saying instead of this public outcry, we should actually be taking steps to correct the situation. If we rant from now till eternity, and we are not putting the structure in place just to make sure that we make this Oba relevant, we are just wasting our time. We are just talking and nothing will happen. Oluwo even did worse thing to Obas. This Tinubu that we are celebrating today, do you know what is to be told about the other time? He said among the Oba of Yoruba that only three Obas are not useless. He mentioned Akinolu, Oba Akinolu, and he mentioned Awujale. You understand? He mentioned Awujale, and he said the other Oba he did not mention. What's he telling you? He said in the whole of Yoruba, that means that, okay, only 3 Obas are not useless. So what does that mean? It means that the remaining Oba are useless. That's the same Tinubu that we are talking about today. So this thing is not, what did the Anyendeba, this guy, Wike, what did he do to all those traditional rulers in Rivers State? He messed them up. What did the Fayoshe do to Oba in Ekiti? You understand? He did the same thing. So all these Obas, they've been suffering from the politicians. They've been treating them like their servants.
Yeah, because the government pays them, right? They require government funds.
As someone is saying there, Obasanjo will have said that to Alaafin. Who did the Tinubu said show Oluwo to me? Show Gini. Who did Tinubu say? What did Tinubu say that one to? See, look at this thing. And people say he's not going to tell Sultan. Why will he tell Sultan? Omonona are rushing on now. Tinubu will not go to Sultan at that. But someone within that region in the north can say the same thing to Sultan and nothing will happen. We've already seen what Ganduje did to Sanusi, and it's on record what they even did to the grandfather of Sanusi, the same Sanusi.
Yeah, it's on record. Yeah.
So all these politicians, they've been messing all these traditional Obas up. If we want to preserve our culture, we should make it legal. I'm not saying people should make instead. So for this thing to be legal for any governor to mess around with any Oba, put that in the constitution. The senators, our people, we that we are talking here, we should actually be talking we should actually be carrying our grievances and be talking to our legislator. Please go back to the National Assembly and go and make constitutional rules for these Obas. Stop using them just for politics when you just want to win the constituency. That's when you double. Immediately you double after you won you won the election. The next thing you start doing is you start messing up Oba after. You understand? Give your
I agree with your discussion, Ola, and I appreciate it. I think I will yield. I think you wrapped up this segment properly. I will yield now.
All right, brilliant. Potemeka. So should we come on to you, Ola, or should we go to Ajan Lekoko? You wanted to speak on the
Let Ola go.
All right, Ola. So Ola, you're up next.
Woma, who's this beautiful lady that all of you are playing with now? I want to know the lady.
Which lady are you playing with?
Only land.
There are no ladies on the platform now. It's only hefty men.
Do you love Juve, Lonzo?
All right. That's one of our Kaizo's followers. We're keeping her entertained because she's we are wanting her to come on, but she's not coming on. She's Caribbean American. So I'm wondering why she's actually listening to all this Tinubu said, Obasanjo said, you know.
Okay.
One man.
What do you want me to
If you don't mind me though, I was going to ask a question to you. Probably
Yeah.
Simba or the other gentleman that spoke during Simba's. I can't see his name.
Yeah, Emeka.
So, no, not Emeka. There's another voice. That's
Ajane Koko.
No.
Prince
Okay,
Ola.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So the question I'll ask is: so Obasanjo had asked the Obas to stand. Are the Obas now say that they don't know their own royal rights, not to heed? It's almost as though if someone should ask them to give them to remove their what's it called, their crowns, will they do it? So if they understand that their rule says you don't stand to do it, then why did they stand?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Now you've conquered. Now it's like you conquer someone. Now you conquer someone. When you conquer the person, what do? You command the person. He's going to respect you, right? That's exactly what he's saying. See, the Western culture, has conquered our own culture. That is what we do not realize there. So what we are dealing with the surface. We are not even looking at the root of this thing. You understand? Now, look at it this way now. If those Oba will not stand up and respect Obasanjo or Obasanjo that day, they can never envisage the kind of consequences that will follow. You understand? It might not be that Obasanjo will do anything to them. It may just be someone later that will go and visit this thing on, maybe it can even be the north, it can even be in the east, that will look at what happened there, that, oh, because these people, they disregarded Obasanjo, I won't allow you to disregard me, and start putting me in place. But if you find a legal framework that will give our Obas constitutional role, not the one that the governors or chairman of the government or president will be assigning, the one that, I want a situation whereby the constitution will preserve our culture through the legal framework. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's just like if Obasanjo now that day, maybe he just call upon someone that, okay, he needs some policemen or military to deal with Obas. And Obas may call. Who do you think the police will listen to between the Oba and the Obasanjo? That's just the main thing. So the thing, even in the olden days, we know, even by tradition, even some Jagun, some Baloguns, you understand? They will not even bow before Oba because they know that they have that power that, okay, if any Oba mess up, they can just use their power to just destroy the city. We know all those things. So what we are saying is this. It's good for us to say, okay, let us preserve our culture. I like it. I don't want to lose my identity. I want to preserve my culture. But how do we do it? If you can use the same law to give chairman of the local government power and give governor power, why can't we find somewhere within the law to give all this over power? For example, we can eradicate all this local government and just put the uppers there and make sure that we do in such a way that this thing that Obasanjo did will never repeat itself, just because we want to preserve our culture. You understand? We've seen Oluwo group, they remove Alaafin for you, nothing happened. They removed AG of Akure, nothing happened. This guy, governor of the Ekiti State, wrote Oba in the Ekiti State query. Oba responded to query. And in the olden days, they would say KBOC, because the Oba themselves, they were the laws of the land. But today, all those power, all those tools, all those tools they used to command to be KBAC, no longer there. So whatever we are doing now is that we are just respecting the culture, but it's not everybody that will understand the culture. So how do you make everyone to understand the culture? Find a space for that culture within your law. After all, the law is the law is to help the people. Is to help the people. Law is not just to, I don't know how they used to say it. Law is not to enslave the people, but law is to help the people to preserve whatever they would like to preserve. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to justify what Obasanjo is doing. I'm saying Obasanjo has opened the eyes of the people to how politicians can render our traditional institution useless, and we should not accept that. How are we not going to accept that? Find some kind of constitutional framework and put it to preserve our traditional institution. That's just what I'm saying. I'm not saying whether Obasanjo is strong or whether Obasanjo. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm in agreement with you.
So whatever we are saying here is
just
not
so
we can condemn Obasanjo from now to eternity. It's not changing anything. People condemn Oluwo. People condemn the state governor. People condemn Wike. People condemn Ganduje. Has that changed anything? You understand? The type of condemnation that Ganduje received, by now Obasanjo should not be telling the Obas in Yoruba land the same thing is telling Obas. That is exactly what I'm saying. We've seen individual in this our lifetime that messed up of his stand-up. And those things, in the olden days, you could not do that because Oba will just give some kind of command and we happen. And people are saying it's Alaafin cannot. Who told you that Obasanjo will not be Alaafin? The same Obasanjo that will call the Sultan of Sokoto by his first name. It just because people are not following Obasanjo. See, Obasanjo, this guy is a fearless man that he understands authority, he understands power. He will dare you to challenge him. That's not the problem. So you will know who you are dealing with. Obasanjo has done his own today. Just imagine the light of Fayose in position of Obasanjo. Honestly, people like Fayose, they can even make an attempt to even slap an Oba. That is how terrible the situation is, that I'm saying we should correct it. And Oluwo is talking. Oluwo that is talking. Oluwo himself has not even realized the damages he has created for Yoruba traditionals too. When you say you are anemia, Oluwo, the same Oluwo that used to report to Alaafin Oyo. You know, there's something in history when Oluwo said, "Ero Oyo before back, Oluwo shoba aje o." When they told Alaafin that Oluwo said he has created some kind of garden of words, that he used that one as a roku, as some kind of signal to this thing. Immediately, Alaafin sent to that guy. They do say this thing. Oluwo denied. How can Oluwo that was reporting to Alaafin Oyo will be telling you that it's anemia today? And that same person is the person that is trying to tell Obasanjo that what Obasanjo did is wrong. So you see, they bastardized our traditional institution. So for us to correct it and for our children to see something that they can refer to as a traditional constitution, we have to, and is what part of what the law should be doing for us to help us preserve our culture. That's what I'm saying. So I rest my case there.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant and impassioned by Ola. So brilliant and impassioned by Ola. Let's go from Ola to Ajanle Koko, the voice we've been waiting to hear. So Ajanle Koko, quite an unusual session today.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. What I want to say about Oluwo is like a person that should solve his own problem first, but instead is calling for another person to solve his own problem. Solve your own problem first before instructing others to solve their own problem, you know? So his own mess is around him. I believe everybody can remember that the recent video that we saw when Wasiu Ayinde, ordinary musician, was calling him, how did he describe him? Was asking him, I mean, how did they call him? Ìwọ ó fi yàn joyè, ó pè wá. I believe everybody can remember that video. Did anybody remember that video?
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Is it this one?
What do you? If I win, why do you? You sọ máa sọ lọ́ba ní máa sọ ẹgbẹ́ ṣan òun ẹni pé báyìí máa sọ ìjọba ìlú kò sí tó máa ti ṣe.
Is it that one?
Yeah, that's the one. The one that was telling him, ìwọ láyé ẹ, ó fi yàn joyè, ó pa wá sí, ìwọ fi Délé joyè, ó pa wá sí.
Délé Momodu àbí?
Délé Momodu ìwọ pe Délé lóyè, ó pa wá sí, láyé ẹ.
Please translate for those of us who do not understand.
My name is Rashid, and here we got King Wasiu Ayinde Marshall approaching a G-Wagon with some first-class kings in it. We got the Oni of Ife. Here he's prostrating for Oni of Ife and, saluting him and all that. And now he approaches the Oluwo of Iwo. And, this is what got Dele Momodu upset. Like, he's talking to him like, man, you had a coronation for Dele Momodu and you did not invite me, and the Oluwo is like defending himself. So the crux of the matter here is that Dele Momodu is upset. Like, that was a total disrespect for a first-class king. Why didn't King Wasiu Ayinde Marshall prostrate for the Oluwo of Iwo, just like he did for the Oni of Ife? And then he approached the Oluwo and he's so, using Dele Momodu's words, disrespectful. Check it out yourself on State Dem TV, and don't forget to subscribe.
Nah, it's unbelievable. It's even using O to speak to another. So my goodness me, unbelievable. So
Please translate, please.
It was you know how they speak in Isaleko. He was using that sort of language that you this guy, you gave Dele Momodu a chieftain title and you didn't even call me. And that was to have I'm not sure if it's a first class or Bao, but that guy has so debased that stool, the Igbo stool, that somebody like Ayinde Barrister will be using, in Yoruba language, you use O to your contemporaries or your subordinates, and you use E to your seniors and elders. So by virtue of royalty, Oluwo, very much a senior and an elder, but he was using O, which you will use if you want to call your driver. You call him Iwowambi, Shoti Fomoto. But if you want to speak to your uncle, you say uncle Epeleo, So it's a different inflection, and he just debased him. He went and prostrated for the Oni of Ife, and was pointing to the G-Wagon into Oluwo's nose. Where he was lay. There was
sorry to interject. There were two Obas in that G-Wagon.
No, there were about three actually. As the Oni of Ife was there at the back, Oluwo was sat in front with the driver. He feels it's still hip and happening. Then so the Wasiu Barrister, he went to prostrate for the Oni, and then he was pointing at the nose of the Oluwo.
Oh, and he didn't prostrate for the Oluwo.
Pointing at his nose.
Yeah, no, he won't prostrate. When they smoke Igbo together, they can't prostrate with him. They smoke Igbo
together. Maybe they are friends anyway. Maybe they are friends.
Yeah, but anyway, they can be friends indoors now, but not in public now. A first class Oba. And we are even talking about Obasanjo. Look at that. That's
okay. I get your point now. Thank you. Thanks for the translation.
Yeah, but so somebody that an ordinary musician disrespected in the public, he is now calling Obasanjo now to call the Obas and apologize to them for disrespecting them in the public. So he must solve his own problem. The kind of disgrace that Wasiu, method on he should correct that one first before asking Obasanjo to do his own correction. So this hypocritical behavior by some of these our leaders sometimes is unbelievable. So he's just looking for publicity. That is why he came out so quick. He's a man that like to go on social media and face the camera all the time, acting somehow. So he's just looking for cheap publicity. That's why he's calling out, oh, Obasanjo must be punished. They have to sanction him and this and that. Look, it is the way you carry yourself that we tell people how they should carry you. And the question we should ask ourselves, has the Obas themselves been carrying themselves well in the public? Are they really even, do they even keep the
sorry, Ajanle Koko. Just for your benefit, Emeka, this is the same king rolling up weed as he's about to blaze it. But carry on, Ajanle Koko. that's a first class of Yoruba land. Look, unbelievable. Everyone lyrical. Look at that.
Who is the person that did this to him?
It was his wife. He was married to a Canadian girl called Chantel. A Canadian girl called Chantel.
I see. Trust women to always expose your intimate lifestyle. I see, because I'm shocked.
That's an obal. That's an obal.
Uh-huh.
Can you imagine
why would they allow his wife do this to him, man? Using his tongue to even lick it.
Uh-huh. So it's just unbelievable that some of these Obas are not, they are politically appointed Obas, and that is why you see them, not standing up for their people, not standing up for the tradition, and not standing up for even the culture. How would you see Oba in the church? I mean, several times we have seen them in the church waving this thing, kneeling down in the church, saying hallelujah. So where do you belong? Do you belong to the tradition? You're a custodian of our tradition and the idol and all these things. And at the same time, you say you go to church, you go and kneel down and sing hallelujah, and the pastor is putting his hand on your head and stuff like that. So they have not carried themselves well. So that is why you see some people can talk to them in the public anyhow, and throw some kind of insult on them. But on the issue of Obasanjo, I think what Obasanjo did in the public, he shouldn't have done so. He should have,
and the demand for a public apology.
Yeah, I will expect it. I mean, yes. Look, Obasanjo will surprise everybody. For him to demand for their, for him to, apologize publicly, it's not. I don't think that would be a problem for him. But he has already achieved what he wanted to achieve. What he wanted to achieve is to let them know that, look, you disgrace the governor in the public. The governor represents the highest authority, and you are under the governor. It's the governor that gave you staff of office. It's the governor that, give you your letter of appointment as the king of so place. So the governor, you are responsible. Your governor is your boss. So when you see your boss walking into an occasion where you are, you must stand up. So he has already achieved what he wanted to achieve. And I would be surprised if Obasanjo will go to newspaper and apologize tomorrow. You have seen Obasanjo several times.
Now, how can governor be a boss now? Governor is supposed to be a servant. I mean, it's a servant now.
Now look at your system. How does your system place them? The Nigerian system. Does it place governor under the Oba?
No, I'm not saying the Nigerian system plays, but he says they are boss. I think they are his workers.
Yeah, he paid them. He approved their pay, their salary and all the rest. So
salary.
Yes, they gave the Oba the salary. You think they don't get salary?
Salary for what?
They are just like civil servants. They give them salary every week. I mean, every month, like every other civil servant. They are paid.
They even, I know they've sold out. No, I mean, I don't even regard all those traditional
civil servants.
So only the priesthood. I mean, I recognize in Yoruba. I don't
They are
recognize all
just
those
like every other civil servant that get paid every month.
They are
So
paid.
what I'm trying to
They can be fired. Yeah, I think
you can fire,
and they can be removed.
Yeah, they can be removed.
Because the governor give them
maybe those small bars. Well, can you go and remove if you're allowed for you?
They removed the emir of Kano now. They did not remove.
No, that's Kano. It's different.
Not only Kano, they ban
it. Say you're a governor. Go and remove Oba of Bini. See what we have.
It's the same laws now.
The Baba of Oba that just waja now. Oluwo, Ako, action group. They remove him.
Why remove where?
It was
which year was this? Which year was this?
Before you were born.
I say which year? It doesn't matter when I.
In the 50s.
You people at least when you're born, because someone who wasn't born.
I think it is only the Oba of Benin that is untouchable. All other Obas and other emirs. Then I think the Sultan of Sokoto.
Go and ask what Aibe did to Oba of Benin. I won't speak about that. Go and research what Mike Aibe. They go and ask what.
That's the military now. That's the military. But you can't,
It's the same thing now, whether military or no military.
Is Aibe from Benin or because during that military government they will appoint somebody from somewhere?
No. See, with the Oba of Benin, you cannot dethrone him. You can only how would I put it? Ostracize him, right? You can tell him to okay.
Yeah,
you cannot dethrone like what they did to Emir of Kano. That's Sanusi. You can't dethrone the Oba of Benin. You can only ostracize him.
It's supposed to be the same because it's supposed to be the oracle that will pick the king, and you can't dethrone someone that oracle pick.
Exactly.
And they have to go through rituals to become. So maybe because
but with some of the Obas in Yoruba land, it used to be like that in the past, but now it's political.
Yeah,
it has changed. Even the Oni of Ife, is it not Tinubu that politically put him there? It's Tinubu that put the guy there.
No. It was no. Tinubu. Are you kidding me?
State governor gave a way of Ado query, and you are saying this thing.
No, the only crown in Yoruba land know that they don't.
And someone was asking Oba, was giving Oba query, and in Yoruba land they say you can never question Oba. But the state governor gave question Oba and gave Oba query, and even gave timeline for Oba to submit a query. You are seeing.
I know the monarch in Yoruba land that people don't tamper with too much, much. I won't say it's the Oni of Ife, I'm laughing for you, and then the one Negba.
I said the Oni of Ife, Tinubu was the one that appointed him.
No.
I say it's Tinubu that appointed the Oni of Ife.
Okay,
I am telling you.
Explain how Tinubu did.
Tinubu influenced it to the point there was, I think when was the date? Well, it was on TV now. Tinubu refused to shake the guy's hands or even prostrate. It was, I think they were having the Tinubu influenced the current Oni of Ife. was
no,
like
you say you appointed him. Now you are switching your words.
not appointed, not appointed. He influenced the decision. You know, they would. It's a council that sits down to appoint. He influenced that decision. The only Oba or the only king in Nigeria that it is not influenced. Even the Sultan of Sokoto was influenced. It is only
You
Oba,
can't.
or it is
You're changing
only
your word. I don't know
Oba
what influence
of
means. I
Benin.
don't know what.
When I mean influence, like who will be the next person once the current Oba or king dies? Who is going to be the next one? It is only the Oba of Benin that is a succession crown. The rest are all political figures. Only the Oba of Benin
I
that is
agree
a
with you, but
succession
not the
crown.
Oni of Ife. That one
The
is.
Oni of Ife was influenced. I'm telling you.
Bros. Do
Yes.
you know the Oni is not a king?
Even Emeka, that Oba of Benin you said they never removed. Go and read what happened to Oba of Benin in 1897. Go and read what Oba in 1897. Go and read.
No, he was banned. He was not dethroned. You can't dethrone the Oba of Benin. You understand? You can't. He was ostracized by the British Empire, right?
Okay.
By the government. They took him to. I think it was in Calabar.
Me
He
too. I'm telling
remained
you, you
Oba
can't
there.
dethrone the Oni of Ife now.
Eh?
You can't
No,
dethrone
you
the
can't
Oni of
dethrone.
Ife.
You can't dethrone the Oni of Ife. You get my point? You can't dethrone, but it's not like a succession crown. When the Oni of Ife dies, it will be his son. The Oba of Benin.
No, it's got to be the ruling family. It's got to be a ruling family.
Within the ruling, and within that ruling family, it will not be influenced. That's why I say Tinubu
Well, they're
influenced
the same
it.
thing, Oba of Benin. So we too can claim argument that can be influenced which son they will pick.
No. It's the son. It is the son that takes over.
No. We have several sons, right? So we too can
It
say
is
the
the first son.
politicians are
It
the
is
one
the
that
first
influence
son.
which son.
It
We
is
can give you
always
the
the
same
first.
argument too.
It is always the first son that takes over. It is always the first son.
The politician we have these days, they get crazy for head. They know even mind the consequence. They can even dare the devil himself. If Satan stay before them, they can dare and they will face the consequence. That's what I say. See, they don't care. They don't care. That's what we are saying. These people, they will do whatever. They don't care, even if they are going to face the consequences. And I'm saying, go and protect our institution, our traditional institution. We will go to the National Assembly, enact a law, and protect these people. All this thing we are saying is we are not solving any problem. Condemn from now to tomorrow. This thing has been happening before we were born, and it's still happening in our presence now, and it's getting worse by the day. Our talk will not solve this problem. That's what I'm saying. Tomorrow, if care is not taken, they can put up under the council of the world, and we see come here, and we see condemn, and nothing will happen.
Actually, if these Obas were if they actually were crowned through the right process, I don't think anybody will be all these things will be happening. But most of these Obas they were appointed. I mean, it's just the system is I mean, we are lost, man. When the British came, they just came to destroy that whole system, and they left. They put system in place to further destroy the entire African institutional, the way of life, the spirituality, everything. The goal is to destroy everything African. But in the next 100 years, we all become English, British. That's the goal. And that's what's playing now.
We have even
You see a king that's rapping Igbo now, smoking Igbo. The guy, this same Oluwo, that guy, he said they should go and pull out the Orisha in the shrine, in the museum. I mean, the whole African thing is just dying off, man.
We have destroyed ourselves more than what the British did to us. That's just the point.
That's what I'm saying.
Worse than what the British did to us.
The British left and they put their the British now the people in charge are like the British in black skin. You understand? They are carrying on the agenda of the British, even though the British is, So I don't get it, man. Africa is just
If they collect more motor, Oba went for a meeting. If the state governor just remove his car, it was only another king that just helped that Oba. You will see how these people, they don't have regard for the Obas. I'm telling you, a day is coming, if you don't do anything, that ordinary citizen, look at what Wasiu Ayinde was doing to Oluwo. It was just boy, how it was like a boy, how are you? That was like what Wasiu was doing, and that's all. You understand? Naturally, okay. Why are they calling in the history? The wife, when the wife was trying to take care of Oba, he now saw his thing, and now saying that this, look at your thing be. And so how people, and you lose more like this, and people are afraid of you. Oba didn't talk. Oba now sent for the head of his parents. and get the head of the parent, he put everything in the calabash, and just call the wife, so I have a gift for you. When it happened, that thing, that's why the woman shouted that because now you now know why people are afraid of it, and not because of my stature, but because of my influence, because of my authority. Do they have that authority today? If Oba snatch a common citizen wife and take Oba to court, they will, in fact, judge will sentence Oba. So let us face the reality we have. But tomorrow,
have we seen that a court sentencing a monarch? Have we seen that? Have we seen that? To actually serve.
Yeah, it has happened. No,
to serve jail term. To serve jail term. Have we seen that?
Okay, I've not seen that of jail term. I've not seen that, but.
No. It's not to give a verdict against them or to lock them up in jail. Have we seen that?
I've not seen that, though. I've not seen that. But you do know my masquerade. Don't they go to court in Nigeria, and those things could not happen in all these days. You will carry masquerade, go to court. See, they bastardize our culture. So all these things we are doing here, we are just making more bang. Even those people behind those people that are the custodian of the tradition, when they see police now, they shake. You understand? Because the best way to protect your tradition, when you look at Oyibo, how did they protect preserve their culture? They use the instrument of the law to produce their culture, not by saying, this thing should be, because you will get those people. Okay, even those of us that we are talking now, how much of the tradition do we even understand? Those people that it not be the person who understand the tradition will respect the tradition. So
let me be honest with you. The gods have even turned their back on the monarchs, man. They've really turned their backs on the I'm serious, they've turned their backs on Africa. That's why they allow Igbo to come in now. That's why the gods allow the Igbos to come in and just they kick them out. Like, and the gods took some of them, took them to the Caribbean and Brazil. In case we Africans are done, they will just all the gods just move to Brazil.
Where are you from? So the gods are studying.
They've abandoned them now. You go and talk to any priest, even the priest gone, they will tell you, say,
is that not an excuse? Are you not giving an excuse? You know. I think you are trying to cover up something, Mike.
Cover up what?
Oh, okay. Let me say this. You know, we always boast about all this mythical, spiritual might that especially within the Yoruba space that we have. All these things that we have all these things, we have all these, but then these people came in and they colonized you and they enslaved you. So, for you to say that the gods have abandoned the monarchs, that is to excuse that all of this Ogun that we said we had, it couldn't stop us from being colonized. So are you not making...
Let me answer you, one man. Let me answer that question. You see, Yoruba have an adage that says, Ogbonju agbára lọ, meaning that, how do I describe
for intelligence?
Supersedes strength. The pen is mightier than the sword.
Yeah.
What do you say?
I said the pen is mightier than the sword.
That's right. So that was what Oyibo people use against us. You know, they came in as a friend. They were watching us. They were trading with us. We didn't know their plan. They were planning. They were looking at our surroundings. They are looking at our strength. And then that's why they launch attack against us. And
if I talk about it now, those from if I want the even when it's there now, the history is there in Yoruba land. They said it before they invoke him. If I want them that the people are coming and they are coming to use the hook to fish, kind of like he give a parable of how we use hook to catch fish, and he warned the people not to allow them in. He gave them all the instruction before you invoke it that you will bring things. They should not accept it. And should not allow them in their midst. But as soon as the Oyibo came with those nice things, they couldn't resist it. They accept it. So when you disobey the gods, one thing I know, when I say the gods turn their back, one mind, it's not like I'm saying the gods are not powerful. We disobey this, even you disobey the gods, they will make you face the consequence. That's just the fact. They will make you face it. When you go and do divination, if I tell you this and that, and you disobey that thing, it will make you face the consequence. What I'm saying is, when you're saying, "Oh, we don't have power," no, we have, because it's not that they can't help us to fight the Oyinbos or do something. They want us to face the consequence. That's what it is. They want us to face the consequence.
One man, just a second. One man, what sentence of Asenwo Odume wow? There's one there. They sold
the Deji of Akure, they sentenced him now.
Many Obas have not the only ones. They've sentenced Oba to 10 years imprisonment. So,
Mike, what you are saying is that we are suffering from not obeying our gods. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
Can you guys hear
So
me?
the gods have abandoned us, like
No,
the
they
gods
didn't abandon you. They're
Israelites.
making you face the consequence. But they will protect you to a degree, if to where it's necessary. But they will make you face the consequence.
All right.
In this respect, right, all the consequence of what we are suffering in Nigeria now is as a result of we not answering to the gods.
We are not doing what we are in this world to do. We are doing something different. The black man is the most stubborn and rebellious human being. That's why he woke the Oyimbos to come and deal with you.
Let Paddy come in and then check the private chat as well. Let Paddy come in.
So the question I wanted to ask, probably my mic is pretty low though, but there's too many strong baritone voices there. The question, what I wanted to point to Mike was, I know we always reference the British as based off maybe it's the most recent history, but they were not the first to come into our land. I mean they were not the first. They were not even the first to even colonize, even to make what's it called? Maybe conquest on our land. The Arabs were, the Fulanis had come, the people from Mali had come, and those people already had weakened our empires. So to a large extent, even Dahomey at some point was even invaded on our land, and the history was pretty clear. And maybe to Adateliko's point, they didn't come in to be motive to come and sell us at the end of the day. Everything had happened at a particular time. Their first intent was obviously yes to discover the land. Second intent was to trade, which they did indeed traded, right? And then when they needed human power, it was also part of trade because we were the ones selling. They didn't come in and then jump into our interlands and then took those outside kidnapping us. It was a trade, even though it was the wrong trade, but it was a trade. Oyo Empire was very, very vastly involved in slave trading because they had to make money. Because if an empire had already been weakened, Oyo Empire needed money. And then they sold people from other places where they could capture people from, and then even there was the Arab slave trade who also happened as well too. So I get that it's always good to also call out the Brits, and it was a trade. And then when they needed oil, in fact, when during their own the era of the oil palm industrialization, when they had stopped buying slaves, and they wanted to start buying oil palms, our people were still kidnapping ourselves to be the slaves to mine the oil palms that the British were buying. So as much as I understand why we keep casting out Brits, even when Christianity came itself, it was still our people that were kidnapped by our people. I mean, I don't mean Yorubas now. Our people that were kidnapped by our people that were sold as slaves, that the British returned their ships into Sierra Leone. Those same people were those that came back as Saros and even influenced us and made us buy their Christianity. So there's whilst I get that the British and the Portuguese and the Germans and the French did all their BS, well, let's also not make it seem as though we were the victims. In fact, if our people, if different empires hadn't been involved during the times when we were pushing back and fighting wars, they could not penetrate into the inner lands. And that's on the British side. But then we forget again that the Arabs had done the most damage to us as well too. Majority of our heritage that got destroyed more by the Arab influences, even much more than the British conquest. the vast majority of our culture, empires, our shrine, because they had brought in Islam, majority of them were vastly much destroyed.
To buttress
before
to buttress your point, even within that Nigeria, you know that when the Fulani conquered the northern Nigeria, the Hausa, you know those people, they had their own culture, their own tradition, and they had their own what do you call it, library and all the rest, where they have their historical book, but you can't find it today. They were destroyed. They were destroyed. You can't have any book, any historical book on Hausa. No history book of Hausa book. You can't find it anywhere. It's been destroyed. You understand what I'm saying? So, but to the Oluwo something. So Oluwo is looking for cheap publicity.
Ajale Koko, let me add to that. You know, Oluwo slap Agbowu of Ogbagba. You know that one.
Remember we covered we did it
here. We did it here. Ìyẹn faint now. Ó lu àlùbọ́lẹ̀ tí ìyẹn fẹ́ kú. So
Oluwo that is talking of moral.
He's just looking for cheap publicity, and he's a social media guy, and this is a man that, as they've been described, the Oba has been described. They are the custodian of culture and tradition. This is a man that is trying to impose Islamic religion on the people of Igbo. He's trying to destroy the worshipping of Ogun and some other idol in that in that town. You see, it's so much controversy around him with his bad behavior and stuff like that. And this is the man coming out to say, oh, somebody should do something, should apologize. The ordinary position disgraced him, disrespected him in the public. He has not done any correction to that. Now he's trying to correct another person. Just let us leave that one. So, but Obasanjo, I won't be surprised if by tomorrow he issued a statement to apologize for his bad behavior. But one thing that is clear, he has achieved what he wanted to achieve, and I believe the Obas will never disrespect the governor again. They will never disrespect the governor again, because what they did was bad too. The governor is the highest authority of the state. You don't even have authority over the state. You have Obas. Authority does not extend outside their own domain, the town where they reside, where they have where they occupy their throne. They don't have any. They cannot exercise their power outside their own domain. So, but the governor that gave them the title of office, pay their salary, do everything, they don't stand up for him. So, while that one was coming into the coming outside to deliver speech, so they have to that too must be corrected. And Obasanjo pointed it out that they have to do things that we respect in Yoruba land is respect. So senior or older people and respect to the authority.
Well, look, why is it that the thing we care about the most about our monarchs is respect and buying down and who's the Kineko? What about addressing the problems of society? These Obas are not addressing any of these things. Everything is just back. Like, look at our society. Like, everything is so backward. And they're just sitting there doing like bad marrying wives, sleeping with them, and then we want to talk about. We just talk about we need to respect Oba. We need to
no, you can't blame them. Hold on.
We shouldn't even care about this. Yeah.
No, you can't blame them.
Sorry, Ajane Koko. Before you respond to that, let me use that window just to ease myself off out and hand over to Mike. I just quickly rattle through the administrative stuff. So super chats kicked off in this instance by Kaizorian Empire. So that's Kaizo right there, and he doubles up to ask where the super chats are. So that's Kaizo. Kushite, Black Hands, claps, and I don't know, maybe some Kenyan something, maybe it's a Kenyan chant, but that's Kaizo, and then that's Kaizo again. And then, of course, whenever you see Kaizo, you see the James Bond guy in the bow tie. Kaizo's sugar daddy makes an appearance, Ike Ogiame. So that's Ike Ogiame right there. But the sugar daddy of this platform, one and only, that's Ayo rattling it off. So that's Ayo once, and then Ayo again, and Ayo still carrying on, and still not satisfied. Ayo carries on, and still not satisfied. Ayo carries on again. So that's Ayo doing as Ayo always does. Kaizo has a second dip. Prince Daddy, as we now traditionally mention, AB joins them in this instance. A different prince this time around. He comes in, and Ayo. It was correcting me actually on how to pronounce. How would you pronounce this name, Ajanle Koko?
Ayo.
This last name called Adeyo. Adeyo.
Adeyo, that's what I can say. Yeah,
Ayo Adeyo. So Ayo Adeyo. So Eyo Adeyo runs it all. So thank you, Eyo, and everyone else. So Mike, over to you. Thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene again, same time, same place. Mike.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you, Mike, is that you can't blame them because their power has been taken away from them. So they can only do little. They can't do much. They don't have,
but the little they can do, why are they not addressing problem of society? Why are they not talking or at least engaging people?
Let me
at
tell
least
you.
I just sit around and say because they take power from you. You don't need power of action. At least you have power of voice. I mean, just come together, address your people, promote your people.
No,
talk
Mike,
about the
let
history
me
of
tell
your.
you what of my town does. You see, in my town, they have what they call Oba in council. And look at what they do for the people. For example, you have some people that have finished university and they want to go to law school. They have some way of helping. They call those people the indigene of the town. They have some kind of contribution to give people scholarship, to help them do a lot of things. And if land matter comes, before you approach the court, if someone wants to take your land, you take it to that urban council and they resolve the issue there. So they handle some other matters there within their control. But once it goes beyond that, anything that the politician in that country, whatever they have interest in, is another thing entirely. It's not as if these obas are totally useless as Tinubu was referring to them. Tinubu said Yoruba obas are useless except for the three. So it's telling you how bad, the bad situation we have in that country, the way we are disrespecting. So they act within their capacity. But where they don't have power.
You said Tinubu said what? You said Tinubu said Obas are useless or except what?
In 2014, he said Abujale. He said Abujale and Oba Eko and one other Obas that he doesn't want mention are the only three that are not among the useless Oba in Yoruba land. The paper published it now, a public outcry. Everybody shouted. This Tinubu that everybody. So
the third one is hanging between Alaafin of Oyo and Oni of Ife. We don't know who the third one is.
So he didn't mention the third one, but he just mentioned Abujale and Oba Eko. So those two are not useless and one person. So the thing is this: people, they don't really understand how they've messed up the Obas of Yoruba land. So I mean, because I'm saying we should use the constitution to protect the Oba, and people are saying I'm justifying. I'm not justifying Obasanjo. I'm just telling you the reality. The reality. You understand? If those Oba refuse to stand up that day, Obasanjo may not do anything to them. After all, Fayose called Obasanjo Baba Omali. Obasanjo has not done anything to Fayose till now. But then it doesn't mean that another crazier person than Obasanjo will not do the worst tomorrow. You understand? Will you ever believe in your lifetime that someone will issue query to Oba? Oba, not that you issue query, Oba must answer that query. Not the only.
I mean, I just think the nature of black man is his biggest flaw and the biggest downfall.
And it took that Obaska. You know, you have a situation now where Oba now go to the governor and now go and be begging to please forgive me. You understand? So the Oba are helpless. Let's not be. Don't let us.
It's not like they are helpless. They are. Listen. First of all, when you have an Oba that's go to church, go and bow down to the pastor. That's you Oba of a. You don't follow the gods. You don't follow the oracle. You don't. I mean, this Oba they really focus on the oracle. The gods can be with whoever. Do the right thing. Go according to the guidance of the oracle and do things. You see the way they do in the ancient time. Righteous. There's no force in the world that can challenge you if the gods are behind you. But the gods are not behind them anymore because the gods just look at black man and say, you know what, I'm abandoning you. I think it's God that really the African gods are the one that raised the Europeans. Because the way the African gods want this planet to go is advancement. The African gods put the minerals in Africa, put everything there, and he put black man there to develop the planet. And the black man we just chose to be useless and only marry women and just if you can't see the story, you say of a black man had 60 wives, 20 wives, 35 wives. Come on, man, are you serious? But the gods are just looking at the Africans and like, what kind of behavior is this? And he just look, I'm going to raise the Europeans and allow them to just come and deal with you and lead.
Which gods, Michael?
The African gods. Yeah, the African gods do punish. I'm telling you.
Do you mind naming them? I'm just curious. Do you know what?
But the only thing is, the only thing I can guarantee you is they will not let us to be annihilated. The only reason, one thing I can guarantee you guys, no matter how you see somebody come and invade you, oppress you, and things like that, one thing that can never happen, that the African gods never happen, is to allow Europeans to annihilate us. It's not going to happen. They've tried it can't happen. They annihilate the Aborigine in Australia or the Native Americans in North America. It can never happen in Africa.
But they did. They did.
Where?
In the Northern Africa, Arabs did. In South Africa, they did.
They annihilate, wipe out the population. Where?
In Seychelles, they did.
In where?
In Seychelles, they did.
Seychelles. Where's Seychelles?
It's in Africa.
Inside of Africa.
In Southern Africa, they did.
They wipe out the entire population. Well,
in places like Cape Verde, Cape Verde,
they can kill a lot of people. They can't wipe out the population.
So they don't need to wipe out the entirety of the population because of that.
I just told you one thing that the deities will never allow happen is to wipe out the black population. Even in the ones they took to the Caribbean, to the New World, they couldn't wipe them out. The ones in the Caribbean island, after slavery ended, they wanted to wipe them out. And do you think the Europeans really wanted the Caribbeans to be only that beautiful island, the blacks to be there populating it? Do you know that those islands, it was the Red Indians that were living there before they wiped them out? All those islands, Jamaica, Trinidad, all those islands, Haiti, it was the Red Indians that were there. When the Europeans came, they wiped them out. And they brought black slaves. And then after slavery ended, they attempted to wipe the blacks out. They couldn't.
Do you know why?
They couldn't. Don't try to give me some.
No. So do you know why? Right? If their motive was to come in and take over your land, and I'll mention a place for you. Cape Town in South Africa. Something similar happened. In fact, Cape Town that today almost has no locals. The people who you see there are the coloreds, but they're not the locals of a place like Cape Town. Even in some part of Zimbabwe, they did something similar in Zimbabwe. I give you an example in Zanzibar, Seychelles. The Arabs did something similar. So that it doesn't happen at all. It doesn't mean that, they've made efforts to try this thing. Now, here's the thing. The land that we have is not a terrain that is very favorable to them, even though we have the resources. Nobody's going to, even if they wipe away the humans, what would they do about mosquito? Say flies.
Bro, forget all this crap. You guys always excuse when you go. The reason you couldn't wipe you because of mosquitoes. Stop it, man.
Listen. Just listen. And stop trying.
He even wants to wipe you out. The mosquito is worse than his way.
Stop sounding ignorant.
Well, no, you guys
can't,
like you like narrating yourself. When somebody tell you something, you say you trying to give excuse why.
Why should I go by what you said? Because you said.
Well, you telling me you're telling me the reason
land.
Europeans didn't wipe you guys because of mosquitoes. Come
You
on
are the
now.
moderator now. You not to listen. Just listen and then you can counter after. Don't interject. It's not the way I like to argue. You know, if they needed the land, if they needed your land and your resources, they will come in, take away everybody that is there and use your land. They did not need our land. They only needed our resources. And then they went to lands where that was favorable to them. And then they took over those lands. An example you gave is North America. North America has a favorable temperature that they are coming from. The ones coming from Europe, coming from England, that went to North America. Of course, there's winter. It's favorable to them. They don't have to deal with the difficulties of the terrain that we have. And I give you a clear example: Cape Town in South Africa. Where are the locals there? They wiped them off and took over Cape Town because that part of Africa is favorable to them. And then
they didn't wipe. Which ethnic group in South Africa was existing before and is in extinct? Name it.
I'm asking you now.
Name it. You said they wipe people out. Name an ethnic group that's an extinction.
Oh my goodness!
I'm just like you don't.
I did not say the entirety of South Africa. I said Cape Town.
Okay, what's the ethnic group that was there that's been wiped out?
Because we don't even know today.
You don't know what?
If you're going into the inner lands, you find the Africans, you find the Xhosas there. But in Cape Town, what we have there are just the coloreds, which are like mixed breed, which are like the people, what we call half caste that are there today. So even the locals that are there, we don't even know who they are. And I told you they did the same thing in some part of Zimbabwe. They did something similar again in Seychelles.
They wipe out an entire ethnic group. Is that what you're telling me? What's the name of that ethnic group?
Jesus Christ. If you wipe out an entire group, how do you know their name when the locals are not there?
Well, we can name the ethnic group in North America and Australia that got wiped out.
Because they're still there. There's still remnants of them there.
There's no history that says this ethnic group in Africa was annihilated completely.
The Aboriginals.
There's no record. I mean, you guys just like to give white man credit and praise them.
You argue.
You like to. No, you have it. I'm sorry. I think a lot of you Africans have this mentality of I surrender. The white man.
Don't box everybody because you are the one who. I mean, don't let us do this. It's beneath me. Just hold on and listen. The Aboriginals in Australia, we can see them today. We know what they look like. The natives in North America, we know where they are. We know where they live today. Then Dakota there, then Arizona, then Alaska. We know where they are. So yes, they wipe the vast majority of them, but the totality of them are not done. So right now they receive preferences. And the ones in Canada, look at what happened in Canada. Vast majority of them were also wiped out, but the very vast majority of those locals are also still there. But so that's my point to you. So imagine if they wiped everything off there will have been zero history of them. We don't even know what the Aboriginals in a place like New York look like before North Americans came into New York. We can only assume that based off of how the entirety of North America looks like, this is what they will have looked like. But we don't know what they look like because they didn't wipe away everybody, but they wiped away the majority of them. And that's
do you know when they're trying to wipe out the you know this country in the Caribbean called Haiti?
Jesus Christ.
I'm just asking you a question.
How can you ask anybody in today whether they know Haiti? Like you said, think your question now.
I'm just asking you a simple question now. Just so you know.
Why would I not know Haiti? Just
okay, you know Haiti. Okay. So when the French decided they want to annihilate them, what happened?
Mike,
you need to go and read their history. Then you know the power of the African gods.
No, Mike, I don't know the guy that is talking to you, but it's seeing what the guy is saying has some substance because I'm on Cambridge.org as I speak to you. It seems the guy knows exactly what he's saying. Trust me. I'm reading about the Aboriginal people of South Africa, collectively known as Sans, suffer widespread genocidal violence as a result of colonial invasion. In fact, it's documented. Please, what's the name of my bro? What's your name, please?
My name is Paddy, and I think
exactly. It seems that what you are saying has credibility. Honestly,
of course, it does have credibility. So that's the issue that I have with Mike. He does this whole look. The world doesn't evolve around Yorubas. I am Yoruba. Maybe just so you know, the world doesn't evolve around Ifa and Sheshe. So sometimes just be a bit more fluid into conversations.
No,
right?
no, I wasn't asking you whether it happened or it didn't happen. I'm just asking you
you
questions.
literally boxed everybody and said, "This is why I don't. This is what Africans do." Blah blah blah. Without you even understanding where I'm coming from, and I was literally giving you clear-cut examples, mentioning places. All you were just doing was.
But all I was asking you was questions like, what's the name?
You were
Was
just
the
assuming
ethnic group that was annihilated, completely wiped out?
Anyways, please go ahead, Ola.
I will post the link in the comment section. See, Mike, you see one thing is this. Well, I don't know. If you really need to preserve our culture, I think this is the right time. It's not for us to talk, it's for us to act. Now, to the extent that even ordinary citizens now snatch Oba's wife. How does that sound? Ordinary citizens
Because
now
when the thing is
now have affair with Oba's wife. That thing will never happen. Will never. In fact, even assuming that even nobody even knew in those days, you could not even do that in the secret. But openly these days, people will even be talking.
because those Obas have zero relationship with the gods. If they do, probably just have a relationship or just a little relationship. So
it's a terrible situation for us to salvage the whatever we have now. I think it's the right time that because I'm to me, I believe that I'm offering solution. I'm pushing solution instead of joining people to be saying Obasanjo this. The thing is this: how do we stop Obasanjo from doing that tomorrow? Apologies will not be enough. Because
no, me, I will encourage Obasanjo to do what he wants to do, man. Me, I don't. If the gods can't fight for you, then you deserve the rest. You know, so I don't care. I'm not gonna. I'm not the one. Listen, it's not my duty to go be defending Obas, man. If you are Oba, you're not powerful enough to defend yourself, or the gods don't defend you, then it's not on me to defend you. I'll leave you alone. That's when I asked the senior priests, like all those big priests, all those time, like question about all these things going on. They say, listen, if the gods are not willing to back these kings, then something it's like they're not happy with them, or they're not, And if the gods decide to choose, I say, what's the possibility that this Oluwo of the old guy? I mean, it was the gods that chose him. I say it's possible. Maybe the gods just feel like that's what people deserve. He gave them a kind of king like that. Sometimes I'm telling you, the Orishas, sometimes they punish the people, they punish the population. I'm telling you, that's the fact.
Mike, I've asked you like 3 or 4 times. Man, you should keep saying gods. Gods is a broad bracket. So I just narrow it down to maybe 2 or 3, so we can understand what kind of gods you're actually inferring.
Well, I mean, the dates is the Orishas.
Which of them? There are tons of Orishas.
They are all under. They are all under Olodumare. They are one family.
Okay, and all of them have one uniqueness to
you see one thing.
They have one
point.
Mike actually read about all those Orisha. That's why he's talking boldly. But
he read.
I know. I believe you read. Sorry, the words. I believe you've read about Orisha. Not that you really have. Maybe you have one that you have in your. I don't know. I'm just assuming. So now, correct me if wrong. Do you have anyone that you are custodian of as we speak now?
Why you want to know?
Is it Shango? Is it Ogun? Is it?
Why do you want to know?
I'm just asking. But when you hear my surname, of course you will know the family from where I come from, right? Because sometimes you talk of Ifabodi.
No, what is your point though? What is your point? Yeah.
The question is this: we've lost our value, we've lost our culture. So even though all this Oba we tend to blame today now, there's extent to which we can blame them because their forefathers too, they lost those value and they didn't transfer this thing to them properly. Now that we now said, okay, before we lose everything, if it is our desire to protect, to preserve those culture, even the little we can remember now, let's find a way to preserve them. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because you are surprised that the Brazilian now may even know our culture more than us. The people in the Caribbean may even know our culture more than us. Even we are losing our language. Because so many people now speak fake Yoruba language. I was talking a situation the other day. I was talking to someone. I just make a proverb, and he switched off his phone. He said I was reciting incantation. Because I'm a kind of person that likes to talk with proverbs. But when I know that thing was becoming a serious issue to people, and now I have to be very careful too, because people were now looking at me as someone that is fetish. So we need to if we need to preserve our culture, we need to work
Ola,
seriously.
Please pardon me, right? I think I'm going to ask you the same question now, and I'm also asking Mike. And I think because even though I get it, sometimes we always speak in broad spectrums, sometimes there are also times when we also need to narrow it down. Can you give me examples of our cultures that either we've lost or we are losing that we need to preserve today? Just examples that can come to your head.
Okay, now you see, we have this culture of respect and culture of knowing the history of the family and culture of some kind of rituals you do when you come from a family before you even take a step. Then for those people that think they want to preserve the whatever they worship or whatever they see as the gods within their family, you understand? So maybe you want to be Ogun worshipper, you want to be Ifa worshipper, you want to be Shango worshipper. You understand? How many family that used to have those things can still boldly say, okay, they know all the steps to those rituals they used to do. You understand? Because we have Oba today now that will tell you that I'm anemia. You understand? I don't want to see all those stuff that used to. So those are the things. Now, even those are let's say those are what we call idol worshiping. Even forget about those ones, but we have some other culture that has nothing to do with idol worshiping. You understand? The way you respect elders, the way you listen to elders to know history, so that when you listen to your elders, when you learn your history, that helps you to even preserve yourself and for you to know how to even, that simply means you know where you are coming from and you know where you are going to. Because it's just a matter of time now that the children in Yoruba land will just wake up and just slap their father and their mother to wake up. That mom, please wake up. Some will even use their leg to even wake their parents up. You never do that in Yoruba land. You dobale. If you're a woman, you kneel down. But today, you see a lady that a girl that want to kneel down to another. Oh no, don't worry. You don't have to kneel down, because they are seeing all those things as humiliation. And we are even promoting a situation now whereby even a 6-year-old now are now allowed to even argue with an elder, even when you don't even know exactly what you are saying. So this is one of those reasons that we are confused. We don't know anything about culture. Even our language alone is that the utmost tradition we have to protect. We have to do everything to preserve our language. So let's even not talk about Orisha. Let me just talk about language. That our language is very important.
Are you people hearing me? Do you hear me?
You are breaking. I can hear you, but you are breaking.
Yes. Maybe you're using the same device you used the other time. I keep breaking. Maybe you should change device again.
But I wanted to do this one. What of the making of the king?
We can't hear you, man. You're just breaking, man. We can't hear anything you're saying. You're breaking.
Okay, no problem. I will come back again.
Yeah, you can take off your Bluetooth if your Bluetooth is the reason. So let me just say, okay, the one that wants to even talk majorly is our language, because our language is very important, because there are some things you communicate in our language that even if you are Professor Wole Soyinka join together with George Joel, Macbeth, everything that you can never express in English, no matter what. That Yoruba language will be what we used to. And in our language too, even though you give some children stories, you try to give them the culture, you try to give them some kind of moral lesson through our culture from the beginning, at least to affect their mind. So, but all these days that we'll be talking, I don't even know some of those books that we now give out to these children today, and all these children that we now be promoting to be watching some kind of Teletubbies and all those stuff. No, when people like us were growing up, we were listening to tortoise and dog story. You know, all those stories truly they are folk tales, but we learn some kind of lesson there. Did you know that even up to around 16 years, I was even thinking that what they were talking about in Japan, all those tortoises, that it was true. That the first time I saw tortoise, I was
That's the danger
expecting
of
tortoise
such
to.
things, though.
You see?
So those are some of the dangers of such narrative or such
Yeah,
folk
but you know,
tales.
but over time, I understood. I started understanding the wisdom in all those things because it's narratives. Because those stories actually created some kind of fear in me as a young child.
But
You
the difference is
understand?
this, yeah, just for maybe to engage you a little bit, right? And so maybe before I go, let me trigger Mike a little bit. Even when it comes to Ishashe, I am a fan of Ishashe. I love Ishashe. I believe in Ishashe, right? But when it comes to Orishas, I do not, because I'm able to separate both of them, even though many Yoruba people believe that they are somewhat infused. And as far as I'm concerned, Isheshe is nature's gift to earth and people who live on earth. So almost as though if I eat vegetables, if I eat eforiro, I'll get I'll get vitamins. If I take orange, I'll get vitamins. If I eat certain food, I'll get ions, right? Same way, if I take certain, plants, I will get healing on certain things. So those things are nature. But what our religion has done as Yorubas, let me speak to Yorubas, is that it's been able to use oral narration to retain the history and the ways to prepare such things, right? So people are aware that if I mix this, I mix that, because Yoruba, Yoruba's way of preserving history was oral based and music based. I mean, we are very rich in music. But when it comes to the gods part, I don't believe in such things. Not because I don't believe that they existed, but because I understand. I think I've read enough to understand the narrative behind many of such things. And I'll give some examples. Many of the people we revere as deities today were exceptional human beings that indeed existed. So they were human beings, and the ways that many of those human beings that were very exceptional were honored, were to be made into deities. Shango is an example, and many of them like that. So they're a human being. We know who their father was. We know who their grandfather was. We know the exploits that we know. We have history of the exploits they did when they were on Earth, and because of the way our culture preserved their exploits as fantastic human beings, and then we made them into deities. Some other ways where we preserve people, maybe not their names directly. So many of the masquerades that we have were also exceptional human beings, but in smaller towns. And then their spirits were supposedly made to come back. My might have arguments, but I'll give something similar. In Egypt, how Egypt preserved their what's it called? Their exceptional kings were to mummify them, build pyramids for them, build sphinx for them, and then we know this is Nefertiti or this is Ra or whatever it is. So different cultures had ways of preserving who their deities were, and Yoruba did that, and to me, it's fantastic and it's fabulous. Now, but because we understand that how these people did exploits, the spirituality now started coming in, people connecting to those spiritualities and able to tap into their exploits. So almost as though you would say, I'm trying to give an example. So let me use Prince Daddy as an example, right? Prince Daddy lived an amazingly remarkable life. He believed he was a good warrior, was a good hunter. He fought for liberation for his people. We loved him, and then because we passed his history down over folklore, he became a deity, and so that way we won't forget his history. And then people want to now reference what he's done, his philosophy or his mode of living, and then they will worship it and then try to conjure whatever it was that Prince Daddy had done then to come through for people who know what today. So you find maybe in Christianity, you say maybe the God of Abraham or the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So for the same God that answered those people, answer me today, right? So you find something similar, not exactly, I'm just using a similar. So you say maybe people will now worship Ogun so that whatever exploit that Ogun did, whatever favor that Ogun did, whatever victory Ogun did should bless you in today's life. But I understand those things today, and I understand that, look, I might not need to do those things to get the things that I want, because there are vastly many people who didn't go through that route, got what they want, probably even got better than some of us that are referencing such things. However, when it comes to the Isheshe itself, the Ogunletutu, the Elewe Omos, the Babalawos, I do not joke with them. I respect them. I use them. In fact, I believe in them more. The only question that I have with them is they're not refining it enough. And like what you're saying, Ola, they're also, I don't think they're also doing enough to pass down those knowledge pan the tribe. When I mean pan the tribe means that I know, of course, I understand that maybe Western education has influenced it, but it's still a little bit of this secrecy. So there's still some sort of cultism around, not cultism in terms of evil, but we're still protected and guarded, right? So it's not expanding. But nonetheless, there are a few other things that people know. So when you have a child that has asthma, you can easily go and buy Ogunletutu. So people know those ones. When you have maybe chicken pox or smallpox, you can buy a bomb bomb and maybe some kind of agbado, and people will know. So there's some that are popular here and there, right? But I believe that there is a small set of people who are trying to preserve these things. Maybe I might be wrong. Probably I'm also looking at it from the standpoint of living in the city, so I don't know what's going on in the hinterlands. But to your point, Mike, where you mentioned preserving this, one thing that I want many people to understand is when it comes to language speaking, language evolves, right? The language that we refer to today as Yoruba, that we are speaking, was never the language that we were all speaking. At some point, when we were speaking our language from the Benue-Congo confluence that had evolved, it was sounding probably differently. In fact, even to the point where at some point in our history, Arabic was infused into our language. That was when we had Ajami as our local way of writing. So the
It was Ola that told you about preserving language, not me. It was Ola. Yeah.
Okay. So the AEIOU that we're using today, several years ago, decades ago, it was Ajami that we were writing, which was like Arabic in terms of, but it evolved. The English you're speaking today evolved from German, evolved from Latin, evolved from Greek, evolved from French, and it's infusing. So the Yoruba we speak today, this modern day Yoruba, it also has evolved from different dialects. And once you understand that language evolves because we are bringing more than one ethnic group into that language. So now we have different people speak that same language, it will evolve. Now we have our dictions changing because you are learning more that we are speaking. In between this, you are learning Arab, you are learning Kewu, you are learning to speak English. Our dictions and phonetics will also change and evolve. The way somebody who is in Lukumi person in the Caribbean or in Cuba or in Brazil will speak Yoruba would not be the way we will speak, because you know why? Because they did not evolve Yoruba. They only retained a small sect of it. They retained the natural piece of Yoruba that they're able to evolve. But because they were not evolving and mixing with other people who had the same phonetics and diction as us, their Yoruba has not evolved. So a very popular example, Akara. They call their own Akaraje. And I can argue that at some point, we might have been calling our own Akaraje. But because ours has evolved and it felt like, because you know how Yoruba is. So there are certain words that in fact, most Yoruba words are compound words that are not like single words. Eledumare or Olodumare is one of them. You think it's just one word, but it's actually a broken down word. Even in our names, all those Ashake, Akoni, Akon, this and that, those are like, Akoni is clearly two.
Yeah, our language is very descriptive.
Exactly. But in to the lame person, you think, oh, this is just one word, it's just one thing. And so you can tell how vastly our language has evolved. So when I hear arguments, which I agree with you, I'm not disputing it, but when I hear argument, it is such that our language is evolving. But I think our language is, Yoruba is the third widely spoken African language. So maybe other languages might be having that same conflict. But after Swahili and maybe Arabic, Yoruba is the next language. And Yoruba as a language is doing tremendously well.
Are you sure that they don't speak Hausa more than Yoruba?
No. They're in the world itself. So of course we have the Yorubas are like 21% of Nigeria. About 42 million of us. But outside Nigeria, there's Benin, there's Benin Republic, there's Sierra Leone, there's some part of Ghana, then the other places that we know in the Caribbean who also are able to still speak some pinch of Yoruba.
No. Do you know why I say we should preserve our language? Is this? I know that language evolved.
Yeah.
But evolution of language is not when we now prefer received pronunciation, or otherwise known as Queen's English, more than us. Just because we speak the language You understand? Even before, even not because of our local musician now, the local artists now that are now singing in our language. You know, before we were listening to Tupac, we listening to all those BIG, and when you listen to all these Oyibo, we start behaving like them. That's just the problem. We are losing our way of life just because.
Can I argue that a little bit? Do you mind if I argue?
Yeah, you are going to argue it for sure.
Okay.
So by that time, when you now speak your language, now people will now be seeing you as a local guy, right? You know, if I give a proverb now and I behave in that proverb now, people will say, "I'm more Koni boy." That's the next thing you start listening to. But if I start saying yo and I start rapping, you know, they say, "Okay, this guy wake up and you want him to behave
civilized.
Yeah, you tell me that I'm civilized. But if I give my proverb, you say, "Oh, Bobo Ilukusha is a village boy." So to me,
So you are not civilized.
to me, exactly, we are things that should help us locally because we are losing our language. We don't even understand the significance of all those things. We are now taking extra time now because we are learning another people's language to now follow, to now pursue what they are pursuing. You understand? Today, if someone wear native now, maybe during the week now, you say, well, what's wrong with this Bobo? It was guy that behave like a village guy now. Because Joe, you decide to wear Buba Shoro, and people will be telling you. Even people do when you tell some people now Buba Shoro that they don't even know what it means again. When you say some people Ashoetu, they don't even know the meaning of Ashoetu. You understand? So a lot of things we've lost our language that even you will say plant in our local community, you cannot describe that. And the confusion, the confusing part of it now is that we are not that, we don't even know that English. We don't even understand that English that those people that are taught are the core native speaker, even though we can blow grammar more than them. And we are still confused about our language. If you ask some of our people now, okay, what type of leaf is this? What type of leaf is that? And meanwhile, when people like us were still growing up, we can say ewe akintola, ewe ejinrin, epo ahun, gbogbo ewe dogoyaro, ewe akoko. We could still name some of those others. Ask our people today, ask them to identify the plant within their environment. They can. So the people that cannot identify plants, how can they understand the value? You understand? But tell them now, NAC, how people will tell you sodium chloride. Before you say all this thing, they know everything about chemistry, they know everything about fixes everything. But tell them about our. So the thing is this: when you've lost the value of even understanding your environment, then you will be subjected to the to another authority. You know, for Bible to say that to whom you give
Ola,
the
don't you find this funny how you just mentioned some people like in like maybe the rural part they know the leaves and everything, and then they not only that they didn't know it, they can actually use it to make something and create something. But then our people have gone to the schools and everything, they know chemistry, they know all that, but they can actually put it into anything to create anything. They can manufacture medicine. They still have to. They just know this is that, and they have to go and buy the drugs on the Oyinbo.
Exactly. You are learning what is not in your care. But now I know that, okay, between my care, that's what they call Efirin. You know, Efirin that time. Maybe Efirin does a lot of things. You understand? Maybe they say you are getting, or maybe you are a 30-second person. You understand? When you go back and just put Efirin, you just put some salt. You just swallow that thing. Just relax yourself for 30 seconds. Honestly, they will be hearing the cry of what you are doing where you get. So all those little things that we understand. But today, children of today now, they be looking at Viagra. So they be looking after. You understand? So those are the things. When you lose your language, even little thing within your environment that you are supposed to, where you are supposed to understand, you won't understand. Let me tell you something that happened while in school. Some people, just Yoruba people, they saw crap. And the people they were saying, "Hey, I like them." You see the way those people were just run. I say, now only Akon, you see you guys they run. What's wrong with you guys? They were running away from crab as if crab na something so big. You see the way all of them were just behaving like Oyibo. I say, really? In this Ekiti land? You know? So those are the things. You lose your language, you lose the sense of what is within your environment. That's the problem. When the thing within your environment are supposed to be those things that are supposed to influence your development. So culture is not about Orisha. That's what I'm saying. Those people that want to do Orisha, that's the conviction. I'm not saying they should not go and work the Orisha. I know all the story, like you said. All those irumole, they say irun to moile. Irun, air is air, irun to moile. So when you start, because there are story, there are history about all those stuff. So all those people, like you said, Orisha, all those Orisha, Orisha. No, irumole is that irumole. People say it's irun, air, irun to moile, irun to moile.
Really?
So so you dey hear today, Abi? No, we can have a session of Yoruba and we refer you to and I will refer for some this thing. So so what do you think the meaning of Irumole before? You think that Irumole is just a language called Irun to moile. It's another way that Ori that they created here and that here Irun to moile. So then Orisha is Orisha. You know, there's one woman Yoruba this thing that even tried to make that made some kind of story. See, like Paddy said, those dainty, they were exceptional people. That people were trying to say, okay, this is the way they live their life. That people were trying to encourage people. You know, why people worship them is that they want people to emulate their life. That they believe that okay, they were selfless, what they did for the community. So that's just it. But then that's not even where I'm even talking about. But when you cannot even, you know, when I can tell you that I'm very sound in chemistry now, but the truth is this: can I even produce NaCl? That's a sodium chloride. Can I even produce a tetrasulfate 4? You understand? So there are a lot of things, but if it is we don't go yarrow within my backyard, I know that okay, if I'm beginning to feel bad, maybe I think that maybe I've overeaten and I need to purge myself, I just go and get away don't go yarrow. The next thing is that I just rub it, put water, you know, although it can be so bitter, but you know those bitter things, those we use it, and we'll be talking of poira. When you have all this sickle white fungus on your this thing today, we go and biotics or whatever, all those things that you go and buy all the counter to have some bios within your mouth and your gut. You don't really do this. You just go and get a puira. You get it. Then they will okay. You have something like la palapa. So you have all those things. But ask our people today, especially all those Omeku, they don't know all those things. If you just mention all those things, they start running away from you because they are now seeing you as fetish. And meanwhile, you are not fetish. What you are doing is not that different from what their medical doctor will do for them. You know. So, but if you don't understand your language, ask a typical Yoruba man to name typical animal. Just give 30, even 10. Ask some people, what do they call lawyer? They don't know. Only thing they know is grass cutter. When you say tuku, how many of them know that thing? A Yoruba person cannot even separate. When Yoruba will be telling you Agbamurere is Agofon, you know, giraffe. When people will be telling you Agbamurere is Agofon, you understand? Or giraffe. So our people, they cannot even name the animals in Yoruba land within our language. That is the problem. Our people cannot recognize the difference between Amotekun and Ekun. They carry Kineu, all those stuff. So that is where we lost our language. I'm not saying.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask Paddy a question, because you mentioned that the reason why he doesn't care about the Orisha is because they were just people that lived and did their time, and then people just deify them. So are you saying the same thing about Jesus, that he just someone that just lived his life? And
Yes, the same thing. No, I mean that's not. I mean that's
but
not
you
being argued.
follow Jesus, right?
You said what?
But you follow Jesus, right?
So,
so Mike, where is that?
I'm not pausing. No, hold on. I'm not pausing. I'm speaking to the fact that we understand that Jesus Christ lived a life, and we're trying to emulate the life that he lived. You get what I mean? Christ,
Mike, I'm a
Jesus
Christian.
Christ.
I follow Jesus, so
exactly. So we understand that Jesus Christ
Christian,
lived a
so
he lived a
I
life,
follow Jesus. I'm a
lived a
Christian.
life
Yeah.
of love, and lived a life of of principles, and we are living by those principles. So the same thing that we also do with the Orishas is that they live their life, right? And we are following, and we are living. We ought to live by their principles. But where the separation comes in is that we don't see. So in Jesus Christ now, we know the Christianity retains the fact that he was born, right? Christianity retains the fact that he died for us. So Christianity retains the human part of Christ. Christianity retains the, so the connectivity that we remember that he was crucified, he was dead and buried. So these are things we can relate with. So just even though there's a supremacy of him, but his existence on life was not disconnected.
Well, the Orishas did the same thing, and there's nothing Jesus did that the Orishas didn't do. Especially Oromila.
Let me tell Mike something. Mike, you see, Yoruba believe there is only one supreme God, Olodumare. Now, the way in Christianity, whereby you have people introducing different doctrine, that's how the same way you see people in traditionalists that they started introducing their own doctrine. You understand? Someone,
no.
yes, now
say it again. Say it again, Allah. I don't understand
the way some people in other religions, Christianity and Islamic, the way they start introducing their own religion. You understand? There's a difference between you believing in God and you are bringing in religion. Two different things. As a Christian now, I don't believe that Christianity is not a religion to me.
It's a faith, yeah.
It's a faith. So it's a way of life. But you see many people and they are introducing religion that.
But our own distance is not a religion, man. It's just a relationship.
I'm telling you, some people that are the custodian of those Orisha that we are talking about too, they introduce their own way of life. They introduce their own religion too, so that they can sustain themselves. See,
really,
syncretism is allowed now. I mean, syncretism is allowed in I think okay. So before you go ahead, Allah, just pardon me. Syncretism is one of the things that makes the Yoruba way of the Yoruba culture very fluid. I think I mentioned this one time the last time I spoke.
What makes it fluid?
Syncretism, the fact that we can infuse whatever culture that we currently have with any culture that we find newly. So stuff. So if you look at the Muslims, it's all if you for those who know what the Muslims do, like Asalatu, those stuff that even singing and beating drums is not native to Islam. It is the Yorubas that created that part of Islam to sync with the way and our culture that we've already had before. So going to Asalatu on Sundays is not what Arabs don't do it, but the Yorubas created it. All the Malims and code that we have, they are not Arabic. The Yorubas created it. So there's a, and that same thing also happened in part of Christianity, especially with Celestial Church and Cherubim and Seraphim, even the Pentecostal churches that were fresh, that were rebirths of those churches. So we found that, except for maybe Anglican and Catholic, that were directly, and maybe Baptist, that were directly very Western. But all the other Orthodox religions, churches that were formed, were syncretisms. So Yorubas are able to infuse whatever we have. And do you know why? Because the concept that is being introduced is not strange to us. And Allah, before you go, and let me just say it again, which you already mentioned the point. The concept of Yahweh, or Jehovah, is not that and then Christ dying for us, and maybe other people that died that came before Christ, David and Samuel and Elisha and Elijah. Those concepts are not new to the Yoruba pantheon because they are people that they can tie some sort of connectivity with. So Eledumare or Olodumare is seen already within Yoruba pantheon as the Yahweh and God. Not that they are equals, but that divine being that does not have limits, that limitless God, that infinitesimal God, it is the same concept. So when you now say, oh, he made a son and then died for us, but there's that supreme God there, to a Yoruba person, it is not strange. Or it was not strange to them. So they're able to understand that, oh, the only difference is that rather than me worship, going with all the other deities that were there before, the Oya Oshun, Olokun and the likes, there's one called Jesus Christ. Now, the difference is this. What Jesus Christ is not offering me is that I don't need to now bring in any more physical sacrifices. I just need to go within my soul. So all I need to do, instead of me to use lamb or use chicken or blood or cowrie or food and those things, one person has come in and I don't need to do those anymore. So people, and like I've said, maybe for those of you who might have read that history, people who did not have, the commoners were the first to easily accept Christianity because they knew that, look, I don't have a big farm, I don't have harvest. In fact, my farm is not doing well, but I can still connect to Olodumare, quote unquote, or this divine God, this Jehovah Yahweh through Christ. And those were the very first people who were able to accept Christianity. Unfortunately, the British did whatever they did, which was very terrible because they deceived them and sold them into slavery. But it was easy for
Well, how do
them
you
to
connect through
accept it.
Christ? How do you connect through Christ?
That's another story. Maybe Prince Daddy will be the one
When
to
you connect, it's
apologize
a
with that.
principle.
It's principle now. Yeah. Okay.
It's in
So
the head.
it's
Okay.
no, it's not in your head. So the same way you can let me borrow this. The same way you can buffer, to what's it called, to connect to your to your spiritual deities. You can also read the Lord's Prayer. You can also pray. That's the same thing. So it's almost the same thing. The same way you say it's a football bongo. You can say the same thing too. Like Christ said it, that if you command the mountain to walk, the mountain will walk. I'm just using just physical context. And then the same way you believe that before you're praying, like, let these things work well for me. It's the same way you're also having the faith that your prayers will also be heard, will also be heard. You give me my daily bread, give us this day our daily bread. So you are connecting that faith. The only difference is that your physicality.
But what about like in our own?
Yeah.
Our deity that give us instruction on what to do, not to do this,
No,
do this. Like
the Holy Spirit and the prophets. So we have the Holy Spirit. We have the Holy Spirit concept. We also have the prophets. So they are prophets.
Yeah, Ola, you say you are from Osoin family, right?
I say you wear my name when you say.
No, you told me before. You said you come from Osoin.
Yeah,
you guys are Osoin.
we are Osoin, yeah.
Okay, but you know Osoin talks, right?
We have Ifa too, right?
I'm just asking. You know Osoin talks, right?
Yes, now.
Okay, you can hear the voice, right?
But you have an interpreter. You know, everybody.
Well, you still hear the voice. You still hear it.
Me, I've not heard it too.
Okay, I don't know if I can. It's just that the internet. I wanted to share it. Go on YouTube right now, right? It's just that I don't have. I can share. I would want to share. Is one man there?
No, he's
I
not.
would have shared the screen. Go on YouTube. Type talking or something. You see or something talking. That's what Orisha talking.
Mike. See.
No, I'm going somewhere. Relax. Okay. So what I'm saying is, the difference between Jesus, like yours, is you talk to it and it doesn't talk back. You just put in your head that okay, it exists. But the Orisha, we actually communicate with them. You understand? We talk, they talk back. I mean, ask for something.
Which one talk back to you?
Mike.
Which one talk back to you, Mark? Which one talk back to you? Which of the
all of them communicate back, yeah.
And you hear their voices.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do you have YouTube in front of you? I can. Someone recorded one, put it on YouTube. I'll talk
for which
to
of the gods? Not
no, Mike.
For all
Mike,
of them. For
don't let anybody record anything for you. Visit. If you need to visit, I can recommend a place for you to go. Adwekiti, or if you want to go to Ikole or those stuff. You understand? You visit yourself. See, the thing is this. So the fact that some people know some secret that we don't know, we have to accept that. Some people know the secret we have. You know, I said something the other time. Some of those people that are calling themselves traditionalists, not all of them, some of them today, they are fake. You understand? As a matter of fact, some of them are magicians. Because some people, some of them are using magics to convince people, not because they really know.
We understand that now. Some people are magicians.
You see what so when people are in the secret of a particular god, you don't know the fact about them. Like I said now, there's one masquerade in Ado-Ekiti. When they are doing that masquerade, as a matter of fact, if that masquerade is working, you'll be running, but the masquerade is working. How do you explain that? You understand? Then there's another one.
So basically what you are saying is that our own things they are proofs that they can they show you akbere, which means signs like okay, this is real. What you are dealing with is real. It exists. That's what you are saying basically.
Yeah, if you live in Ekiti like me, you will know that.
No, I don't like this way you do things. You like talking around points. Let's land on points. So that way we know what we are talking about. Let's land on points. What I'm trying to understand is you agree and you've seen because you're from Ekiti and all these places, and you say if you say you really from a Osoin family, you know that Osoin talk back to you. Osoin, you hear the voice talking to you. You understand? Telling you what happened. It will talk.
But I've just.
Is that fact? Is that factual?
But I just told you that
But just answer my question now. At least let's know what we agree. Is that factual?
I won't say my father is lying now. What are you talking about?
But
I've not
okay, if you
witnessed
don't know
that
how
our
talks,
son
then
you
I don't
talk
know
like
how you
that.
come from a foreign family. And
Because that's my family now. But if I've not seen us on you talk, will I just?
So you have not seen Osoyin talk. Okay, go on YouTube, type in talking Osoyin. You see one Osoyin. Oyinbo people went to
You understand?
Ife.
Even my father didn't even do Osoyin. He didn't even.
Okay, it's fine. There's no point. But you told me I thought you know Osoyin talks. But what I'm saying, but let's not talk around circles, man. Let's just get to points. So point I'm trying to make is this, and to the brothers, the difference is in our own we actually do dialogue with the Orisha, but in your own you do monologue. You just talk to Jesus and you believe Jesus is hearing you, and then you think in your head, okay, Jesus want me to do this or do that, but you're not sure. Jesus doesn't talk back to you, so it's more like something in the head.
We've never said Jesus Christ will talk back to us. In fact, it's not part of the things that we said that we say Jesus Christ will talk back to you.
So if Jesus never spoke back, then the way we were introduced to Jesus was through Oyinbo people. Oyinbo people say, okay, there's this person named Jesus, and we believe it. We don't, like me, for example, when
do you mind finishing your food so they can speak better? Because
okay, go ahead, you go ahead.
Yeah, all right. No, I mean, the topic has evolved, but I think maybe just to add a little bit into what's being said, right? Now, I think one thing I'm also careful not to do is to make a comparison. So I don't want to do a tit for tat, right? For people who have faith and who have their faith in Christianity, what I was inferring, anyways, is that the concept wasn't strange because Yorubas already had a pre-existing notion of a supreme God, and that's the part I'm coming about. So I'm not doing our God versus your God, our intermediary savior versus your intermediary savior. No, but one thing that I know, one thing that Christianity has emphasized is that aside your faith itself, there is the Holy Spirit that can lead and guide you, right? So from anywhere you find yourself within the world, you can look within your inner self and connect with your own spirituality. So in fact, one of the things that the Bible is even inferring to us, that we ourselves as living beings are gods of our own, and we can manifest and do whatever it is that we want to do. As long as we do it in faith, we will always get what we want. Now, what Christ is giving to us, one thing that Christ has done for us is to set a precedent of guidance. Pretty much two key precedences: love God, right, and love your neighbor as yourself. So if you love God, meaning that you go by his doctrines, you go by his ways, and then if you love your neighbor as yourself, meaning that whatever it is you desire for yourself, once you desire that same thing for the fellow human being around you, irrespective of that that means you will still.
But I don't need the Bible to tell me that to understand that. It's just, I mean, everyone is born without innocence. I know that it's naturally built in your soul to know that.
The example you gave, Mike, when you're talking about Osoyi, you give an example of anybody who steals, Osoyi can tell you who stole, right? So people knew that there were consequences from deities whenever they did something. What Christianity is, however, saying to you is that do not do it because of the fear of the punishment that you get or the fear of being caught by a deity.
Do not what? Say it again. Sorry.
Do not commit those crimes because of the fear of being caught by a deity. So don't steal because if you steal, you will die in 7 days. Don't sleep with someone's wife because there is a mago or a thunderbolt. You get what I mean? So don't do those.
Where did Christianity say that, man? Come on now. Are you serious?
I didn't say so. Now you're not listening. I'm saying
you said Christianity said don't steal because
I didn't say so. You heard that. No, that was what I was referring. Just hold on. I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm saying that Christianity is teaching faith. That look, once you love your neighbor as yourself, you won't even steal your neighbor's stuff because you love the person. You won't lie to them. You won't sleep with their wives. You won't kill them. You won't do those negatives because you love the person, right? In part of our pantheons.
Okay, let me stop you there before you continue. You're saying Christianity say if you love someone, you won't steal from them simply because you love them. Now, we all know human nature. First law of nature is self-preservation. If you let's paint a scenario like your child is, God forbid, is about to die, and the medicine you need to give that child to save him right there is in your neighbor's house. I know that neighbor will not give you that thing, and you have opportunity to steal it to save your child's life. You are going to do it.
So the
Yes or
difference
no?
where
No, to do what? To do
hold
what?
on.
Please let me understand what
The
Mike is
difference
driving
you're
at.
making there, Mike, is that you've only seen the law from one person's standpoint. What Christianity is preaching.
Now don't twist it. Don't twist it. No,
Hold
twist
on,
it.
no, I'm not twisting anything. What Christianity is preaching is that both myself and my neighbor should love each other enough to give that drug. So,
Well, if your neighbor doesn't love you, uncle.
Again, I'm not. Christianity is not saying that everybody must be simping. It is what it is preaching. So it's like this, yeah. We all know what is wrong or right, but some people will still do what is wrong. So the point you made as well, too, people will still do it. Nonetheless, the religion will still let you know, and look, we don't even need to do it. Just if everybody can, if we can be love in the world and peace in the world, everybody will share. Everybody will live in it.
Okay, let me ask you, who brought Christianity to Nigeria? It was the people that brought Christianity. Look what somebody said. I know it was Oyinbo that brought it. The Oyinbo that brought Jesus stole from us. They are still stealing from till today. They are robbing the J Republic. I mean, we are in 2023. We've seen everything on the internet today. It's not hidden. The Oyimbos are robbing Africa. They are looting us. They are the one that gave you this Christianity.
Mike,
but Mike,
yeah.
it was not
Governance.
as if we were not stealing from ourselves.
Exactly. So what Christianity?
No, I mean, I'm not the one hugging and stealing Kiniko.
No.
But maybe I just,
No, see, Mike, again, this argument of Oyinbo brought it. So once they brought it, no. Even if
Oyinbo hadn't brought it, you won't be Christian today. That's just a fact. If the British didn't bring, the missionaries didn't bring Christianity to Yoruba land, you won't be a Christian today.
You do not know. And here's why you do not know. Part of the tenets of Christianity, in fact, of Christ, is to spread the gospel. And that gospel would have come to us in some shape or form, in one way or the other. And once you understand that base, you will not be saying what you're saying. The same way jihad spread, Christianity will also. The only difference is that it came through a vessel. Yeah, look, Christ had disciples for a reason, and those disciples had a mission, and their mission was to spread the gospel. And then they were creating churches, and they were spreading. You can't tell me that within 2,000 years, whatever happened in Ethiopia or whatever happened in Wolof will not have gotten to us. Now, here what the difference might be: we might not have accepted it the way it is being accepted now, but we will have learned of it and will have had a church to compare. Because again, the same way we have several orishas, and everybody in Yoruba land, we all do not worship all those orishas. Every family connects with certain orisha. The same way some people chose to connect their spirituality with Christ or with Christianity, or even
Actually, no. Let me help you with something. Okay, it's Olodumare, the Supreme God, that decide which orisha each person to worship.
Okay.
Yes. It's Ifa that will tell you which orisha. Do you know what the role of the orishas are? The role of the orisha is to assist people with their destiny in life. And each person's destiny in life is different. So, the Ifa will tell you that, hey, what you came to this world to do is this Orisha A that's going to assist you to do it. You understand? So, that's why each people have different, assigned to different Orishas. Well, all the Orishas, they're all messengers of Olodumare, the Supreme God.
Okay,
you understand?
Fantastic. So,
and
let me
the
give an
Supreme
example.
God is one that created all the Orishas. So I'm just educating you about side yard,
Okay.
But do you believe that Orisha, those
liberated.
Orisha were human beings? That's just the main thing.
No, they also existed as humans. No, they were
They did not. They were born.
And people know their family. And people know their family house, right?
People know their family lineage.
Let me help you. Let me help you.
Shango, for example, was even once Alaafin. Ogun, we know that Ire, when they say Ire Nile Ogun, you understand? Even in Yoruba land, some people were still fighting that even they were even the one that are the custodian of Ogun. Because if you listen to Sonny in his in the Ogun when he signed Ogun at that time, when he said Ire ki shele Ogun ni shele Yabememu, you understand? people were even fighting about the custodial or the city. So the thing still remains that those people, they were human beings. Whether you want to talk of Ogun, you want to talk of Shango or
Okay, they were human beings. Okay, that's fine. But Jesus, okay, I don't want to go deep into convincing you or educating you more about this because it's gonna.
I've said to you that
But okay, Jesus. Okay, thank you. Wait. Jesus was also, according to these Oyinbo people, was also a human being.
It's not according to them, man. It's not the same again.
According to your Bible, sorry, according to your book, your Bible, he was also a human being. Or he wasn't a human being.
People know Jesus' family house.
So you saying Jesus was not a human being?
People know Jesus' family house.
What are you trying to say, Ola?
Give me a second.
That is okay. At least get some other feeding. At least do you know what that is?
Yes,
Jesus, the son
we know
of
the
David.
lineage of it. Mike, just listen to me. Yeah, the point I'm trying to make to you is this, right? Oh my God, okay. So the Oyimbos did not make Christianity. They were not the bastion of it.
Who made it?
They didn't make it.
It was Yoruba people that made it, Abi. Who made it?
This argument
Mike,
is flawed.
No, I'm just asking you now. You said they didn't make it. Who made it?
So
Mike,
do we all not know that Christ is Jewish?
Who are Jewish? Are Jewish not white people?
No.
All the Jews may I know they are all white too. I don't know any Yoruba there.
Okay. So
what skin color are the Jews? What skin color are they?
It is not okay. So you are looking at skin color. Okay, so let me put it like this here. Are you saying that me that I'm me and you who are from West Africa? Are you telling me that we are the same thing as the Aborigines of Australia? Are we the same?
The Aborigines look different.
Exactly my point. So even though they have melanin, even though they're melanated, they have blonde hair, they have blue eyes, they have very bigger nose, they have thicker lips, they have a different build. The same way, if you go to South Africa, the people there look different from us. If you go to Congo, just us here, there are pygmies there. So the melanin is not what makes you one. It is just a construct. So the fact that you are saying Oyimbos and Jews, in fact, the Caucasians are not even people we call Caucasians. Caucasians are from Turkey, Syria. Those people with pointed nose, they're from the Caucasus Mountains. But of course, it's a broad spectrum, we don't call them Caucasian. There's literally a place called Caucasus, the Caucasian people. Same way we have Irish. But people now call people, now everybody refers to everybody that is white.
We understand all this, but which of these groups?
So the fact that
that's the question.
If you did understand that, then why would
is Jesus pygmy? Which one is he?
Dude, why would you say it's Jews white when they literally call themselves Jewish? Pakistanis are also the same colors as Jews, but somewhat, but they don't call themselves white.
So okay, what color are the Jews? What color are they?
Don't use colors to qualify people. That is a Western concept.
Am I color blind? Every human being have a color now. What are you talking about?
Bro.
If you ask me what color are the Yorubas, I'll tell you they are blacks. They're Africans. They're blacks.
Guys, I said, do not look, Mike, don't use a Western construct to colonize people. Color
so the Jews don't have color. Is that what you're telling me?
All right. Colors is a Western thing. It is not who we are. We are different people. People in Senegal are black like us, but they are different built. The Mandingas, the Dinka tribe, are black, but they're extremely tall. They don't look like anything like us.
Okay, you are describing everybody. Okay, wait. You are describing everybody else you are mentioning. The Senegalese are built, they are this, the pygmies are short, okay, describe the Jews.
So I should use that skin tone to describe the Jews.
No, you describe everybody else except the Jews. You describe Senegalese, describe Yoruba, you describe the Jews. So I know what they are, what they look like.
Jewish typically have very thick black hair. They have very bright skin, pale skin colors.
Similar to
people from Syria.
Okay, so they are not black.
Yeah.
Okay,
similar to people from Iran, somewhat.
Okay. So they are not black.
And some part of them, the ones that live in Europe, in Germany and Austria, look a little bit like German as well too, because some part of them also mixed. In fact, if you come to America, the Jews in America also look different. In fact, if you see the nose of a Jewish person, their nose looks actually entirely different. So, but because of politics, they now created this color thing for us to know where people. So if you see,
you just described Jews to me, and from your description, exactly. From your description of the Jews, they look both like the Syrians, the Pakistanis, and the Europeans.
Yes, like
so Europeans. It means that Jesus Christ looked like one of those people. either
Yes, no, fine.
Pakistani, European, or
if you
Syrian.
go by the Bible, right? Just some part of Revelation. Part of it is a description of what we expect Jesus Christ to look like. He has a burnt bronze skin tone. So
you told me Jesus was a Jew now. You say he was a Jew, and you just told me the Jews look like either Caucasian. I asked you to describe a Jew to me, and you just told me.
So people, Mike, okay, so let me go like this. If you tell me to describe someone from Egypt to you, right, today, what you will see an Egyptian look like today is not what an Egyptian looked like 2,000 years ago. So
because the people are living there today, maybe.
Exactly. So what a Jew looks like today is not what.
If you want to talk about the Egyptian that existed 2,000 years ago, you talk about the one that looked like the one from 2,000 years ago. If you want to talk about the Egyptian today, then you talk about the one that are there today. That's what you do. So I'm asking you,
which is why I answered you clearly when I said the Jews of yesterday, they look like the people who you see from Iraq, Iran, Syria. You know, they look like people from Iraq and Iran.
Okay, so Jesus Christ look like people from Iran and Syria of today, basically.
Most likely.
Okay, so Jesus Christ look like those people. Okay, so Jesus Christ is not an African. Okay, he's not a black man. Okay, cool. I get it then. So now going to the Bible. No, you're telling me now. You question you're telling me. You say my Orishas are all human beings, and I'm telling you that Jesus Christ is also a human being. So what is the problem here? So what makes Jesus Christ better? What makes him better than my Orisha?
Because you're not listening. Nobody is doing comparison. Oh my goodness, Mike. Maybe I should move to Allah. Mike. Yeah, nobody's comparing.
Okay, what is what are you doing then? Let me understand
you. Listen, right? I think I clearly said it again, and I'll probably say it again, just so you can understand. We are not comparing this God versus that God, this deity versus that deity. We're not doing that comparison. All I said, why I don't brought it up, all I said, let me say slowly, all I said was that part of the reasons why the concept of Jehovah or Yahweh wasn't strange to the people from Yoruba within the Yoruba Empire and everything like that is because the concept already pre-exists here. We already knew that there's an Olodumare, a supreme deity that we know that nobody sees. If you test him out. So the same thing where we also have, the God of Yahweh too, which is the supreme God. So the concepts are very alike, if not even the same. In fact, the concepts are the same, right? However,
so which one is better?
Nobody's comparing that. You're asking me which Yoruba deity is better than the other one. So you're asking now.
No, that's not what I asked you. I said,
should I ask you now?
I said, no. The Yahweh.
No.
Okay,
don't
finish.
say no. Should I ask you now between Erile and Shango, which one is better? That's exactly what you're asking. And I'm saying that there it's not a comparison of which.
Wait, can I say something?
It is. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just land this, right? It is whichever one that you feel connected to. So some people feel connected to Jehovah through Christ. The same way you feel connected to Olodumare through Abatala or Ogun or Shango.
That's fair.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The same way, the same way Muslims feel connected to Allah, and Muhammad is human, but Muhammad is like the guardian on how to live the kind of life that Allah wants you to live.
Okay, but you and I can agree on one thing at least. I say it's fair, but you and I can agree on one thing at least.
Which is what?
That's you said the same way I connect to God through Yoruba African ancestors that existed, right?
Yeah.
And the same way another person can connect to God through Jesus and Allah, all these people, Muhammad, right? From another place. Will you say it makes sense that if I'm from Yoruba land, it will make sense for me to choose to connect to God through the one that come from where I've come from? And it will make
sense.
It won't make much sense for me to now say I want to connect to God through a person from another race.
So yes,
it makes better sense for me to connect through the ones that look like me than the one that look like someone else.
Let me help you more. The beauty of it is that you don't even need to come from Yoruba land to connect to those people. So let me say it slowly.
To connect to who?
You do not need to come from Yoruba land to worship Shango or Oya or Oshun or Batala. You do not need to come from Yoruba land.
Okay.
Which is the same. Oh my goodness. Which is the same thing that Christianity is preaching to. You don't need to be Jew You can be a Gentile and also still connect to Christ through Jesus. You do not need to be a Yoruba. That's how you find African Americans
No,
who are
wait,
not.
wait.
No,
You're totally wrong what you're making. I mean, there's
really.
some sense to what you're saying, but I don't see it that
I'm
way.
totally wrong. So you're saying that the Cubans who are purely not slaves who now worship Oya today now are wrong for doing such things.
Wait, all
So
right.
you're
Now
saying
that
so you're saying that the
wait, I didn't
caucasians,
want
the
to
white
go. I didn't
Americans.
want to go that route first. Let's keep it to here before going everybody that is outside Africa. I didn't want to jump to that route first. And even now, the only part of the reason I came in, you also mentioned like the Jewish and you mentioned Jewish and you were talking about Caucasian. You have to remember that Jewish is just ethnicity. Just so
I mean, if you want to call them Hebrew, you're fine. Can you hear me?
We can't even hear him. You know, he's.
Okay. Yeah. So if you want to call them Hebrew, he's fine, right? But there's a reason why they're no longer called Hebrews. So you can call them Israelites, you can call them Hebrew, whichever one. I just use Jewish because that's like modern day, lingua. It's not the same way we call ourselves Yorubas now. That's not what we used to call ourselves before. But my point is, so to Mike, maybe by the time he comes back, you do not need to be Yoruba to connect to our spirituality. Yoruba pantheon, in fact, it acknowledges that from the get go.
Yeah, but
okay, go ahead. I think.
All right. So the point I want to make about that is this. So part of what you're saying that well, doesn't it make sense for us to actually connect to God through what we know as ours? So for example, my ethnicity is Yoruba. We have our own way of reaching God, which is the same thing if you look at it in like a plain view, like everything. So for example, like Hebrew, they have their own way of reaching God. If you look at like the Arabs, like some Muslims, they have way reaching God. If you look like the Asians, for example, like Chinese and some Indians, they have the is he Hebrew or what is their God? Hindu. Like they have way, just like Japanese and everything. So the point I'm making, I want to make is this.
You have to fix your internet. Midwest, go ahead.
Mike, are you hearing me?
Wait. You
It
get it
again.
looks like I was gone.
Is he back?
All right.
All right.
So sorry. Let me make this point. So what I'm trying to say is now, if I'm Yoruba and I speak Yoruba, I'm able to connect to my God, like because I understand better than me like the other country. I'm not saying you can connect through any other God you want. If you're Muslim, you can actually connect through what Muslim practice and connect to God. If you're Christian, you could do that. But if you speak a particular language and you have a culture, because in our culture is where our religion comes from, that way we're able to connect to God better. But it's not saying that we can choose other things you want, but you're better, you understand things better. But colonization already ruined things for us. But the point I'm just trying to make is connecting to God through um your own way of life is way better than just saying that, oh, we all understand. I mean, at the end of the day, we realize that everyone, it's just language different. If Muslim says Allah, in Yoruba is Allah or Olodumare. It's the same thing. If I don't know if you go to Indian, I don't know what they call God, but in their own way, if they say it, it's just the same thing. But if you just like for example, in Muslim, for example, they said it's better to speak to God or to connect to God through your own natural language rather than just like the language you don't understand. So even though I understand that some people they read the books but they didn't really understand it, just like if you look at Bibles, the first one was written in Hebrew and they was translated. And if you the meaning start to change, just like that's the way I felt like the Muslim refused to like change the Quran words like to English, and I mean they still change it to English, but they want to retain that meaning. So if we look at it this way, I rather I think it makes sense when you connect to God through your own type of way, which will that's what I think.
Mike, is my mic okay now? Are you people hearing me?
Yes. Yeah, we can. Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I greet the whole house. Yeah, what I want to put here is this. I think we should try to separate religion from our tradition and cultural heritage. Because if we want to mix everything with religion, we're going to create a lot of confusion. Even in the Yoruba race, me, I'm from Edo, but I strongly believe there are some kind of gods that other people worship in some certain areas, and the other people within the same people, they don't accept it. But they all believe. But when it comes to the tradition, they practice almost the same thing. It's just like when you mention, like when they said they want to do some festivals, like you say in I don't know, one part of Yoruba land. There are traditional people that they don't want to participate in that kind of festival as well. You understand me? And when you have different goals, there are also goals that people would not like to participate with. But one thing I want to say is this. If we look at Christianity in Nigeria, I think the first Pentecostal pastor that really made Christianity to happen was Archbishop Idahosa in Nigeria. Now he's late. And those days when he was preaching, the only thing he preached is to take people's faith away from, their idol worshiping. You see, every other thing, I keep on saying it, that Idahosa was preaching was already in the Benin culture. And I think many of them were already in that of Yoruba as well, apart from that faith. And it was easy for them when they changed people those days to that their faith. More or less, the person just turned from worshiping the idol and still remain who he is because the tradition was in him. It was built in him or her. And that is why this generation of today are cultureless. They
What's
are
idol
traditional.
worshiping? Wait, what's idol worshiping?
Okay, the one I just put that
And
term.
they are so
Wait,
treacherous. They fear nothing. They betray each other.
I use
Because
that word.
no. Because if you're Catholic and you go to Catholic church, they have the
No, look
they
at why I
wait,
say idol worshippers.
listen. Because this is how, like, sometimes we can't think on our own. We kind of like it's bended in our culture where my whatever my father or my grandfather tells me, I don't have the authority to like think on my own. I just accept it. If you go to Catholic, for example, they have like, I think maybe Maria or Josh, I think every church actually they have like the Jesus on the pole, and they kneel down in front of it and they pray to it. And when you look at the people that you're calling idol worshiper, what's different from what they're actually doing? Because they actually pray to a
Excuse me.
human like.
Thank you
So
for that.
we
No,
have
wait.
to think on our
Thank you.
own. Wait, let
Thank
me
you for
finish.
your.
Let me
Yeah.
finish. We have to be able to like think on our own to be before we start judging. I felt that I don't like speaking about religion, but I feel like it just
You did wait.
it's a mindset.
Excuse me. I've heard you. Let me just round up. Let me round up my point. The thing is this: when I say idol, that was the name they gave to all the gods they meant our ancestor was worshiping. So everybody understand that is the name the pastors, the imam, or whatever tried to describe it. And
But
I
they
think the
won't call
Muslims
Jesus and
themselves, they
Muhammad
So
understand
why
that.
idol.
would you accept it? Why would you accept it? Like
Yeah,
it's something wrong.
wait.
I just told you
Excuse
to
me. That is
think
not
on your
where I'm
own.
going. That is why I
I
don't
don't
want
know
to
how
dwell.
old
I don't
you
want to
are,
dwell
but
on
I feel
that.
like we should think
I don't
on
want to
One at
our
a
dwell on
time.
that.
Let me do
Wait,
us
wait,
finish.
wait.
Let me do us finish. Let me do us finish. Yeah. Let me do us go ahead.
Wait, let me round up, please. You are interrupting me. Let me run. I'm not going to dwell about whether it's idol or not, because if I want to, that's a different topic. The Muslims they said they don't worship anything. There are stars. There are so many things they also battle. There is a place they have to go and stone. What are they stoning? I don't know. So they say Satan is there. They have to stone it. So I don't see Satan there. So let us forget about that. The thing is this. You see, where I'm going is this. Islam did not bring culture to us as a black people. We need to start educating our people. Neither Christianity. I will give you an example. It is not Bible that make Edo man to know or Yoruba man to know that adultery is wrong. Neither Islam. It has been there. And now this generation that is coming up, they don't even know. When these people were preaching the early stage of Islam in most of this southern Nigeria or Christianity, They were only taking people's faith for what they believe, to believe the new thing. The culture of what they were talking about was already established in the civilization of these people.
Wait, isn't that
The
what will happen when
Christianity
you're
we practice in the
colonized?
southern part of Nigeria.
When you're colonized,
Wait,
isn't that
we
what will
colonize
happen?
ourselves. Now put colonizing aside. When
The
this is
Oyinbo
not the
didn't
kind
force
of
us
church
You're
to
they
not
believe
brought for us.
anything. So
you're
this
not
So we
colonize
are
that they
listening.
keep talking.
using
Listen. When someone
this
colonizes
guy
you,
don't want me to please. I
they
give you time
take
to
Wait,
talk.
wait,
Don't
Oriola,
interrupt me like that. Wait,
let
wait
me
a
do
moment, a
exponent,
moment.
and then you respond.
Wait,
Okay,
wait, wait, wait,
I see
wait,
where you
wait,
are
wait,
going, but
wait. I will give you time. I will give you time to respond to me. Keep it first. Now, I want to point to so many things because I had Ola. Somebody was asking Ola, what kind of tradition are we missing? Look, Nigeria is in a total mess today because of how this religion have destroyed that cultural heritage that was once in existence, built in us by our father, by our parents. Now the society is now a cultureless society and traditionalist society, and that's why we have problem. If you are telling people that Awolowo was great, Ogbemudia was great, this and that, let me tell you, they were dealing with people that believe in their tradition. That stealing is a shame. God can destroy you. Don't bring shit to your community and your family. That is why they succeeded. Today, whether Muslim, whether they swear Bible, they swear Quran, look at what they are doing. Use your country as an example. Who is the honest person among these people? Your leaders. Now, it's not Islam that make us to know adultery is bad. It's not Islam that make us to know stealing is bad. It's not Islam that make us to know to love our neighbor. When we were growing up, they eat together. When they put food, they go to their neighbor house, they can eat there, they sit down, they drink together, they share together. If you want to farm, you don't have a cassava stem to plant, the community will cut and give to you. If one is sick, all of them will contribute. If they want to build house, your community build house for that very young person that have matured to that adult. What's it called? A youth that have just matured to the stage of adult. They will put hands together and build house, and that person will marry. They were so full of love, but we still also understand that they were not perfect. So what I'm trying to say is that Christianity did not give us culture, no tradition, no Islam, no anything as a black people. So the earlier we realize it, I believe in Christ as well. I have to separate that Christ life that I believe upon from the tradition and culture of the people, because I meant tradition in my place. And when I go back home today, I wept, because I wept for the tomorrow of the coming generation. We didn't leave anything for them. They are going to be so confused. Just imagine, when I was growing up, my great-grandfather was telling me history of who we are Benin, who we are Edo, the challenges they have faced in their life, success they have met, how the Oba came about, Ife, Edionu, all these things. These people did not go to school. Just imagine, do you know how many kilometers from Edo to Ife or Ue in Ife? Sometimes they go to this journey for more than 3 weeks. They haven't arrived where they are going. You know the reason why they were moving. What really actually moved them is not food, is nothing but spirituality. That is why you have all these obas. That is why you have all these so many kings you have today. They were one serious custodian of those people, and they guide this tradition. Although they worship idol and they worship gods that they made with their hands, but they still have things that we're supposed to build upon, not just to throw it away with sweet quotation and destroy everything. Look at what is going on outside. Nigerians can no longer marry. But we pretend that nothing is wrong. We are the people that is so close to God, and people who know God through Bible or through Quran. The Muslim are still okay, but my dear brother, to cut it short, let us embrace our tradition. That's what I'm talking about. We need to, step up, not to allow Nigeria to destroy everything. Because by the time they destroy this king, it's a game over, and which they are already doing, particularly in the Yoruba land, in a Benin and everywhere. I think the Benin are still strongly, like the governor we have now, is trying to do the same thing. And by the time they finish with this, what is going to remain for the children will be crisis. like what you are seeing in IT today, where people will is already happening because they don't look onto anything. There's no sense of respect. There's no sense for the tradition. There's no sense for the culture. There's no even sense for Jesus that they are telling them. There's no sense of respect for Muhammad. There's nothing, just to pretend either you wear white, I go to mosque or I go to church. That's all. So please, like Asola said, we must try. And the other guy, I think Mike said we should leave it for the gods. Yes, there is a way the gods operate. There are things we all have to establish for the gods to follow as well as a human. So we must let them know that it can't continue like this. And if we are allowed to continue, we are not going to benefit anything. Even the Europeans who gave us Christianity, the way they formulate their Christianity, the England or Anglican formulated and bring it to the suggestion of the king. The Catholic formulated it and they brought it to the Rome where it came from, to the Pope. Why were they doing this? To be able to control it and hold on to the culture they want to establish with it. But our home, who is it with today? Is with anybody who can wake up, deceive you. God has called me. When we're coming up, they will tell us God told them. God was talking to them. We believe all this Kumuyi, all this Oyedipo, all of them, that when they talk, God is when God is that they speak English with God.
You see the way the pastor has come in there,
They were just telling us all this stuff. And at the end now, the society is in a total mess. So this is what I want to submit there. Anybody who says we should protect our tradition, if you don't value that tradition, I'm just telling you, those traditions that our ancestors made is far better than the one you are using, trying to use Quran and Bible to make for us. It's just the fact. But it's very unfortunate that this generation don't know it. What are you going to preach in the Bible that is it honor your father and your mother? When I was growing up, my grandfather, the way my grandfather, even his own late father, the way he still honor him, I cannot imagine it. And I never see any elders or elderly men that grow up that never respect their father. Even when they have differences, there is a way they present it before their father, and you will see respect, even in that differences. Today, no respect for parents. And we claim that we know Jesus. Then we can preach it to other people. There's nothing wrong with Jesus. Even the Gandhi of India, that is what he said. That Jesus he loved, that his followers he hate. And you understand me? So this is the area I want to talk. And I will love Mike, please, when you describe this Odisha and everything, everybody cannot have faith on, even the Yorubas don't have faith in citizen gods. There are some, you mention self, they will tell you, no, I don't do that, John. I know they do that one, John, my own. I think it must be there. But the tradition unite the people, they are all one. And there are things they fear, and they fear, you must respect God. Bible said the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. What kind of Christianity are they preaching today when you take the fear of God away? That's why there's no wisdom in the society. When elder behaves, sometimes you see them, you'll be wondering. So I rest my own case there, and I can give this guy who also want to come in and present his own something. So Islam did not give us culture. It also, when he was preaching, it was only taking people from the old faith to new faith. That's all.
Wisdom.
My brother, may they say make Oba. If they say make Obas, may they bring their juju, make our governor swear, and they swear our money not go miss again. Go and mark my word.
Yeah, that's why I said the fear of
May they
Ogun is the
invite all
beginning of
those
wisdom.
witches and wizards in the Yoruba land and tell them bring something in a bring something, put that for ground. Who want rule off? If you want to steal our money, come swear this thing. They will never go. But when you put Bible, even pastors can't even marry in our country. You want their marriage and their history behind them. Huh? And we thought it's going to be better. My brother, we have denied this coming generation valuable asset. They don't know history. They don't know where they're coming from. And that is why it was so easy for IPOB, this Kanu, to brainwash its people for many years. And look at what is going on today. Brainwash them. Because there's no fact in them. So we in diaspora, God sent us here for the purpose. As we are doing it on social media, as Ola said, idea always come. If you want to form any group, I will be part of it and I will be present in it. We need to tell our king they should rise up now. Oni of Ife cannot sit down comfortable because he's in the throat today. The next one that is coming, they don't know what the generation will do to that person.
These so-called
It's
governors
almost
should stop
Midwest.
tampering
You're
with our
making a
tradition.
point,
They are
man.
very wicked.
It's some Midwest. It's almost like in Africa we're not looking at where
We
we are
need to.
going. Like
You,
it's like we don't even look at okay
we don't
where
look
we
at
are
it.
heading. And the only thing we just complain about when problem arrives, just complain about the problem. But we don't discuss like, okay, what led to us becoming like this?
Do you
And
know what
as we are going,
do you know what my
where are
governor
we
did
going?
last month? Do you know what my governor did last month in Edo State? He signed a document, he go and look for a law that when they look at that law, it doesn't make sense. There are some chiefs who are under the Oba. He's trying to create chiefs in Edo like other governor. As I'm telling you, do you know what we have been fighting since this man came to power? It's like a stranger because the law doesn't check on them. The money to build education is given to them, they pocket it. The middle money for healthcare, they will pocket it. And all these chiefs are not like beggars. The governor will pocket the money for healthcare, pocket the money for education, pocket the money for infrastructure. If I tell you the amount of money Buhari pumped to these guys, I hate Buhari administration just because of information. My brother, if for Wike, will you believe that this oil producing state in the south to receive such amount of money, like Delta State? Go there. You can't even see anything tangible in any of these places. And when you go to other places, you go to Edo State, like in Edo State, my governor did not even announce it. When Wike was not putting fire, everybody they not came out that they have spent the money for all this infrastructure we are building. Which infrastructure point to one? Go to Edo State, no school, my brother. People studying on that roof where there is no rain. May they come swear about whether these people go feed do governor like that. So we need to put our heads together. And if you want to tackle this governor, is to just go and change that constitution. We are tired of it. Governor should not come and be making king. Yoruba have strong cultural heritage to defend. The Benin have. We can put our heads together. Those that doesn't have, let them go and do their own. If those things are not there, one person will brainwash your children. They will be buying themselves all over the street and be struggling among themselves. Like what is going on somewhere else, I don't want to mention again. So we are going somewhere, but it's very unfortunate that we cannot sense.
Let's give the brother that wanted to talk. Let's give him a chance. I think Oriola or something. Oriola, yeah. The guy's internet is bad. Yeah, he's muted. I don't know.
Before Oriola goes, I just want to debunk two things that the last speaker mentioned. I think he mentioned that Archbishop Idahosa was the first. What do you say? What they call it? The first bishop in West Africa or Nigeria or something like that. You know, that's not accurate. Ajayi Crowther was the first.
No, it's probably talking about the one that started using the media, TV, and all those things. You know.
Okay. All right.
That's what he meant.
No,
he was the one that started the whole
wait, Idahosa was the one that started that really championed the Pentecostal church where people will tell you God talk to them and speaking in tongues, miracles.
Okay.
You understand me? So this is what I'm trying to present before you.
They were pushing out Christianity heavily
in the 90s. They are the one that make Christianity to
all over the TV every Sunday.
That shift Christianity to this Pentecostal church.
They were pushing it
before it came to board. You must be a bishop. You must be a bishop to preach in Anglican church. You must be a bishop to preach in a Catholic church. But they opened the door where people were now saying God called them. That brought this strong confusion that we are into today. And when I was growing up, I thought there are people that God can talk to in my land. If Oyedopa will tell you, God told me to tell you. All of them today. Which time God told me to tell you? And we are not in confusion. If God speak, these people here not go, it go bust. I'm telling you.
And
let us stop deceiving our generation for nothing.
Midwest, these pastors and these people, the Christians, they've been the one dominating the media space for the past 30 years. Like dominating the population, like information, leading the people. And look where we are.
Good night, guys.
My brother,
oh Lord, man. Look where we are, man. Everybody just, you know.
If we want to do something, my brother, it is our time we start putting ourselves together to tell our king, come, They should see the threat before our cultural heritage. No governor should have right to come and be making king again. It should stop. And they should be accounting to even the community where we have king, what they are doing with the money, account to the state. It should be in the constitution. Because the state where I live here, at the end of the year, whatever the government spend, they have to account for it. Whatever they receive, they have to account. That is capitalism. Because there's no capitalism that will succeed without accountability. There's no way. Because all the tendency behind capitalism is to make profit. And profit go with greed. And that's why you see everything, even the government itself want to make. Okay, people cry out, they will not say, oh, we have to change this law. Not talk of individuals. So you pump money to government for 8 years and they will be leaving office. They cannot write down what they spend this money for. How are we going to progress? And they have houses in abroad. I don't think any of our king decided to go and buy a house in abroad. Their children are studying abroad, where some of our king children can study there as well.
So you think if they use Ogun to swear that Islamic king... Wait now, you think if they use Ogun to swear that they won't do these things when they become governors, you think that will help? You know, I say
my brother, let me just say they will not even swear. They will never swear, and if they swear, they will never mess up like this.
They won't even contest.
When you gather those women, they put their breast up. Just invite those old women of 80s, 70s. May like 1,000 gather. Among that 1,000, you know how many witches will go there? May they come put some things for grant. Say, I bet money when they say me take you for our children. If you still and talk waiting go happen to you, sure these people will go there again. They will tell you I'm a Christian. The other one will tell you I'm a Muslim. And at the end, I swear by God Almighty, I swear by Allah Almighty, my brother, you put project for the hand, now zero.
Midwest, all these billions from we don't make for all these years that just went stolen. To say our tradition we practice, now fun and Jack don't go. Say like all the leaders from day one,
the only way, and we need to start holding them accountable, and they have to be reporting even to the traditional council. Why the king don't participate, but you must let them know what you have spent in their domain. You must let them know
that's
what
they said. You know the British, they have to move our tradition out of the way. You understand? Just to, because the British are benefiting from this whole status quo, like this corrupt. You know, they need corrupt people to rule the country.
My brother, they are
to be able to get what they want.
They are the real beneficial of this mess that we are in.
They are the beneficial of the whole destruction of Africa and the corruption, the bad behavior. They are benefiting because they need us to be corrupt.
Use my country as an example
to deal with us and
brother,
rip us off.
Let me use our country. Let me say this. You know,
it takes when, like, for example, let me say this, like a scammer, for example, if you want to scam person, you need a corrupt person to be able to scam that person, because the person you want to scam has to be corrupt minded himself. Because if you tell somebody, say, there's one money hidden somewhere, won't make you an arm, make you share. You know, the fact they agree, he be corrupt person too. At the end of the day, you end up scamming the guy. You understand? Yahoo boys. So Yahoo boys end up scamming person with the corrupt mind. So the British, they know that for them to be scamming Nigeria, scamming Africa, they need the people there to be corrupt. You understand? That, and they know that these Africans, they can't be corrupt. If they practice their tradition, they can't be corrupt.
What they do to us is that all the country, they put one man ahead, either the president will be totally in charge of everything, indirectly or directly. Executive order. Now, what they do is to approach that president, and they will give a condition unknowingly to you. And while they are announcing we are here to help. And some of these things are there. And if those presidents don't agree with them, they have a way of destabilizing that administration, no matter the plan you have for your people. It's just like one man. That is why their own place, they spread everything. If you are able to target the prime minister, maybe somewhere, the law will not push you to another authority again. You understand me? As that thing is coming down, there will be a lot of us starting.
You see their own. They get like for America now. President will get power like that too. They get they call them Pentagon. You understand? In Washington. Now then really be the power where they make it. No be president. For Russia now, they get the what they call it? Kremlin. Let me say Putin and they make all the decision like that too. You know,
Yeah.
they don't really trust one man today. You know, they have their own system like that. We say, man,
If
they can't trust one individual just to make the food, get power to just make decision.
there is a system, a system they put on ground, even when you are able to target their president, deceive him to start making some decisions, it will come to a place where that information, there will be another body again that have to question it. Our own is not like that. And that is the advantage they are taking. And we don't want to move from that circle because they don't understand that the black man is very greedy when it comes to power. So you love it, they help you, you have the power, you are the one ruling, you are the one, once you say he is finished, okay, good. And they will be making the entire innocent people for nothing. And the British is so cunning. It's not like France who just sign here, sign that, sign their own. You can't even see their signature.
They are not direct,
And yet, yes, the British on everything is indirect. You sign things that you can't even see their signature there, but it is binding. And they just one way or the other, they come in. We want to Africa democracy, my brother. Democracy is good, but in democracy that these people is pushing for us, I don't think until we sit down and understand that, oh, this thing is good. Anything that is good, if it's not properly used, it can be bad as well. It's just like a medical doctor telling you take 12 tablets in the morning, take 12 tablets in the afternoon, take 12 tablets in 2 tablets in the evening. I mean to say, and now they write that tablet like 1-1. Not it said not 2 in the phone. They write it like Roman figure, and you mistake it for 11. You took 11 in the morning, 11 afternoon, 11. The person will die. And that is kind of democracy they are giving us. And we are not able to look and say, and come down to some certain levels and ask ourselves a question and said, no, these things cannot be like this. We need to change it. We need to amend this. So since we cannot do it, we are there for them. They are benefiting. All these pipes.
You never ask yourself a question.
They keep on. Yeah.
You see how Igbo people, like, for the past, like, 500 years, the way they, like, even when you go to your country, you know, these people don't really like black man like that. They don't want you to succeed. They can't give you religion until you say, now the only way to God. So now the only way to heaven, now through one Bible like that, they bring give you. You just say, if Oyinbo, the same Oyinbo, we don't wish you well. You go no way to heaven. They can't show you. You will be black man. You come Africa, can't show Africans how to
See,
go
Mike,
to heaven.
make I tell you something. my point one thing to you. Even the religion we British can't give us, it's not their own. I will use Sweden as an example. The Swedish have a form of Pentecostal church here. Although they have a Catholic and here some, but the Catholic is very weak. Their church is more like Pentecostal, but it's subject to the state. The king was once on top of it, just the way England king was on top of Anglican, so that people don't mess it up. Because a weird tradition has been established before. So they don't want people to turn it upside down and create confusion. So they must be on top and they must know what you're doing. And there are some areas you cannot even go. Why am I referring to this? A typical Swedish understand that there was a time that the ancestors were worshiping gods. They sacrifice chicken and blood and everything. Even most of these gods, if you want to see them, you go to north, you see the old gods that the Vikings were worshiping. They kept all of them. It's in a museum. You pay, you look at it. And the person will tell you how they offer sacrifice in the ancient time. You understand me? So they did not just burn everything. So that is they were having their own way of life. And they will still tell you that it was the Roman that came here and influenced them. So most of these Christians is a Roman thing, but they were all able to find a balance. And that's why they were able to see the benefit of it. There are a lot of benefit and wisdom in the Bible and Quran. But the way we are using it, we are harming ourselves because we just allow individual. The Muslims are still trying, but out of the Christianity in the setup, individual, I can wake up tomorrow, Mike. I built one fine place, and I tell you, God called me, preach and collect tithe, preach and collect tithe. Sometimes I don't have a message of mine. We tell you, oh, Pastor Kumu, what you preach is wrong. I will start telling my congregation, and you will see the other day you see someone that go to Deeper Life, say this one they don't know Bible. The one that go to Deeper Life, you see the one that go to Redeemer, say this one, they are not born again. The one that go to the Redeem, we see the one that go to Battle of Fire, he tell you they are crazy. You see the way, you see confusion, my brother. the way they divide the society. Oyibo never allowed this. Anglican was Anglican for all the British people. And think I don't know what the Swedish call their own here because I go to their church here. It's for the whole of the Swedish people. If you like, you go this time around. If you like, don't go. But yet you still pay some tax to the state for it, one way or the other. And it's there. Everybody pay some kind of money. They may not even tell you, but it goes to all these religion. And if it gets there, they have to account for it. Most of this money end up in Red Cross. It end up in Caritas. All these people that used to help people that is in need. So that is what they do. We just allow individuals. Okay, imagine a pastor wake up to tell his congregation, all the women, put something for if your husband is a politician, just put poison for their food. Mike, are you hearing me?
Oh, I hear you. Sorry, I didn't mute it, man.
Hello, Mike.
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay. Okay. Imagine somebody, congregation is in the Bible. It's in the congregation is in the church, and you have a Bible. You wake up and say, "Oh, women, politician, wife, why not put something in your husband food? Let them die." And tomorrow you call yourself a pastor. The other day they open a video where you were drinking beer, rubbing women body.
My guy,
look at one young pastor now. He said he's helping everybody. 17 years old, years is pregnant.
There's the reason God creates. See that God give everybody their own. He give European Christianity or whoever, all those people their own religion because it fit their nature of who they are. They are very soft people and things like that. He can't give Africa. He give us Jungle, give us Ogun. Because you know the way we are. You know how he create us. You don't say one kind. You don't say one aggressive, crazy human being. So he give us God, we harsh. You understand? So you know what thing they do. So for you to come to replace your Ogun with the European God, we soft. It's not gonna work. You understand?
Great.
Jesus too soft. That's why those pastors they behave like that. They don't fear Jesus. That's why they behave like that.
Mike, look at my
black man.
Look
Jesus
at my point.
work with black man.
I'm a believer. Mike, I am a believer. There's nothing wrong with the Bible, and there's nothing wrong with the Christianity. What
I'm not saying something is wrong. Just saying, you know, feed the black man. It doesn't feed the black man.
No, my brother. If you practice it good, your society will benefit.
But black man, they practice.
But the problem we have as a black man,
nobody mouth. Now, you see, nobody might go to say no. Now action. Black man, no you follow him. If you give black man an inch, you go take a man. Black man, you both they see now you both they soft. They go follow things. They go tell you both that they're very emotional. You know, they don't get a heart for. So now then if you give something, talk say they go they emotional, they cry. Those things. You give black man something very soft. You go they ask if you want for black man, forget. They could not mind them. They call it fake. Come here, they tell you say the Bible is your neighbor and yourself. And life they go and they don't love their neighbor. They go cleanse they love their neighbor. They go neighbor sleep on them. They go scammer. My brother, forget black man.
Now only God, now God love us. See, if to say, Mike, if to say there is a chance to control it in a unified body, and we're able to bring our own leaders into it and use it to organize the society, we will benefit from. That's what these people did. It wasn't individual. When they build church, it is church for everybody. And they were able to use some verses there to come out with wisdom.
Yeah. We get wisdom for Africa. My brother, maybe I ain't sure. I want. I did pursue away from here. We'll continue this conversation later. Man. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.